Yeah.
I mean, you can
Right.
go down that route. When Germany got its start and Hitler was doing his whole thing going after the Jews and all this, he basically got an endorsement from the Pope, for fuck's sake.
He did indeed, yeah. I think they even signed some kind of treaty or
Yeah,
something
yeah.
together.
For the only treaty, as far as I know, that the Vatican signed with somebody in modern history was with Nazi Germany.
That has
Now,
to be.
whether that was to save their own asses or not, who's to say? But it brings some things into question.
Yeah, fuck. Hell yeah. So, that's. Oh, Gus. Hey, Gus.
But to sit there and try and infer some kind of direct connection, I think no. But in terms of very much an indirect connection, I think you could kind of go there. As dickish as it is, and as provocative as the topic might be, I mean, you could kind of make a case for it. But there's a lot of me that wants to say it doesn't matter if you can make a case for it. People are people, and we're all kind of assholes.
Yeah. I think we can try to make something here. Definitely. We just need somebody to argue with, because I think everybody here pretty much agrees there is some part that Christianity played in the Holocaust.
I think the only real debate is how much.
Right. And
But
I'm
yeah,
willing.
the entirety of Europe was nominally at least Christian at this period, right? So, and yet pretty much every government, even neutral ones, decided to either ally themselves with Germany or just stay completely out of it. In terms of besides these strict allied powers themselves.
Well, I mean, even then, though, after World War I, a lot of the world was still trying to recover from there. Now, granted, it was, the lack of agreement from France in terms of the notion of Germany being able to pay their bills over time as opposed to having to pay it in a lump that bankrupted the German economy, which led to the ability for something like the Third Reich to rise to power.
Right, right. It was an issue of the Great Depression and the huge rise in value of stocks right before that.
Yeah, things like that. As well as the fact that we were just entering the industrial age at this time period, and a lot of people had issues pertaining to that. I mean, it was a point in time in which so many people were dissatisfied that they'd be very easily manipulated. Now, when you're manipulating population looking for a scapegoat, if there's already one that's pretty well available based upon some kind of faith that is shared by the majority of the populace, that's kind of the go-to. So, and you already had the distrust towards Jews. If I remember correctly, the Protocols of Zion had been released as Russian propaganda not too long before this, and a lot of people were actually falling for the horseshit. But there was a strong sense of anti-Semitism through the area because that deals with banking, and because the notion of the Jews being somehow in charge of the banks, manipulating the banks, and this kind of stuff was a dogma of the era. It still is to some degree today, but not nearly as bad as it was back then. So once again, we go back to that scapegoat again. But you can't pin that necessarily on Jesus in and of itself, but more so on just old cultural stereotypes.
If I could expand on that, the Nazis and Hitler would also play the other side of that table in basically blaming Bolshevism on the Jews as well, and so you could basically scapegoat them on the left or the right and get away with it.
Yeah. But, I mean, on some levels, you could say that Christian dogma pertaining to Jews and what have you did play a role, but can you necessarily lay this at the foot of this Jesus character, if he even existed for that matter? I don't know.
Yeah, it's harder to draw a direct line, but certainly the xenophobe or the anti-Semitism that Christianity had as a foundation in Europe, it kind of allowed the persecution of Jews to basically start without it being seen as a big problem, honestly.
Yeah, it was certainly a problem, yet at the same point, there was nothing really anti-Semitic in the teachings of the Jesus character. So, I mean, I think you have to kind of lay more at the feet of the believers than the character.
Right, it's a series of indirect links.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't think we can blame Harry Potter for Hogwarts. Yeah, it's not a great analogy. Never mind, skip that one.
What? Harry Potter didn't build Hogwarts?
Well, for
Jesus Christ.
what was that game that they played? Like
Quidditch.
Quidditch? Yeah, yeah. Like if that became big, like you couldn't blame that on Harry Potter.
But at the same point, if somebody goes out to play football and gets injured, you don't necessarily blame the person that came up with the notion of football. To some degree, there's culpability of the culture of the people involved at that time. And I think that differentiation is somewhat important.
Hey guys, something kind of abrupt happened here. Nadia is back. She has a new hangout going, and it's going to be live. So, yeah, there's the link to the new hangout. So, I think
run. Go on.
No.
All right. I'm
Run,
glad
my
we
son.
wrapped that up pretty fast.
Go and get your enzyme. Run.
I will keep this one open just in case you guys want to continue. But I think I'm gonna be double fisting. I'm gonna be both there and here.
Oh my god.
Okay, yeah, and on that lovely note, I think I might just leave to go do something completely different.
All right. Well, I guess we should continue this, and I just hung out anyway. Well, yeah, guys, next time. Take care, Shadow.
Yeah, you can't be in two hangouts at once, right?
You can.
You can, but it's kind of obnoxious.
Yeah. This is shitty, but
I'm
yeah.
gonna start running Lurker's Lounge more often.
Yeah, you should. I love your hangouts, dude.
No, thanks, man.
But yeah, this is kind of awkward, really, because fuck, I wanted to have my hangout and
So have your hangout. What the fuck, man? Like, last time I checked, you're your own person, man.
I mean, you can either run your own hangout or kind of be part of a train wreck. When somebody comes into one of my hangs, for example, if they're going to be in two, I always kick them the fuck out, which is, why I always used to throw out Nadia, because she can't be in less than two at a time, apparently.
Mm. Well, I mean, fuck, I'm really torn here.
Well, go on then. Go get your enzyme. Go on.
And my enzyme?
Go get your Ketracel White. Go on. Go on now. Be thankful for what the founders have given you. Take it, be faithful, may it keep you for a long time. Go on, son. At least you know which side of the bread your butter's on. I admire a guy who knows which side of the bread his butter's on.
Yeah, she's awake.
Yeah, well, only in the physical sense.
You're just wanting to go and see a train wreck, aren't you?
I do. I frankly do.
You're a packing peanut in that friggin' place half the time, anyways. I don't know why you don't just do your own hangout.
Okay,
you know
what?
I'm going over there is because the fundies kind of flock over there, and it's like shooting fish in a barrel at that point.
Well, until they get upset, and then until you get a reputation for hurting the poor fundies' feelings, and then all of a sudden you're not welcome anymore.
Oh, by the way, you get? Is it true that you got banned from Nadia's Hangouts?
Oh, fuck, twice now. Oh yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah.
I have multiple times, but that's because I don't mind voicing that I have issues with her and what the hell they are.
All right.
Well, the first time I got banned, it was because I got friggin' fed up with her treating the people that loved her like shit.
Yeah.
And she does treat the people who love her like shit. And I don't care what anybody says. She has, she does, she will for the foreseeable future. The second time was a bit more murky. The second time was essentially timing and the whole first in, first out situation when somebody who runs a hangout is accidentally kicked from their own hangout. My contention at that point was that, okay, fine, it may have been first in, first out, or last in, first out, but there were also at least 3 packing peanuts in the hangout who weren't doing anything. And why was somebody who was prepared to contribute to the hangout going to step out when there were 3 people there whose job it was apparently was to friggin' hold up the sun? I don't know, you know what I mean when I say packing peanuts, don't you, Shadow? Like people just sit there.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I've kicked several out of mine over time.
You know, they just sort of sit there. I mean, some people might call them lurkers, but at least lurkers, if you poke them, they go, ow. I mean, you poke these guys, and they just fall over with their friggin' tongue hanging out.
I heard them last night, but in fairness, it was an insomnia shuffle. I think they fell asleep.
Oh, and listen, I wish there was a function on these Hangouts that would let you kick for a limited period of time. But part of the reason that people will accept packing peanuts is because if you get kicked, it's for 24 hours or until the end of the Hangout. And since Nadia likes to have nonstop Hangouts a go, right? I mean, you could find yourself thrown out of there for 8 hours. And so I understand that she's reluctant to kick people when their only friggin' sin is that they've fallen asleep. But you've got guys that basically live in that Hangout. They live there.
It seems the bigger issue is the entire format of Hangouts. Damn, Google needs to fix it.
Well, yes, this is definitely friggin' ancient technology. I mean, I'm surprised I don't have to hand crank my way into this fucking place. But, you know.
Hey guys, actually, yeah, you have a good point. You know, I'm gonna stick around. Fuck it.
Wait a minute. You mean you don't hand crank your way into these things?
No. Well, I know you've managed to make your Babbage difference engine work for you there, but some of us use the old-fashioned microchip.
I'm still on the Dynamo. Leave me alone.
Dynamo.
Actually, this is an upgrade. I used to use a crystal ball.
Attaboy. That's how it's done.
I send my messages through Pony Express.
You're staring into the palanquin like fucking Saruman the White.
I believe in the power of will. I just think happy thoughts. I just believe that the hangout is gonna start, and then it just happens.
The power of Hangouts compels you.
No, but so yeah, that's why I got banned the second time. And I mean, whatever. I mean, you know, when
the first time, in my case, the first time I got banned and she completely blocked me was, I think, around the time that I was running Insomnia Shuffles, in which Lenator and myself were vetting whether she should be nominated for Cunt of the Week, and it wasn't until she actually got that nomination that I actually got banned.
You got banned? Now, why the fuck would you get banned for that?
For Cunt of the Week.
Cunt of the Week.
Yep.
Did you present her with a vaginal trophy, or what? Did you?
No. Unfortunately, we didn't actually have those. But somebody's offered to 3D print them in the future.
Oh, nice.
Unfortunately, that particular show doesn't seem to be going these days anymore. But
you know, I can't believe that I haven't been nominated a Bastard of the Week or something.
No, it's Cunt of the Week, regardless. But as I said, they're not run.
You fucking sexist.
That's right, we are fucking sexist. And Anita Sarkeesian came and told us to disclude you fucking specifically.
No, guys can be cunts too.
Ah, okay.
That's right. She also told us that any sneaky Russian named fucking Art is not to be trusted, alright? So there we go.
That's too specific. No, I don't believe you.
Fucking right. She's been watching you through her feminist agenda.
Through her feminist glasses.
That's right, absolutely.
I'm actually a little offended by Art's picture, I do have to say.
What game is this? I haven't played it yet.
Because that looks like a Smirnoff bottle to me, and that offends me.
That's right. What is this Smirnoff shit? What are you drinking that pussified fucking Western fucking vodka for?
Stolen. There's something good, man.
Stovichnaya, man. Fucking good old potato vodka.
I'm actually drinking cheap wine.
You can still, that's right. I forgot. You get your wine from a box at the corner store.
It's not a box. It's a plastic bottle.
It's a box. It's a box with a foil bag in the middle, and it says fucking food on the front.
Plastic bottle might be worse.
Oh, do you know what the bottle does?
It is cheaper than the box.
I'm actually no. I'm actually picturing him with something that looks like, you know, one of these little Tropicana things you get at the corner store with little things.
Sunny Delight, one of the Sunny Delight things.
Yeah, full of wine though.
Yeah. Oh, nice. That's class. No, I thought the height of the class was the picnic pack. You know, the box that's wax lined on the inside with a foil bag full of wine with the little spigot. You ever seen those? That's the true class, the picnic pack of wine. You just put the fucking wine on a shelf that's right near mouth level, and you just lean over and work the latch with your tongue, just like a friggin' hamster.
The wine was grown in a Jersey dumpster too.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's Mad Dog 2020, also known as Plonk.
It gets the job done, okay?
You know why they call it Plonk, eh? Because that's the noise your head makes when it hits the table on the way down to the floor.
Oh, it depends on whether your head bounces or not. Then it becomes kerplunk. Not to be confused with children.
I see Bob is dragging dead bodies behind his truck again.
Don't knock it. Everybody needs a hobby.
Did you meet some theist in an alley, Bob? And you just
yes, I had them all duct tape, but they must have put through it.
Wow, I
So
haven't heard hide nor hair from that retard in ages. Is he
Who?
serious?
Yeah.
Which one?
Yeah, well,
Who?
Johnny KZG.
Oh, him. No, he's being replaced. I mean, the fucking return, the return of Nate Cunningham has fucking eclipsed many other. So now you
Oh,
can
come on.
you can
Nate is
talk to a
not as
guy.
bad as
You can talk to a guy who's not quite a theist, not quite an atheist, not quite fucking liberal, not quite conservative, not quite here, not quite there, not quite anywhere really. But he'll argue the living shit out of the other position, whatever it happens to be that day of the week.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. Okay, that's accurate.
I have never seen a guy work as hard as him not to have a clear position, and yet to be rabidly anti everybody else. It's insane. I mean, it's not insane. It's fucking clever. The only thing clever that I've ever seen is fucking Clockwork Commando's theistic woo-woo. I mean, that stuff is tight, man. That's a multi-layered fucking.
Yeah.
That's L. Ron Hubbard religion kind of tight, man. That's like. He should take that shit on the road and become a guru. Never mind wasting his time here telling us what's wrong with us.
Yeah, you should be fucking billionaire.
I mean, some people that do come equipped with their own vat of that shit. It's
He
true.
does, and he marinades in it, and the brew is respectable, if not delectable. So, you know, I tried talking to him yesterday, but then fucking Stizer and Mark Yanoya showed up. Not that I don't have nothing but respect for Mark Yanoya, but Mark Yanoya I've never seen a man take a fucking theist's testicles, put them on the table, and break them with a 5-pound sledgehammer with such determination than Mark Yanoya. That guy's a fucking master, man. You know, him and fucking Mark and Sty crammed poor Clockwork's balls in a vice and took turns on the handle, and it was a thing. It was a thing of beauty to behold.
I have to say that surprises me. I know Sty. He doesn't like to share.
Sty? the fucking one-man PA system? Fuck,
Yeah,
I know him.
Yeah. He doesn't like to share. I'm surprised they took turns.
You know he's also got a profanity-powered pacemaker, right? It's the only reason I can think of. You go. So I went to the fucking kitchen and I got my fucking fork and my fucking spoon, and I went to my fucking cereal bowl, but fucking in the fucking fridge when I was fucking. And then I fucking sat down and fucking cunts with the fucking fuck.
Must be talking about Stizor.
Yes.
See?
That's the
Right.
only person you could be talking about.
Yeah. I said
I might have questioned the reliability of it if he didn't throw cunts in there at some point.
Yeah,
though.
I said he had a profanity-powered pacemaker, and that was the only fucking reason that he kept cussing every fucking second word. I mean, I know I'm a bad cusser, but that boy is like, wow.
Born sailor.
Yeah, seriously, he was born Navy.
We might be bordering on. Do you know a second word?
That's right, fucking cunt. I mean, what else do you need, right? Goes into the grocery store. What do you want today, cunt? What do you want tomorrow? Fuck. I think your dog just knocked something off your shelf there.
He could be hot-headed, but what I like about him is that he eventually can be kind of calmed down, and that he can take a joke. It's not like you throw some shit at him for him being an ass, and then he just flies off the handle for the entire duration.
Yeah, he's a good sport. He has a tough skin.
As you know, Dragnot, I specialize in driving people to insane rages, so I haven't seen the gentle side of him all that much.
Yeah,
I don't
comes
know.
every so often.
Mark was going on for 5 minutes with the jokes about where he's from or
Yeah.
Fuck, I was cringing and laughing at the poor dude.
So yeah,
It's like, what was that? What do you call a scouse in a suit?
yeah,
Defendant.
Yeah. You know why though? Because 25 years ago, I hate to say it, it wasn't a scouse in a suit. It was that one particular word we had for black people in a suit. That's why I knew the jokes. I mean, you can say that about any individual you want to target, right? So, not that you should, assuming that you want to keep all your teeth where they originally grew, but I mean that's the thing. So let's see here. Yesterday I got thrown. William the butler. I got thrown out of his hangout because I'm pro gun control and I wouldn't let 6 people tell me I was full of shit. Today I got thrown out of Nate Cunningham's hangout because Roy Montero was there, and I can't help myself when it comes to Roy Montero.
I'm offended, and I find that black.
I have got to get neck deep in that man's ass every time he digs stuff in his mouth. I'm telling you right now.
Wait, hang on. I'm sorry. Do you start with ass or not ass?
Ass or not ass? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Oh my goodness. Okay, so oh god, I
What was
kind of
that,
missed my
Bob?
opportunity.
What did you say, Bob? Sorry, Bob was trying to.
No, that's what it was. Is because I couldn't get a word in yesterday when we were talking, and he
Yeah.
booted you. And I'm like, what the fuck did you do that for?
But that's because you're trying to have an apple conversation about oranges.
No, it's because I was taking on everybody, so I wouldn't shut up for 2 minutes. So I got rolled out on my head. Hey, listen, I'll cop to what I did. But no, the Nate Cunningham thing. It's Roy Montero. There's two guys so far who will drive me up the wall. One I will never meet directly because I've broken my no ban rule just for this guy, and that's Pillbox. The other guy is Roy Montero. Every time I see Roy Montero, it's like dangling a pork chop covered in fucking barbecue sauce, wrapped in bacon in front of a Doberman. I cannot resist the urge.
Pillbox is amazing. Yeah, Pillbox is amazing. You could be talking about cars, and he'll jump in with evolution. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, that's the thing. People don't realize that he is literally a professional troll, and I'll give him that. He stays in character the entire time, and people still believe him. Like it doesn't matter what you're talking about.
My only problem is he crosses the magic line, and he says the pedo word, and that to me that's a no-no. Listen, if you want to play the heel like this is the WWE, hey, no problem. My daddy taught me to respect anybody that can do anything well. But I'll tell you right now, when you start following people around, calling them pedophile, no, that's too much. So
for me, Pillbox crosses into that magical land of getting really personal when you don't have to. Yeah. And for like I said, I blocked him for the whole Charleston hoax thing and calling people pedophile. Pedophile thing was the first step because I think he was following. I think it was Carl around.
Carlton Connery. And Carlton, by the way, is no longer on these hangouts primarily because he doesn't want somebody to friggin' accidentally come across, him being referred to as a pedophile when he's trying to get a job. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, that to me was the first line that he crossed, and the second was the whole, all those people who died in Charleston, that's just a hoax. And I'm like, that's the dude. Don't start. My son is there, my in-laws are there, and it's still a very tense time for people who actually suffered from that.
I'm sorry, Carlton's not doing hangouts anymore.
No, he's deleted his Carlton Cameray page.
Oh, cool. So I can actually unblock him then when I go into a hangout that has him listed. Cool.
I take it you and Comrade Kameraden never got fucking along.
He annoys the ever-living shit out of me because he never shuts the fuck up and he always talks about boring ass shit.
Well, of all the things to block all the things to block somebody over,
No, Dragnot, how many shuffles you been in? Rule number 1: don't be boring.
Yeah, I've been in maybe 2, and there's always something going on. Carl he's not. Be fucking boring.
He's not. Here's the thing, though. Here's why Carlton is valuable. Now, yeah, he tends to go on. He does, unfortunately. He tends to, and he's a little bit mush-mouthed, and that's kind of annoying when but the other thing the one thing his hangouts were always good for was he basically threw the room open. He'd disappear for like an hour at a time, and then he'd step as he was gone. Anybody could come in. Anybody could friggin' go at each other hammer and tongs, and he really wouldn't care. He'd show back up, and if there was a scrap going on, he'd walk away from the friggin' keyboard again. I'd be like, this is fantastic. It's a free fire zone, and he's in charge. You know what I mean? So, whatever.
This is the kind of thing. Now, Gus here, as we may have noticed, tends to be a little bit long-winded at times, and he talks quite a bit. But he's funny, so this is forgivable. Carlton, that's not the case. He's fucking boring.
And if you listen to me, you will see that I make a point.
Yeah, eventually.
Yeah. Eventually. Shit. It wasn't recorded. We were actually teaching. I say we. Your name here was there, and Art was there. We were teaching Beckel how the scientific method works, like legitimately teaching him this. I wish I would have recorded it because he was legitimately asking questions as to how it works because what he wanted to see a formal debate between a quote-unquote creation scientist and an actual scientist. Of course, he didn't say actual, but an evolutionist scientist, so he could weigh the merits of both arguments. And we had to break it down and explain to him, academia doesn't work that way. So,
well, there are no such thing as creation scientists because you can't apply science to creation.
Yeah, we had to break that down first, and then go into peer review, and then go into the scientific method, and then kind of roll the wheels back a little bit and start him from, the rudimentary basics.
Yes, for a hypothesis in science to become an actual theory, you need to go through this long process. For creation science hypothesis to become theory, all you need to do is get some idiot named Billy Bob that runs the Christian douchebag monitor to publish your crap.
Do Christians really monitor douchebags now? Fuck,
Yeah,
man, there's no end to it.
Yeah, apparently, this actually goes with their, you're not supposed to think about sin and this and that, so you have to try and remain pure, so you need to douche regularly.
I was named after my Uncle Billy Bob.
Have you douched today? If you smell down there, you might be a sin. You need to go to the red tent. Oh, wait, no, never mind. They don't do that anymore.
And here I thought, in the words of Public Enemy, that it was mixing of race that made the blood impure.
No, actually, being on the rag was considered impure blood by the ancient Jews. This is why they actually had the red tent. It was a thing. When the women were menstruating, they were all sent to the red tent, which I'm sure was fine by them because they got away from all the guys.
Yeah, no, it 'twas a brave man to venture into a tent where all the women were having their cycle at the same time.
Oh, that fucking didn't happen. I'm telling you.
We lose more brave warriors that way.
Yeah, you would not have it tried too long. Hello, ladies. No.
Only the penitent man shall pass. Only the penitent man shall pass.
Anita Sarkeesian is watching this hangout.
Right. She is. She is.
Where do you think cage fighting was invented?
If anybody thinks that two chicks in the middle of PMS didn't start the first cage fight, I got some news for them. Two chicks in PMS, probably from the same family, living in the same cage, nowhere for them to go.
No, I really doubt that. What I think they did is I think that they made the men do the fighting for them, because why the fuck not? Because if it's your blood flying, they do that once a month anyway. It should be somebody else's blood for a change.
Yeah, well, that's thinking like one of us. We must think like one of them.
But good luck.
Listening to heavy metal may actually make you calmer.
It works for me.
Yeah, I think that article was written by the Metallica Council. Just a thought.
Metallica was mentioned.
Let's see.
No, I don't know. When I'm sitting there riding the music, so to speak, afterwards I feel much calmer. During it, I don't, because it lets me get some of the aggression and frustration out. But afterwards, I'm certainly calmer.
A recent study has found that extreme music genres, including heavy metal, emo, punk, and screamo, may actually help calm angry listeners.
Wait, what the fuck is screamo?
Screamo is a subgenre.
I actually get less road rage when I listen to heavy metal.
Okay, now I do have a teenage daughter, so in terms of the screamo thing, it's basically what kids use to piss the fuck off their parents. It's just somebody sitting there into a fucking microphone for all intents and purposes.
Let's see, what was it? Devil Wears Prada is an example of, I want to say screamo would be Devil Wears Prada, and I can't remember.
I don't
the
like
other
them.
ones.
The Devil Wears Prada is a movie.
You got Suicide Silence, Arch Enemy.
Isn't there something Russia something or
Pussy
Poland
Riot?
something? No, like
Christium. As I Lay Dying.
As I Lay Dying. Yeah, that's one.
Some douche in a coconut.
Some douche in
between
a coconut.
Why
Yeah,
not?
between the buried and me.
What the fuck? Between the berry and you?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Remember when band names were like one word, maybe two?
Pantera.
Anal cunt.
Yeah,
Actual band name, by the way.
I remember a friend of mine a couple of years ago asked me if AC/DC was heavy metal. I said, yeah, it was, until Pantera showed up.
Yeah. Roundabout. Same with Aerosmith.
And then they went, who?
That's right. That's right. That's exactly it. Pantera?
Who?
Well, let me enlighten you using YouTube as an instructional tool.
Wait a minute.
I do recommend that you stand in the other room.
Was the Who ever considered heavy metal? I don't think so.
The Who? Oh no.
The
no,
Who?
no, no.
Yeah, so why'd you bring up the Who?
I didn't say the Who.
No, I don't. I've never
Wasn't
liked
it
the
like
Who.
the Who? Like asking who?
Yeah. Oh, you were asking Who. Never mind.
You're asking Pantera. You never heard of Pantera? Oh, never mind.
I know who Pantera is, but somebody
Everybody knows who Pantera
somebody broke
is.
in with Who, so I thought you were talking about the Who. It was just a Who, I guess.
There we go. This is starting to sound like an Abbott and Costello sketch.
We're working on it.
I think you've pretty much perfected it.
Uh-oh, a new boiled piss is starting.
The boys from the United Kingdom.
Now the problem is there wasn't a band named The What.
My wife is up.
That boiled piss started 45 minutes ago.
I just noticed. Oh, the only reason I noticed is because Eve Real posted a comment on it, and somebody else named Cov Op said, "Dang you ugly."
That's a long name.
Why is there like... There's always like 4 or 5 of the notifications of the same hangout. It's like, yes, I know. I don't need to join the hangout. I'm in the fucking hangout.
Actually, it could be worse when I start my Hangouts. For some reason, my fucking phone will start buzzing at me. And I'll look at my phone kind of like, oh, great, thank you. I think I already know that I joined my own fucking Hangout, asshole.
You understand, sir, that you're in a hangout? Yeah, I get that. Thanks for that.
Yeah. You started it. That's a nice fuck up.
I ought to know I'm fucking here. Fuck.
Now, that I haven't been able to turn off, but every time somebody invites me to a Hangout, my phone takes a sonic screwdriver and I'm like, motherfucker. But I still prefer when it's one of my Hangouts. You know, I've just opened the Hangout about 3-4 minutes later, my phone's like, there's a Hangout! I'm like, shut up. Little late.
Hey guys, did you hear about the whole Andy Jack thing? What happened?
Which one?
Yeah, they got some resolution evidently, and in one of the Hangout. I think it was Andy Jack's Hangout. He actually apologized for, kind of goading it on, and there was some type of resolution there. I can't say how much. I'm just, getting this secondhand.
Yeah, and Andy's HSS hangout, they all kiss and made up.
Was it sloppy?
Were there any tongue?
Yeah.
Shazwald was not there, so I'm kind of iffy about how legitimate it's going to be.
Well, in that other hangout with Gus and with Sizor and Mark, Sizor started to say something, and Mark told him that it was all cleared up. So.
And also, I think I heard that Andy was basically he accidentally screen shared his porn history.
Oh yes, he did. An image of it was I won't say who, but somebody shared a screenshot of it privately, and we saw that he definitely likes older MILFs. He is a fan of BBC, and that was actually brought up in the reconciliation on HSS, and he admitted that he and his son both were purveyors of the pornographic images and video.
Somebody did a video of Andy and his rooster-headed son banging their heads to AC/DC's "I've Got Big Balls." I could watch that all goddamn day, man. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the song or the dopey-looking fuckers banging their heads.
I think it's fuckers. That's my guess.
I think I could watch that for I don't know how long and just be mesmerized by that shit. I know the tiny minds are easily amused, but fuck.
His son is just kind of funny looking. I have nothing against his son. He's really kind of.
Well, I want to know how many volts he had to pump through his fucking body to get his hair to stand up like that.
Amazing. It might be natural. Some guys can naturally do that with their hair.
Well, it's kind of one of those things. I think that it's a little bit poor form to criticize people's kids, even if they look like goofy rooster motherfuckers.
Well, for his son is of age, though. That's the thing. His son's an adult.
Oh, never mind then. Fuck it.
Yeah.
You got the movie Something About Mary?
Yeah. I can't speak as to if they're trading secrets there for hairstyling, but one can only imagine. Hey, you didn't get me any McDonald's?
You don't eat that stuff.
I eat it too often. gained like 40 pounds in the last few months.
Nowadays, like I literally eat this like once every eat McDonald's like once every couple of years, and it's at the point now where I get sick every time. Like not like blah, like sick, but just like ooh.
Oh, that's because you're supposed to eat the burger, not the actual McDonald's. You're doing it wrong.
Well, normally, actually, the only thing I get from McDonald's are the chicken McNuggets, the McChicken sandwich, and the French fries.
Oh, okay.
That's usually the only thing I'll get.
You meant you were eating the actual McDonald's. Never mind.
No.
Okay, so you're
no, I'm not a No, Shadow, I'm not a cannibal. But thanks for that. Now you see, if you're gonna cook long pig, it's got to be done just so. Fuck.
Well, I don't know. He knows what long pig is.
Barbecue, sauce on both sides. Num num num.
Yes, we are terrible people. Why? Because everyone needs a hobby.
So, Arthur, since I know you're staring at Nadia's hangout, what's going on over there?
I'm none. Fuck that. I'm playing War Thunder.
Driving around in a T-34, giving people what's what?
Actually, flying a plane.
Ilyushin IL-2?
Yak 9 with a 45 millimeter cannon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that wasn't a joke. That's a serious fucking plane. It's fucking 45 millimeter nose cannon. Fucking shreds the bombers with one shot. And that's not the biggest gun in the game when you're talking about planes. Germans have a
three of them.
So what?
I said the hookers. There's three of them over there.
Oh yeah? Well, there we go.
Okay,
Sounds
that's a
like
more
you
interesting. That's
sounds
a more
like you
interesting
got your
topic.
pick, my son.
I should go over there and put on a show for you guys.
Yeah, sure. I don't give a fuck. This is not monetized. Like seriously, we can show our tits, you know. Nobody's gonna nag us. Fuck, we have no fundies. What happened? Damn it.
You can I think MG wants to come in. You can tell Douche Canoe I've unblocked him.
Oh really? I did send him a little invite.
No, I don't. I still have him blocked. I'll go ahead and leave so he can come in. I'm not blocking his dumb ass.
Oh come on.
Yeah, I get him blocked too. So.
Oh yeah, you guys have all got him blocked.
Yeah.
So there we go.
Yeah,
you know what
there
you
was
say? You know what you say, Arthur? You say nobody wants your ass. That's what you say.
Yeah, I tried carrying conversations with them, you know, and threads, and you'll get 3 or 4 lines where it's starting to go good, and then he just reverts to that bullshit, and I'm like, yeah, there ain't no point in talking to you no more.
Yeah, so MG had to figure getting it. Not today.
I mean, I don't mind leaving so he can come in.
No,
Yeah.
not for one guy. No, that's too much.
I've actually had conversations with him, I've got to say. Granted, we were talking about music.
Yeah, me too. We would talk about cars, transmissions. It was fun, but still, I mean, fuck. He and even in that conversation, he tends to bring up evolution. It's like, you know, hey Art, do you know what's the, you know, better manual or automatic? You know,
Well, it depends on what you want.
And then he brings up evolution. It's like, you know.
Oh yeah.
Like, yeah, I gotta give it to him. He'll stay in character, and people buy it.
I hope he's in character. I fucking hope. I think he might be Captain Osimo. Like really?
Really? You think so?
Because I've seen Captain Osimo do an impression of him, right? And it's perfect. It's like, mwah. It's like exactly like him. The mannerisms, the look, just perfect. So I have my suspicions. Yeah, just buy a few turtles, you know. There we go. But no, seriously, yeah. Unfortunately, he's probably a actual crazy person.
I'm taunting him in the outside chat now.
To pillbox.
Yeah.
Ask him how the border patrol's going. He's in one of these Dodge trucks forums, and I seen one of his posts out in there where he says he's. One time he said he was a banker, and then another time he said he was a car salesman or something, and then he's a landscaper, and then he said he's doing stuff, raising turtles and keeping the illegals out of his backyard.
See, now, if I could divorce the ass crack part of his fucking brain from the rest of it, I would love to talk to him about raising turtles, because I don't know another turtle wrangler. I find the subject incidentally interesting. You know, not like I really, really want to know how you raise turtles, but I mean, you know what I mean. Like the same as I've never met anybody who raises llamas. And I hear if you're not careful, you know, with llamas, they'll chew your face off or something. Llamas apparently have fighting teeth. They do. They don't look like much, but apparently they've got fighting teeth, and they'll friggin' get after each other, and it's pretty nasty stuff.
Dragdot is saying in external chat that he tried to close the external chat, but instead he kicked himself out somehow. I will send you an invite, Dragdot. Don't worry.
Poor pillbox is trying to get anything. Everyone's got him blocked. He can't do nothing anymore.
Yeah. Drag. There you go. Yeah, I think I'm gonna actually check out what the fuck is happening in Nadia's Hangout.
Well, I won't hassle you about it twice. I just thought it was kind of funny that, oh, Nadia's Hangout is up, I must go, flee!
Well, to be fair, I kind of owe her because I took the people from her Hangout to my Hangout.
Hey, listen. You didn't take anybody from anything, okay? You don't owe her anything.
I have to say, I was not in a Nadia hangout, please.
You know, yeah, not you. Well, actually, hold on. Well,
Bob's not here because he's got no place better to go. He's here because he enjoys your company.
Yeah, and our resident taxi pad wasn't over there either.
Right, Bob?
Hey, guys.
What's that?
Yeah.
I said, Bob's not... I said to Art, I said, you're not here because you've got no place better to be. You're here because you enjoy Art's company. Because Art's all fucking guilty now because he thinks he's robbed poor Nadia of her friggin' hangout followers. That's not.
No. When I got back in the truck, I jumped out of their off-air hangout because it was off-air, and I updated a couple programs. Hopefully my headset's working better now. Nobody's saying I'm skipping, so it sounds better anyways. And then when I went to go back in, Nadia's closed, Arts was open. I jumped in Arts. I'm like, wow, I don't need to leave.
So you don't really like me, you bastard. I thought you liked me. That's why you're here, but apparently not. Okay.
I'll go anywhere I can pass the day away.
So
I love you too.
So can somebody explain to me the topic behind the name of this hangout?
Yeah, we can.
Gus, you're making more sense than usual.
I take it there's some history between you two.
No, me and you see, unlike some other candy-ass theists on the friggin' web, me and Maximus, we can take jabs at each other and we know it don't mean nothing.
Exactly.
Oh, so it's like No, I'm not gonna go there. I was about to make a Yo Mama joke, but nah.
Oh, don't start with that. You'll have Rose screaming up and down your ass.
Wait, Rose was in a hangout recently?
Yeah.
Oh, no. She's not. She's a female pillbox, basically.
I haven't met Rose yet.
Oh, a female pillbox. Pretty much. It's.
I guess that makes her what, a pill bottle? How does that work?
Sorry, pillbox. Yeah, but dude.
Now they have to change her name. She's actually the pillbox, and he'd be the pill shaft.
Oh.
Bill, that was unexpected.
Yeah. But okay, 2 points. You get 2 points, sir. But anyway, so Max, you asked about the topic. Quite frankly, I was trying to be provocative, right, mainly, but I think there might be some argument there.
Well, okay. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, you could always phrase anything into an argument. I mean, Jesus is God. God is responsible for everything. The Holocaust is a thing. Therefore, Jesus is responsible for the Holocaust.
See, this is why I love you, dude. You come into my hangouts and you make my arguments for me. I love you. It's awesome.
Well,
Okay, argue against that.
Okay, there we go. You made the entire case. Now you can leave.
Okay. But I was more thinking, well, me and Shadow kind of had a small back and forth. Basically, nobody can deny that there's some role played by Christianity in the Holocaust, right? Some role.
oh, we're talking about historical connections.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I think it was causally responsible for the Holocaust. I think historically it's hard to argue the counter. But
Right.
but with regards to how it caused it, historically speaking, and I'm getting feedback.
Well, let me just
Oh,
make
Shadow, I
sure-
think it's.
Sorry, let me fix that. Give me a second. Sorry, I was eating.
Oh, okay. So how it was responsible for the Holocaust is, if you look at how the Nazis utilized early Christian anti-Jewish polemics, they were taking it from a context of being an interreligious feud to being an interracial feud. Then anti-Semitism doesn't really have too much of an ancient corollary, because when you oppose the Jews in the ancient setting, you're opposing them as a religious group. However, anti-Semitism is the notion that Jews are a distinct race. Like they're different in terms of some sort of biological sense. So they took it from that context and utilized it to persecute Jews from a more biological, social, for lack of a better term, Darwinist sense.
Oh, you
Social
bastard!
Darwinism
You did
is-
not just.
No, social Darwinism is not the same as actual Darwinian-based evolution that we utilize today. Social Darwinism is kind of a bastardization of Darwinian theory as a way of propagating that people's end goals and the end goals of beings are to live and survive, and the biggest, baddest one is technically going to be the one that's best fit and is morally obligated to survive, and we're morally obligated to destroy the weaklings. However, Darwinism isn't prescriptive, it's descriptive. It just describes how things originated through evolution. And fittest in the Darwinian context means best able to reproduce, not kind of like this primitive me smash kind of fittest of the survival of the fittest. So they took it from one context and added it into another context. So yeah, Christianity is, the polemics of early Christians are responsible in the sense that they were appropriated for social Darwinism.
Because eugenics, as it was practiced both in California prior to Nazi Germany starting to adopt it, as well as in Germany, was actually based not on the works of Darwin, not actually on things like evolution and natural selection and what have you, survival of the fittest. It was actually based upon the writings of Sir Francis Galton, who was his cousin, who wrote about animal husbandry.
Right, and this is why I was hesitant to use the term social Darwinism, because that term is abusive, and it's very misleading. But I used it for lack of a better term. But yeah, that's kind of how Christianity historically correlated, or is causally responsible for the Holocaust. Now, granted, I'm pretty sure that none of the church fathers knew that their work was going to be appropriated like this. They were just engaging in standard polemic. It was done on both sides of any religious debate. I mean, it was used against Christians before they started becoming the main and official religion of the empire when they were being persecuted by the pagans that preceded them.
Well, like I said, this was kind of more of a provocative title. I don't have an argument here. Well, okay. I guess if anybody else doesn't have anything to add, I'd like to move on to another question, which would be heaven. Because Hillbilly mentioned in Nadia's Hangout today something along the lines of, fuck, what I was saying about that. If you cannot choose to hate God, like hate in disgrace, you don't have free will. Problem for me is that in heaven, surely you cannot do that, right? So it would follow that you would not be free will. You don't have free will, right? Because according to his argument. So what kind of position do you hold about this? If I'm making... Go ahead.
I'm personally a compatibilist on the issue. I think you could be completely determined, but at the same time, you could have free will. I don't think those two things are opposed to one another. So I actually would agree with you that the premise of unless you have the ability to hate God, you don't have free will. I think if everyone's determined to love God or hate God, we still have free will in either of these categories.
Okay, but what about heaven? Do you truly have free will in heaven, even though you cannot sin?
Yes, you do. Because, like I said, the ability to do otherwise isn't necessary for free will. You can be completely determined and still have free will.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess sure. See, this is what I hate about you. You make so much sense.
Well, if you could be, wouldn't that be the same thing Adam and Eve was? Why do they need to bring sin in?
Oh, okay. So now we're going to go with the fall. So with regards to why sin is introduced into creation, this requires some kind of theodicy or defense of some kind. I don't go with the free will defense. But what I do is go with Augustine's explanation of it. St. Augustine said, God creates a world where there's both mercy and just. The fall happens because God needs to show these two qualities or manifest these qualities in creation, and he manifests his mercy by electing the righteous and manifests his justice by damning the reprobate.
You know that doesn't work, right?
I'm sorry?
You know that doesn't really work, right? You know the problem with that.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that. The notion that he had to create, this situation in which things were going to be fucked up, and then he's going to create the righteous, yet he didn't create the righteous outright to begin with. I mean, you do know the theological issues of this, right?
So if God was to create a world where there was only righteous people, God can't show mercy because mercy is giving people more than what is due to them. But if everybody is righteous, then nobody gets mercy, and thus this would be a merciless world.
But at the same point, he's deliberately making people that aren't righteous just so that he can basically make an example of them to do as he does with them.
Right, but like I said, just because you're determined to do something doesn't necessarily mean you don't have free will in doing it. So, as a compatibilist, that's no problem for me.
The thing is, the way the free will works, it depends on so many different situations, like what culture you're born into and things like that. I mean, this isn't a straight thing. I mean, free will is limited to one's own socioeconomic positions. So saying one has free will and you're born into the wrong tribe, a tribe which Yahweh has created with the intent of destroying, like the Amalekites, for example, then do you really truly have free will in any meaningful way?
So when I utilize the term free will, I just mean rational deliberation and commitments. So if I can rationally deliberate between two options and commit myself to the outcomes of one action, no matter positive or negative, then that suffices to me as being free will. So yes, it might be done from a cultural context, but it still meets the criteria.
Well, ultimately, with the Amalekites, for example, as well as a couple other tribes, ultimately, what was their sin? Simply not being born Jewish. Now, them not being born Jewish, they didn't have free will choice to not be born Jewish, now did they?
All right, so so there's two different things. There's the moral responsibility and the causal responsibility. First of all, not being a Jew wasn't enough to guarantee that you wouldn't experience God's wrath. There were many apostate Jews who left the tribe. Second of all, with regards to the Amalekites, you could actually join the tribe later on, forsake your own. The third thing is with the Amalekites, their sin was choosing to commit sins such as idolatry, choosing to commit other sins.
Hang on, since we're starting with things like idolatry, for example. With that idolatry, you're being raised in a culture in which they simply have other gods and other views and what have you. It wasn't your choice to be born into that culture and to be raised under those quote-unquote idolatrous gods, now was it? So once again, not free choice. That's not free will, not free choice.
Okay, so let's actually So one criticism I have from this with regards to Abraham is Abraham chose to sacrifice his son to God, but likewise the Amalekites and other neighboring tribes there also had gods who would demand child and infant sacrifice to them. I think if the atheist is going to be consistent, then in the same way that he damned Abraham, he should also damn.
Archaeology actually shows otherwise pertaining to the ancient tribes that are claim that they were off murdering their own kids.
You don't think? No, you don't think that was the case?
Archaeology shows otherwise.
Well, if we're going to go with archaeology here, then the Amalekites were also not killed in genocide, because archaeology doesn't have the evidence to show that either.
Well, that's true. It doesn't actually show much of anything from Judaic history from that time period. However, this is something that's presented as being pertaining to this God in the text. Therefore, since this claim is made, I think it's still fair as part of the discussion, seeing as it is part of the theological framework.
Well, the text is also claiming that the Amalekites sacrificed children to gods as well. So if we're going to criticize the text, criticize the text. But in the context of the text, the Amalekites did, in fact, have child sacrifice to these gods. So, again, I ask for consistency on this one.
Well, you can't really necessarily go to consistency on this one because the claim, somewhat retroactive potentially, that that the reason for this was because they were murdering their kids. This was clearly propaganda from one tribe against another of the day. So they're sitting there and allegedly going off to murder this entire tribe based upon the propaganda of that tribe.
Well, as long as we're going to go with it.
Under the direction of this Yahweh character. And if you're going to stipulate that this is under the direction of Yahweh and not merely a matter of the political manipulations of leadership of today, we've got a problem.
Yes, we do. But just to go over a couple of things here, the sin of the Amalekites was also not just child death. The sin of the Amalekites was, in fact, in the text, child sacrifice. That is something That is something that.
But the child sacrifice is what we pretty much know to be propaganda of the day.
But the genocide of the Amalekites is also known to be propaganda too. Like I don't. Yeah, this is what I say usually when people bring this up to me. Claims of genocide or eradication were understood in the ancient context to be just that. They were intended to be forms of gloating over defeated opponents. In fact, the Midianites who were killed off in Numbers 31 come back in the book of Judges. And nobody seems to bat an eye at that.
Apparently they just weren't very good at actually doing what they say they were going to do. But regardless, the thing is, what you're promoting here is this notion that, okay, so I'm going to give people free will and then set up a system in which people are going to fall from grace immediately. And this is ultimately the core of it. It's, I'm going to give you free will already knowing what's going to happen. Yeah, I mean, do you think it would have been possible for Adam and Eve not to eat that apple, or do you think he'd created a system in which that would happen? Now, if you're going to follow the notion that Jesus was created before anything else, that he existed with God prior to all creation, which is a common Christian doctrine, then he created Jesus so that he'd be able to forgive people for a sin which hadn't happened yet, which he hadn't actually laid down the foundation for, so he could have everyone's sin, and thus make everyone sinners, make a lot of people not actually worthy of this proverbial redemption, just so that they could be punished. This is kind of the problem with the system there.
All right, just to go over the...
Otherwise, you can make the big display of sending Jesus and saying, oh, look, great, you're saved now. It's very contrived.
All right, so with regards to... So let's go over it from the beginning. God knows what they're going to do, yes, but that doesn't mean that they aren't responsible for it. Like I said, determinism is no big deal. I think it's reconcilable with free will. The second thing is, yes, God does create a system where he does know what's going to happen, and he tailor-makes a redemption for the elect, so he could show both justice and mercy. With regards to who he chooses for election and who he chooses to not elect, that's up to him. It is not by me or by my own works, but by the eternal mind of God who he chooses. I don't know the criterion of who he elects and who he doesn't, but it's up to him, and the matter of election is eternally up to God. Who he allows to fall is up to him, and who he chooses to elect is up to him as well.
You know what the next go-to is, right? If this was
I won't be surprised.
Jersey at his how his mercy as well as his justice, or however you actually framed it, then in essence it's the equivalent of somebody sitting there locking up their kid beating them so that they'd know what it was like to be forgiven. You don't sit there and show somebody, basically you don't basically beat the hell out of somebody and then say, look, I'm merciful, I'm not beating you today. That's a little bit of the way that message comes across.
Well, first of all, it's not just one kid, it's all of creation.
And every kid ever born makes this better how?
So for a couple of things, one, children by their very nature are innocent. They don't do anything. They don't commit themselves to any evil or to any action which is evil. So the analogy just falls right there. But even so, but even so, when it comes to just one child, there are other ways to show people justice and mercy when it comes to the world actually being created as it is. When it comes to God, he has to actually create the narrative for there to be the world to exist as it is. So for God, this would be, he couldn't have it both ways, whereas for this other person you're describing, he actually does have it within him because it doesn't seem to be a logical contradiction, at least on his end.
That's almost stipulating that God couldn't create the world a different way than he did.
Oh, well, could you come up with a system where both justice and mercy can be given?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, we do it. We do it as humans.
Pretty much every country has some kind of justice system which has a level of justice and a level of mercy in the way that the people are supposed to be treated.
Yeah, but these justice systems presuppose that there are people who break the law and people who do not break the law.
Well, obviously.
Well, but only...
There's a system of evil there.
Hang on, no. If we lived in societies in which nobody ever broke the law, we wouldn't necessarily need that. Granted, as by human nature, we'd probably make even more minor things criminalized, but that's beside the point, because there is always these, you should this, you shouldn't that. Now, if in a society such as that which is being posed, in which nobody breaks the laws we currently have, chances are we would have actually evolved, so to speak, culturally, to have even better laws dealing with the finer parts of life as well.
Well, that just labels
which could have left human beings on a better starting point. And also in terms of the notion of this innocence of these children, you had that before Adam and Eve, not after.
Okay, so with regards to, so just to go back, what you're doing isn't really posing a system where there's no evil. You're just posing a system where there's just a higher standard of what is good because people have more power within them to avoid evil. It doesn't mean that there isn't going to be some kind of law broken or anything of the like. And also when you commit yourself to not breaking the law as in a promise, that does become evil. That does become an evil because you go back on your promise, such as with breaking the law. Furthermore, with regards to the innocence of Adam and Eve, the choice was theirs to make. God actualized a world where, yes, he knew the outcome, but at the same time, Adam and Eve still bore responsibility despite...
You knew the outcome, they didn't have a choice.
You know that's not what I'm indicating. I'm talking about every child born post-Adam and Eve. Those children, because you made the statement, all children are innocent. However, in accordance with Scripture, they're not. No, none is without sin. Not. Remember that?
Jesus is without sin, and he's a person, apparently. So is the Virgin Mother. There are exceptions, just because...
but those are the only two.
Scripturally, I don't think it actually indicates that Mary was necessarily without sin. That's actually more, if I believe, a Muslim viewpoint. That's not even stated necessarily within.
Actually,
Christianity.
the Roman Catholics managed to say that Mary didn't even break her virginity giving birth to Jesus.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily make her without sin. That, and she still would have been born with original sin. There's also that issue there.
Oh, actually, the Immaculate Conception gets around both of those, and that is something.
The Immaculate Conception gets her out of being born from original sin.
The Immaculate Conception. Yeah, the Immaculate Conception was a way to retroactively supervene grace upon her.
Upon her, not.
Oh.
So it was kind of, I'll forgive your sins if I let you get knocked up, if you agree to get knocked up, kind of thing.
All right. So with regards to but in any case, whether or not Mary was immaculately conceived or not, or without original sin or not, the point stands. When Scripture says none or all, it doesn't always mean each and every. There are obviously going to be exceptions to that. What I think Paul is referring to is the vast majority of human beings alive.
I don't know about that. I mean,
You know what? I think that's a bit of diddly do there.
That sounds Nate-worthy, I'm sorry to say.
Ouch, that hurts.
Sorry, man. That was a little Nate-worthy.
Okay, well, with regards to the Paul obviously would not have meant that to apply to Christians, and Paul would not have meant that to apply to Jesus.
We don't know what Paul meant. All we know is what he said.
But even then, if we were to exempt Jesus, because there are also other places in this text where it does talk about him being without sin. So we have other areas where it corroborates the notion of him being without sin. However, there's no place to sit there and counter saying that there are others born without sin outside of Jesus.
Well, with regards to children being born without sin, they do not have the power. They do not have the power within them to come up with a rational choice, in the sense that they could commit themselves and understand every consequence of not every consequence, but a sufficient consequence of their action. We don't put children in jail. We don't put children in.
But would that make sense under the eyes of God?
We don't do it. But then, by the same token, we also don't inflict a perpetual punishment for a finite crime either. His ways aren't our ways. Remember?
No finite. Well, that's true, but a finite crime is not finite in the face of the infinite Lord. And furthermore,
of course, but that's got nothing to do with nothing.
No, furthermore, even God stipulates that children and infants are exempt from judgment.
Where does he stipulate that?
When King David loses his son with Bathsheba, God promises that he will know him in the hereafter. That to me signifies that children are exempt from the system.
That signifies that his son was exempt, but that doesn't. You should not exceed what is written.
Well, no. Wait, before we even go there, we're talking about the son of the chosen of the Lord. Now, those that are specifically chosen to be prophets and leaders by Yahweh were always given special exemptions. So I don't think you can necessarily go that for them as well as their heirs.
Right. All right. Furthermore, if I also might add, it doesn't seem to me that furthermore, even within Christian tradition, there has been a notion of an age of innocence. That is something that has been present with theologians prior to that.
Please. I want to correct you on one thing. Age of accountability. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Furthermore, even those who didn't think such a thing, such as even St. Augustine, who didn't think there was such a thing, didn't think children would be in eternal torment. He thought that children would be in limbo.
I don't care what St. Augustine thought. St. Augustine was hundreds of years after the friggin' action.
Well, hang on. No, I'll give a little bit to Augustine in part because he.
Well, no, but I'm gonna have to cross with you there, though, Shadow, because at the end of the day, if we're trying to stick to the tightest and closest sources on the matter, St. Augustine is practically in outer space by comparison.
The thing is, though, at the same point, St. Augustine was the one that sat there and spoke out against Christians that were still proclaiming the world to be flat and Christians that were ignoring science. And he's the strongest case we have for a church leader saying, well, still accept science or you look like a fucking retard. And I think that, so I don't want to dismiss him completely offhand.
No, but I think by the same token, I think we can dismiss somebody on a scripture by scripture basis, on a statement by statement basis. You know what I mean? So I think in that particular, You know, there's
I want to go after limbo, purgatory, so to speak, which was recently just declared as not actually ever existing. I think a stronger case could be made in that because they invented this place, limbo, aka purgatory, and then later in the church history they said, nah, never mind, it doesn't exist.
Oops.
Which retroactively takes all those kids from purgatory and throws them straight into the pits of hell.
Oh well, what are you gonna do?
The point of saying, well, limbo is technically the first level of hell. It's separation from God, but it's also without punishment or recompense. It's just a state where there is neither punishment nor praise. And anyway, the only reason I brought up Augustine wasn't to say that this is the official position of the church, and that's correct. But what I did say was even later theologians recognized that children were exempt of any of the same repercussion that adults were, even if they did have sin upon them.
Yeah, but I don't know why you keep talking about later theologians. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, once the canon is closed, that's it. The later theologians can only bring insight as to their opinions on the canon.
Well, I'm okay with running with this, in part because you're saying that this is a place without love. But yet without punishment. And you have these innocent children that have nothing, and they're sent to a place in which they'll never be loved, never anyone care for them. How is that not hell in any meaningful way? I mean, that's a horrible state to live in. You're sitting there in a place where no one's ever going to give a crap about you. And this is mercy? How?
Well, children don't have the consciousness to either be bored or tired or to reflect upon themselves or to opine in any sense.
Bullshit.
Really?
I've got kids. Bullshit, man.
Really?
That's
spoken like somebody who's not a father.
I mean, we're not talking aborted fetuses. We're talking kids that are under that age, which I believe is what? Is it 8 or 12 or something? The age of accountability.
You know, that is fair enough, but may I also point out to Ezekiel 18:20, where it says that the father will not bear, the guilt, how does it go? The son shall not bear the guilt of the father, nor the father bear the guilt of the son.
Which
Past what generation? Past what generation? The sins of the father are visited onto the son into what was it, the 3rd or 5th generation?
Third, but in any case, the point of the verse was to indicate that that guilt doesn't transpire from generation to generation.
Well, the verse I just referenced in which it does.
Except in original sin.
Well, it goes past 5 generations. And the reason I'm bringing up that verse was just to illustrate something. I don't hold that original sin means that we are guilty of what Adam does, but merely because of the consequence of what Adam does, we suffer for it. Just because you suffer for somebody's sins doesn't mean that you are guilty of somebody's sins. You are guilty of
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I hear the Bible talk an awful lot about us being sinners right from the womb.
I hold we're depraved, or we have inclinations towards sin from the womb. Yes, but to say that we are in fact sinners from the womb is something a bit different.
Yeah, okay, but you can't talk about man's nature without saying that that's man's nature from soup to nuts, from cradle to grave. You can't have it both ways.
It's also kind of contradicting what a vast swath of Christianity actually promotes.
Well, the Eastern Orthodox Church has, for example, holds that very same position. And the Eastern Orthodox Church does make up a good chunk of the church itself. So.
Oh, good for them. Well done.
Okay. So, with regards to that, I don't hold that people are guilty of Adam's sin, but at the same time, we do suffer for Adam's sin.
Are we still judged based upon it?
No, we are not. We're based on our own sins.
Of course we are. We're under the federal headship of Adam.
Hang on. If we are not, then why is baptism still important? What is baptism supposed to be for? To do what?
Baptism is the new circumcision. It is our entrance marks the entrance into the church and into the new covenants.
Okay. So it doesn't actually wipe away original sin as is taught by like the Catholic Church, etc.
I wouldn't hold that it wipes away original sin.
Okay. In that case, we still have the conundrum of original sin.
Well, what's the conundrum?
Well, the conundrum is that in accordance to the scripture, you're going to be judged based upon this. Because you still have this sin, you have this blemish, so to speak, on your soul, and you're still going to be held accountable for all your sins, as it says in there.
Yes, ma'am.
And this would be a sin. Now, whether you're saying this is merely something that's this trouble that we get from Adam and this and that, but it's not really it's still considered our sin. It's still the blemish on that proverbial soul thing. So in the case of these supposedly innocent children, they're not innocent. They would still have that sin nature, as it is often referred to, as well as that original sin. They'd still have that mar on there, which would still be condemnation, because it states in the text that God cannot be around sin. Therefore, they cannot be around God.
Who's to say that God couldn't? Who's to say that God couldn't cure them of that? And
who says He does? There's no indication of that anywhere in the text.
Well, all right, but if it's just but if it is just a term of skepticism with regards of what God's going to do, who's to say that we as Christians can't trust God to do what is going to be best for the children, or to do what is going to be best as He sees it, or to even give a justified reason of what He's going to do as being the best way to proceed forward?
Well, because we're taught, because you teach us to trust His word.
Yes.
The problem is that at that point you're kind of retconning, and you're putting minds and intentions into the supposed mind and heart, etc., of this theoretical being, which of course may or may not exist. But assuming that it does exist, which is what we're having to do for the sake of this conversation, and yes, I'm throwing in this caveat a little bit late in the game. In order to entertain that, you kind of have to have this notion that obviously it's going to do this. That's that's not even your interpretation of the text. That's just you saying, I'm uncomfortable with this, so I'm going to choose to believe this, even though the supposed revealed word of God didn't actually reveal this at any given time.
Well, I'm just taking the position of Martin Luther on this one. We entrust the well-being of the unborn and of children and the unbaptized to the hands of a merciful God. I don't know what a merciful God is going to do, but I trust God's judgment. What's wrong with taking a little jump of faith?
Well, the last time someone did that, he drowned the whole planet.
Yeah.
Well, the Bible's pretty clear on this. After the resurrection of the Christians, there's another resurrection. Death and hell give up its dead, and the sea give up its dead, but only death and hell are cast in a lake of fire. The sea constitutes those that are not in Christ. So to say that everyone who's either, say, never heard of Christ, maybe has been presented with an idea of Christ, didn't fully comprehend it, is automatically doomed to hell, I don't even think that's biblically true. I just don't see where that comes from. I mean, God is the judge, right? So, we're saying, would it make sense? Someone's, say they ripped somebody off one time in their life, and they felt really guilty about it, and then they lived a pretty decent life, right? Do we know that God's going to throw that person into hell? No, we don't. End of story.
God says who He will redeem and elect. It doesn't say who He will reprobate or who He will damn.
Okay, let's play with this for a moment.
It's the condemnation complex that a lot of Christians have that have created this idea that, God is this just merciless, ruthless, just can't wait and itching to throw you all into hell. I mean, I don't know where it comes from. But
hang on, though. The thing is, we have a bit of a problem here in the notion that, first off, the only way to get into the heaven, the only way to the Father is through who?
Jesus Christ.
Okay, now if you do not have opportunity to know Jesus, then what?
Well, have you been fairly presented with Christ? I mean, let's be honest here. Everyone prior to Christ, are you saying that they're also, according to the Bible, going to hell? Righteousness was imputed where God saw fit to impute righteousness, not necessarily.
Guys, I'm just saying goodbye so I could take off. My cell phone's about to die of batteries, and I'm going to need to take my laundry back home. Take care.
Later,
doctrinally, at the time of his death, according to varied church doctrines, this Jesus character went down to hell to release all the saints and what have you of old. He actually already went down to redeem those that had died previously.
I think that's a reference to those in the flood.
No,
it's actually to the second resurrection, which not everyone who is resurrected in the second resurrection is actually thrown into the lake of fire. And none of those are Christians, because the Christians would have already been prior resurrected. So I don't see in Scripture where it says that everyone is simply just going to be thrown into hell. And I also, when it says that no man comes to the Father except by me, we don't know exactly what happens after this whole thing goes down. I don't think that. I don't know, man. I'm still working with like what I'm hearing Christians say on here and how you guys are responding to it, but I'm not sure it's entirely scriptural.
Well, the thing is,
where I'm getting.
There isn't necessarily a scriptural answer one way or the other. This is something retcon. This is something that you're imposing your own personal morality and own personal views upon the text.
Oh, I'm quoting scripture when I'm talking about the second resurrection, right? Because those that the people you're proposing when Christ during that three-day period, like, then those people would be resurrected, right? They would be part of the Christian resurrection. They're in Christ, whether they're by spirit in Christ, doesn't matter. But the second resurrection that takes place that nobody ever talks about, it doesn't include Christians at all. They would have already been resurrected. The second resurrection would be those that are in hell or Sheol, or however you want to understand that, and then those that constitute the sea of believers, those that will be judged by their works, but not necessarily thrown into hell.
1 second. Are you referencing the martyrs, the 100? What is it? 1,440 of each tribe, or is it?
No. You're talking about like the Jews.
Those are the martyrs, the ones that are underneath the throne.
No, that's not. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Hang on. I'm gonna give you the scripture just so you know what I'm talking about, because nobody ever talks about this. They just say everyone's going to hell, and I just I don't see where that's at. I mean, God's imputed righteousness before without Christ, and I'm not saying that. I would try to say come to Christ, be part of this faith, but Revelation 20:12 says, and I saw this. Now this is after the 1,000-year reign. This is everyone who's died not in Christ. I saw the dead, small and great, stand before God, and the books were open, and another book was open, which is the book of the life, and the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books according to their works. And the sea gave up its dead which were in it, and death and hell gave up the dead which were in them. Now neither the sea nor death and hell are Christians. Okay.
Okay.
Actually, wait, the last verse.
These are people that are saved, that are redeemed, so to speak.
I'm sorry?
These are people that are essentially saved, redeemed, etc., after the fact. So in essence,
well, these are people who are going to be judged according to their works. So what I read this as, if they're being judged by their works.
So these are people that are brought to the Lord, that go to the Lord, except other than through Jesus.
Correct. This would be people like, okay, for example, the God that I worship is not the God that condemns someone to hell who's never heard of Jesus yet is expected to come to Christ, right? So
the only way to the Father is not through Jesus.
Well, no, Christ is going to be the judge, so ultimately, yes, it is through Christ. Christ is the one who judges everybody. Judgment is given to Christ.
I see what he's saying. Instead of just, saying now here on earth, I believe in Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior, there's kind of the second string that comes in, and second string actually interacts with Jesus personally, and then he discerns who deserves and who doesn't. I haven't heard this particular theology before. This is very interesting.
Well, it's eschatology. This is what happens at the very end. There's a judgment that takes place, but only death and hell are cast into the lake of fire.
Did you ever talk to G-Man about this? Because it seems like completely opposite of. I'm not trying to be funny, but that seems like exact opposite of.
And here's what I'm not saying. If you've been presented with an accurate understanding of who Christ is, and you reject him, and you've actually been presented with the gospel. If a Christian came up to you and was just being a total jerk, and was like, "You don't believe in Jesus, you're going to hell," that's not the gospel. You haven't heard the gospel at that point. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how you'd be held to that standard. It's like, I think that if a Jehovah's Witness came to your house and started talking about their version of Jesus, you might want to reject that Jesus, because that's not the Jesus that we're talking about. So reject that Christ. I'm telling you, that's a good thing. Reject a false Christ. But to say that even Christians could condemn somebody, that's not possible. And it just seems to piss people off more than anything, because it's making them the judge of that person. I don't know.
There's a secondary thing here too, though, in terms of if you're going to present this from that angle. If that's the case, then you could reject the Christian religion, you could reject the teachings, you could reject all these things, but still, in the end, still go through. Based upon the initial interpretation. I don't see
how you could actually be presented, truly be presented with the gospel the way it's supposed to be presented, reject it. I don't see a way around that. I really don't.
Well,
But that depends. If you've been given the gospel from someone who's just, they're doing it in a way that's contrary to the way Christ would have said it, because Christ came in love. He wasn't like beating people over the head. He was, he jumped on the Pharisees because they were ripping people off.
If you're, that's kind of assuming that you are around a plethora of different, Christians. But if you're around people who are like Roy Montaro your entire life, you're going to reject a lot of things, that come out of his mouth.
I don't even mind saying it live. I PM Gus. I think Roy should be banned from conversation. He's bad for conversation.
You sent me a PM. Listen, I should probably give you a pro tip, man. I don't normally pay much attention to the side chats.
Well, that's why I'm saying it here, because he comes into conversations and he gives you a dichotomy that doesn't allow for you to have a choice in the matter. It's just like he's forcing a conclusion on you, and every time he comes into those hangouts, the same thing happens. Everybody runs as far away as they can because they don't want to deal with his crap.
Hang on, Peripheral, that's not true. We invite him in deliberately because he's a lulz cow.
I don't think someone asked him overtly, like, hey, how many people have you, converted with this method? And he got really, really defensive. And it's like, well, if what you're saying works, you should be able to say, oh, yeah, a guy the other day, went and he called me up, just today because he wanted to have a Bible study. But, if you're actually spreading the gospel about love and about humility, which you don't display, then, it shows. I like meeting Christians who emulate Jesus, not who are Bible thumpers. I love talking to Christians. I was talking to a pastor at my work and spent over an hour and a half talking to him, because he was a nice fucking guy and he wasn't this completely self-absorbed asshole. So it's exactly how the methodology that you use to preach it. And this particular eschatology that's being taught, I have not encountered it, and I find it interesting. I'm more receptive to it because it actually kind of, you're going through the steps as to how you view it, and I personally I find that fairly refreshing.
But at the same point, he's still insisting that if you are presented the big book of nonsense in the correct manner, you should merely accept it and Jesus and theology associated with it.
Yeah, sorry, I can jump in here. This seems to fall into the no true Scotsman fallacy.
Yeah.
What?
Where if you could easily claim that anyone is not a Christian based on your own worldview.
I claim the only criterion for you to be a Christian is for you to call yourself a Christian. And I do that not as a pernicious matter, but as a practical matter, because I can't figure Christians out half the time. There are literally as many sects of active Christians as there are sentences in the Bible. So as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't. And I know there's people that think that that's not fair, and there are people who think, well, what if we did that to atheists? But the big difference is, actually, it's not a difference. There is one unifying factor to Christianity, and that's that all Christians believe in Jesus. There's one unifying factor in atheism, and that's that all atheists have a disbelief in the existence of God. So, that being the case, I think it is fair for me to say, if there's a guy over there who believes in Jesus Christ and is acting like a friggin' tartar, then I don't give a shit. Everybody else gets to wear it too. I really don't care. Because otherwise, police your own, or just accept that under the wide envelope, you're going to find all kinds, to the point where certain titles and appellations are going to become meaningless because of the broadness of their application.
That's why it becomes a logical fallacy when you start stating that certain Christians aren't really Christian, because there's no factual, mathematically agreed definition of it. So.
And Peripheral, when you read the Bible,
wait.
Hang on. No, when Peripheral reads the Bible, gets his understanding. Does he get his understanding from himself or from the Spirit?
I pray over scripture that I have hard times understanding. If in a lot of scriptures is really it's sorry guys, my wife. Some of you guys are hearing her talk, but a lot of scripture it's explained somewhere else in the Bible or has a parallel to really drive home the point. If you have a hard time understanding it, but for certain things, especially prophecy and I'm sorry.
Yeah, but when you run across something you're really not sure about, and you talk to other Christians, you don't get the answer. You read the Bible, you don't get the answer. you pray on it, right? And
Absolutely.
then so you're getting that revelation from God then for that scripture then, right?
Yeah, but I don't really have, I don't know, I don't really run into the same issues that often, unless we're talking about like me and Maximus, for example. We probably disagree on eschatology, but those are future events, so I can't really ultimately say with 100% accuracy that I'm right, just because I'm still dependent on the fulfillment of that. But I think that, when we're reading scripture, for example, a lot of it's just, for us, it's just common sense stuff.
Just wait, if I could clear something up. Just because two people just because two people have a disagreement or come to an understanding, well, both people have two different answers to a solution or to an interpretation. Just because that happens doesn't mean that the two people don't have a rationally warranted or a rationally understandable idea. Two people can disagree on something, but it doesn't mean that the investigation or the inquiry, it just has to be abandoned. All it means is rational people can rationally disagree. Now, I understand Peripheral's eschatological position, and I think it's rationable. I think it's warranted. I think he puts effort and thought into it. I disagree with it, but he's not just picking up scriptures and just pulling out interpretations from his bottom. He's putting thought and effort into it. He's harmonizing other scriptures.
So what you're saying is there his own interpretations and not interpretations he's receiving from God?
Well, actually, if I may, in your name, for just one moment here. The thing is, we actually did studies on people that claim to be, whether it be through prayer or what have you, claim to be communing in some ways with this divine thing that the Christians refer to as Yahweh or God or what have you. And they found that the answers they get come from the same region of the brain as if they were simply coming up with the answer themselves, as if it was just out of their own head. There was no additional place. It was as if they were asking themselves a question. The model they use for the God is a direct reflection of the model they use that represents themselves, not something external like you would for a friend or what have you.
With regards to what's going on, I think there's a huge difference from somebody putting into meaning what they want from the scripture and somebody deriving their ideas from a good analysis of the data. I'd say that scripture is from God in the sense that it is the data we have received, but the models and our understanding of the data are of us. And what we do to get the closest picture of the data as it's supposed to be is through rational reflection, critical discourse, and further analysis. That's it.
Well, that's what you think. That's what you think. Some people think if you open it, you read it to sow.
But
they're Christians too.
And they have a very naive way of understanding any kind of data. Even the fundamentalists who think that disagree with one another, and they anathematize one another because it should just be common sense. King James onlyists do not. Even the most radical King James onlyist doesn't do that. There's always some kind of model.
What you've talked about, Maximus, is your particular methodology for internally exegeting Scripture and placing the results of that exegesis into a logical framework for understanding your God and how your God affects the world. But at the end of the day, Max, that's just a set of opinions that you've built a set of protocols around.
Well,
that's actually how. Well, furthermore, that's actually how science goes about doing so. Science has
it does not.
Well, yes, it does.
No.
Let me explain. Let me explain myself. If you look at the history of science, what goes on is there are particular paradigms that are being used to analyze something. For example, let's take biology. At first, you had kind of an Aristotelian set of categories where the paradigms are purposes, ends, telos. After Aristotle, then you kind of go on, and then you have now we have a more, which came from that gradually came about. We first went through a Lamarckian evolution and other prior ideas of evolution up until Darwin, and now we went from that to a more neo-Darwinian model, wherein
Well, the scientific method as we understand it today has evolved. The theological methods of understanding have not. It has always been, lean not upon your own understanding.
There's also another major difference in that.
Wait. Sorry, can you? I dropped out. Gus, can you repeat the last thing?
I'm sorry, Max, man. Curb and Axiom. He should get a chance to talk, I think.
Sorry.
There's actually a problem, though.
I was just going to say that another major difference is that in science, the actual source of the knowledge base continues to expand, while in Christianity and in religion in general, it's basically the Bible, and unless you get another Bible, it's not gonna change. That source remains the same.
You just look for new and exciting ways to interpret the Bible, by trying not to look as though you're looking for new and exciting ways to.
First of all, I don't think the Bible is the sum set. So a couple of things.
I don't leave the point I was trying to drive towards earlier, laying on the floor, and it's about to be. I just want to touch on that briefly, which is that, as I said, when they've studied people that are sitting there and trying to, determine what God wants, they're modeling the portion of the brain that models what you think somebody else thinks isn't what's lighting up. It's the part that is what you think on the matter. So even when you're doing like your exegesis or what have you, you're simply using it against the model of yourself and your own wants and desires in accordance to this study, not against the desires of another. It's against one's own self.
Could you cite a study which shows that?
I'll see if I can look it up. It's been cited dozens of times in the past.
All right, but just to go back to the some set of data, no, actually when it comes to the Bible and exegesis, the data continues to expand too, because over time we accumulate more understanding of the Hebrew language, the Koine language. We also accumulate more knowledge of genre and literature as well. So no, the data set does increase, and we actually have tools of linguistic analysis that early exegetes just simply didn't have. So yeah, it doesn't just, it's not just the Bible.
What you're actually studying still remains very limited. There will never be, for instance, two wholly different Bibles for you to compare Christianities to.
That's not, but that's not necessary for the data set to increase.
I disagree.
It might be limited, but it's increasing. An increase
if it's limited,
a gradual growth of information.
If it's limited, it
so
can't
it's
be
growing. It's increasing.
If it's limited, it can't be increasing.
No. You're conflating.
Stop jerking off the language.
You're conflating. Stop beating yourself, Gus, and recognize that static and limited are not synonymous with one another.
I didn't say static and limited were synonymous with one another. But
it seems you're heavily implying it.
But if we look out, when we're done examining our planet, for instance, we can go and examine another planet. When you're done examining the Bible, the only thing you have left to do is turn around, arc backwards, and go back and examine the Bible again.
But we're not done examining the Bible.
Yeah, but every time a scholar writes a definitive work, he's done for the moment examining the Bible.
And then there's new information that other scholars
there is never new information.
Never.
The Bible doesn't change.
Linguistic information,
understanding
information of genre and ancient literature. Yes, these things do expand.
What the Bible may tell different people doesn't change the fact that the Bible itself, the central documents, assuming that we have enough of them left to even tell anymore, don't change.
Our understanding of the data does change, and we actually do acquire more data to analyze and understand it. So yeah, there is new information being brought in terms of, again, genre, language. As these two things are growing. Linguistics is actually a field. Not only that, but so is ancient literary studies is also a field. Both of these fields increase, and the Bible is just part of that. So yeah, and there's tons of information that comes in that helps us analyze the Bible.
There is not tons of information that constantly comes in to help you analyze the Bible. You guys are at because the book is a finite book. You cannot have an infinite understanding of a finite property. You cannot even have an enormously recursive understanding of a finite property.
It is. Well, what do you mean we can't have a recursive?
You cannot have an enormously recursive understanding of a finite property. In other words, Maximus.
Wait,
In other words,
are you?
I'm explaining it to you for fuck's sake.
Okay, go ahead.
In other words, Maximus, if I had a machine that could study every single atom of your body when I shoved your body into it, there would by necessity be a point past which I could learn no more about you because you are a finite being.
So we can't have a son. So by that understanding, we can't have. By that understanding, we can't have a. By that understanding, we can't have a scientific understanding about human anatomy.
Is that what I said? Is that what I said?
No, I'm saying by that reasoning. I'm not saying that's what you're saying. I'm saying by that reasoning.
No, the statement's ridiculous.
The body is limited, is it not?
The body may be limited, but there are other bodies.
It's not self-limiting, is what he said. Like the Bible's already.
There are other Bibles. Yes, there are. There are hundreds of manuscripts.
Yeah,
they're all manuscripts.
We can get into that problem in a minute. But the fact of the matter is that current Christianity cleaves only to a certain number of Bibles, first of all. But even if you wanted to push that to one side and you wanted to go back to the original manuscripts, we don't have them.
Yeah, that's why we accumulate information using the manuscripts we do have, and
There we go. And once you decide
we don't have the original manuscripts of, and we have the original manuscript.
And once you decide to do that, you reach a point past which eventually you will reach a point past which, because those manuscripts, and even if you found a couple of more scraps, which is less and less likely because what they were created on doesn't last all that long under natural elements, you'll find less and less, and eventually there simply will be no more that you can learn about it because it's not being made anymore.
So why is Gus claiming that the interpretation of the Bible has to depend on biblical manuscripts only? Why can't it depend on other manuscripts which were written in the same cultural context, which you can use to interpret?
Such as?
I don't know. As a random example, Josephus's Antiquities.
You know, if I could ever have a situation where I could put 100 scholars of antiquated literature into a room, throw in a copy of Josephus, lock the door, and not walk in 10 minutes later and find half of them dead being eaten by the other half, I would happily treat Josephus seriously.
So because there's disagreement within a field, you don't.
It's not disagreement; it's violent disagreement. And the people who disagree, many of them believe that Josephus is not to be paid any attention to at all when it comes to the Bible.
Well, nobody is saying that no one is saying that Josephus has to be paid attention to seriously when it comes to the Bible. But
then why are we talking about him then?
Hang on. It was not Maxey that brought up Josephus in his defense.
No, I'm not saying it was. I'm not saying, oh, you dirty cocksucker Maximus, or how dare you bring up Josephus.
What I'm saying is I think he would know better than to bring Josephus into this.
Sure.
What I am essentially saying here.
If you want to walk away from Josephus, Max, I mean, I'll graciously let you walk away from Josephus. Derez talked about a piece of contemporary literature, and then he brought up Josephus, which, please, it's like bringing up a soiled napkin at a picnic. If you wanted to bring up something perhaps a little bit more, I don't know. I would happily step back and let you do that.
Well, here, let me ask you a question.
Wait.
So I haven't said much this whole time.
All right, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Epi. I want you to
go ahead. No.
Oh, Jesus, don't polite each other to fucking death.
Okay, so I was just going to ask you, Gus, do you know the difference between an interpolation and a forgery?
Of course I know the difference between an interpolation and a forgery.
Okay, for the people that don't, an interpolation would be something that was tampered with but has an actual real core to it that was built around. A forgery is all 100% fake. There's no real core to it.
Hold on a minute, please.
So Josephus is considered widely to be an interpolation, meaning a later Christian interpolation, which means that it's not an outright forgery, which means there's a small.
I'm not saying that what. Yeah, and the definition of interpolation is an estimation of a value within two known values in a sequence of values. Your definition
a literary interpolation means that it was later redacted by somebody and added to. which interpolation it means that it was added to from the original core. That's what
Yeah.
that's what
Okay. Well,
interpolation means in
that
literary sense.
even allowing that, the problem with Josephus is that he's widely considered to be a polemicist and 2 ticks to the left of a propagandist. So much of what he writes cannot, in their opinion and in mine as well, cannot be trusted.
That's not the case.
We had 3 works of
Oh, yes, it is
Josephus.
the case.
That's not the just to finish up. That's not the case with everything he's saying. Just because he has biases in certain areas doesn't mean he has biases. Does not mean he doesn't have biases in every area.
I totally hear what you're saying, Maximus, but I can pour half a can of Coke out, piss in the rest of it, and hand it to you and say, "Hey, it's still half good." Would you drink it? Of course not.
As far as Jewish historians or historians of that, go ahead.
If Josephus tried to make his way as a scholar with those kind of credentials today, he'd be laughed out of the halls of academia.
Well, we're very grateful that modern historians don't have a take it or leave it idea when it comes to ancient texts. What they do have is methods of getting the most accurate information and dispelling the shit that isn't going to be historically helpful. It's not just take it or leave it. It's let's see what we can derive from.
It or leave it, but when the guy's a
your Coke analogy is very misleading.
Well, my Coke analogy is only the tip of the iceberg. The fact of the matter is that the guy is viewed under a great deal of dispute amongst scholars, and because
only one of his works. You've been talking a lot, Gus. You might need to listen, and you might learn something. So of Josephus's works, we have 3 known. Only one of which has been interpolated. Josephus, as a historical source, he's a Jewish historian, is up at the highest level, and most people trust that all of his
perhaps
testaments,
instead of telling me that I might learn something, perhaps you might actually stick to the point, rather than trying to broaden Josephus's work beyond that which we're concerned with, and that's with what he wrote about the Bible. Instead of lecturing me about how I have an inability to listen, maybe you could actually stick to the point for 10 seconds, and I'm pretty sure that if you did, you would discover that what Josephus wrote about the Bible and about Jesus is heavily disputed. And
because
for good reason. Not because he was an interpolator, because he was a fucking polemicist.
You don't even know what interpolation means.
Because he was a turncoat to the fucking Romans, and he wanted to ingratiate himself with them, and then he was a turncoat back. The guy can't be fucking trusted when it comes to the Bible.
Can you list
So when it comes to Josephus, the particular thing that's being discussed here is whether or not his mention of Jesus is historically reliable. He has nothing to gain or lose in mentioning a historical Jesus. Jesus was just one name along with John the Baptist detailing Jewish preachers at the time. He has no bias of whether or not that's taken as a historical fact or fiction. Second of all, it's understood as an interpolation by most Josephus scholars. In fact, Bart Ehrman cites a Josephus scholar who says, yeah, most Josephus scholars accept this as an interpolation, but there is at its core a mention of a historical Jesus.
Great. Everybody in the club thinks the same way about Josephus, and just because Josephus didn't have a readily identifiable motive for doing something, first of all, doesn't mean he didn't have a motive at all, and second, who cares if he had a motive?
Yep.
Wait. Hang on. Before we sit there and keep just screaming back and forth on this, I actually got into this little bit shameless yesterday, and I think that we managed to get a lot of headway to a degree. Do you mind if I revisit that with you for a brief moment, Seamus?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Now, if I remember correctly, you'd actually isolated the portion of the text from Josephus which is regarded to actually be genuine. Do you still have that handy by chance?
No, I can pull it up quickly though.
If you would, please. Now, there's a lot in Josephus that is highly contested, and much of which is considered to be relatively thrown out. It's only basically one sentence out of, what is it, four, I think it is, that is accepted as being part of Josephus. And as for what it says pertaining to religion in the Bible, let's see if we can pull it up and see how objectionable you find this. Can we agree to that and suspend the argument until that point?
I don't see why this is such a huge issue, because all of these references are available online. Like Josephus, the Arabic version, is thought by most scholars to be authentic. So,
no, it's not. No, it's not. Josephus is
actually, he's right about that. There's an early Arabic manuscript that has the uninterpolated core, and it predates the other manuscript that we have. So he does in fact know what he's talking about, and it's actually on the Wikipedia page if you just cared enough to read it.
Well, I'm glad you think so. I mean, the fact of the matter is that Josephus is not.
A cursory glance of the Wikipedia
You know what,
page.
Seamus? You know what, Seamus? You keep talking down to me, and I'm going to put a boot up your ass.
Well, I mean, I'm
Keep
not trying
talking
to
down
talk
to me.
down to you, but
Yeah, try harder not to talk down to me. Try harder.
well, you know, it's kind
Try a
of
little
hard
harder.
to.
Start now. It's a good time to start.
Yeah, I mean, you don't like it, right? When somebody points out something obvious to you, and where you
can point
overlook
out
something obvious.
anything.
You don't like it,
Point
do you?
out anything you want, but you don't get to talk to me like I'm a fucking idiot.
Well, that's something that I was actually speaking about before when I was having a conversation with Vecco, and your name here was there, and a few others were there, and then actually, Carbon Axiom was there. We were explaining something he had no idea about, but none of us talked down to him at all, and that is really the issue of 99% of the problems I have with Seamus, is that he has this propensity to be very, very condescending, whether he acknowledges or not. And so then he'll make an excuse for himself like he's about to do now.
No, but when you come into a subject talking like you know all sorts of criticisms, like you figured it all out, and then when someone brings up some obvious rebuttal to that, and you just completely don't have any clue of it, it's kind of like questionable.
When I completely don't have any clue of it, blow it out your ass. How does that sound like a complete clue? You have not proved that Josephus has suddenly gained any more authenticity among scholars than he did before. And this whole notion that some of his writings may have been authentic, it doesn't fucking matter. We're not talking about the rest of the stuff he wrote. Josephus, in this particular conversation, Josephus was brought up as an external manuscript that might be able to assist in understanding the Bible. In that respect, it is generally considered that Josephus is royally full of fucking shit. And I'm sorry, but you can say anything you want to, but unless you bring me a number of friggin' scholars, okay, here, let me try this one. Unless you bring me the same people that now say he's full of shit, that they've been presented with new evidence that he's not full of shit, I'm going to go on thinking that he's full of shit, and you making fun of me and you talking down to me isn't going to change that. All it's going to do is make me call you a filthy prick and tell you to go and fuck yourself.
The interesting thing is the parts of Josephus which hold up, certain tenets of the Bible are not the parts that Seamus is actually claiming that are authentic, and that's really why I was trying to get him to get to that quote, because I thought that would kind of bury this argument.
I have it right here. I'm copy and pasting it now.
Also, if there is, Gus, earlier you kind of alluded to, just because there isn't a readily available motive doesn't mean that there isn't an underlying one that we just don't know of yet. But if that is the case, then the burden of proof is on you to actually show that a motive is there.
You're absolutely right, which is why I'm also quite likely to go with the alternate explanation that he may not have had any motive at all. He may simply have been thinking that he was copying things out correctly and got it wrong. But again, I get back to the fact that most of the scholars that I have heard, when they've looked at Josephus, they've said that the guy's a polemicist and 2 ticks to the left of a propagandist. The guy is a two-time turncoat into the Roman legions. I can't trust anything that guy says. And maybe they can. Okay, that's fine. Make fun of my understanding of scholarship all you want to. The problem is I'm not alone.
Just to clarify something, I have never berated you for your understanding, nor have I insulted you on those matters.
Maximus, when I want to refer to you having done something specifically, I'll use the word Max.
Gotcha.
I understand that you and me were fine.
Cool.
Yeah, no, you're not the only one who feels that way at all, Gus. Trust me. And I've actually expressed this in many hangouts when certain theists come in with this kind of haughty attitude towards things, and then people have said that I've been condescending, and I've seen to correct it instead of just throwing my weight around.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's some condescension there, but you have to understand, Gus is sitting there breathing all heavy.
An adult says there's been some condescension there and then stops. That's when an adult
I don't
does.
really care what kind of respect or if you think I'm an adult, but you should at least let me finish my.
Not
thing.
a
I let you
goddamn
finish.
chance if I don't respect you, little man. Not a goddamn chance if
So
I don't
you're
respect
willing
you.
to just devolve the conversation when I'm being perfectly
I'm not willing
polite.
to devolve the conversation at all. If you treat me with respect, I will treat you the same way. But the second I think that you're talking to me like I normally sit in a high chair and eat all my meals pureed,
Well,
you're
then
going to
you
take
haven't
two of
been
my
very
feet up your
respectful
ass.
from the start of this conversation. You've been overly aggressive. You barely take a breath.
You wouldn't
You're not
know
letting
overly
people
aggressive
speak.
if it walked up and broke your fucking nose. You are such a candy ass sometimes. The slightest thing someone says that you don't like, and you fucking run screaming to the hills. You know what? I think what you need to do is you need to accept that some of the vitriol that comes out here isn't really that personal. If you listen to what a number of people say about you,
Well, you're the one
not
taking everything
necessarily aimed
personal.
at-
I'm ready to
now
get back
who's
to the
interrupting
argument.
who? Now who's interrupting who? You see, that's another thing. You and your double standard have got to fucking go at some point. You think absolutely nothing about talking over top of somebody and interrupting them, but the picosecond that it's done to you, you're knuckling your eyes and they're half in tears. I think you either need to fucking cowboy up and realize that it gets rough in some of these fucking rooms, or you need to find rooms where it's not so rough. Either way, I'm getting sick of you crying on my ass because I'm not fucking holding my pinky up when I take my tea.
Are you done yet, dude? Can we get back to
Are
the
you
argument?
done yet, dude? Like, aim the god.
I mean, I know you're having your little episode. I want to let it run its
An
course.
episode, is
but-
that what you call it? Go ahead. Fuck, I swear to God, man. The more that you decide to belittle me, the further I'm going to get neck deep in your ass. And the only thing that's going to stop me is if whoever runs this room kicks me out at this point.
How about this? I'll just,
you
for
call-
the
you
sake
call
of
the
this
ball.
room, okay, I
For the
will.
sake of the room, I shall martyr myself rather than alter my behavior so that it actually conforms to that of an adult. I'd rather sit here and cry.
No, I'm just saying, for the sake of the room, I'll just be quiet for like 30 minutes and let you
Or
guys kinda
maybe
talk.
you could just say something without talking down to people. If you're right, Seamus, you don't need to talk shit to people. If you're right, the facts will carry themselves. And if they don't, what difference does it make? You're still right. Why do you got to talk to people like they're fucking stupid?
Well, first of all, because I kind of think when someone jumps into a conversation like they know everything, then they should be held like they do know everything. So if you want to come and jump on something, because I guess you heard a YouTube video or listened to a few conversations, and you haven't really cared to do any big-time reading into the subject, but you want to fire away accusation or after accusation, then
But
yeah,
that's,
I get to
but
be a
that's
little
not up. That's not up to you to judge. It's not up to you to judge my methodology. If you think that I'm incorrect, you put your facts on the table and you stand there and let your facts do the fighting for you. Just because you hold me and everybody who's not as smart as you in contempt doesn't give you the
I'm
right
not
to
very
open your fucking
smart.
mouth and say so.
I wouldn't say I'm very smart.
Well, you seem to think you are. You talk like you are. You act like you are. And more to the point, you act like you're smarter than just about everybody else.
Okay, so the one line in Josephus says considered to be legitimate. Do you have it yet?
I like you,
Yeah,
Seamus.
he posted it in the side chat, I think. I don't know. I don't
I
pay much
posted the
attention
whole
to the side
quote.
chat.
I'll post what most scholars believe is legitimate. Give me one second.
What's up, Art? Is he around?
Oh, no, I think he might have. Is he still here?
No, he's gone
Art.
chasing it. He's gone chasing it. Oh, Art?
No.
Oh, okay.
All right.
That's okay. My mother says I'm very condescending too.
What's
she's
that?
right.
God damn it, Dragnut!
But no, see, when my mother says it,
And-
I know why she says it. She's right.
In
Bob.
in your mother's defense, you are a bag of dicks.
Yes.
That's
part of the reason I have this image.
A sack of African American penises, actually, which is a greater in substance to the normal Caucasian penis, and therefore the effect is magnified. And I hope to God he's laughing at this because otherwise he's going to kill me.
No, I was going to say we're going to start calling, instead of BBC, we're going to start calling him Andy Faves. Those who've seen the image understand why.
Okay, long before the long-ass argument started, the notion of somehow the writings of Josephus validating the Bible is what was originally brought up. Now, in terms of
even what is being indicated by Shamos as being legitimate here, the question should be, how much of what the Bible claims is this actually, if anything, validating? And that actual quote, as presented, is, "About this time there lived Jesus, and when upon the accusations of the principal of men among us, Pilate had condemned him to a cross, those who had first come to love him did not cease." That's it. This does not validate the Bible, and if we had simply gotten to which part isn't contested, other than, this claim that there was some dude named Jesus that died, with exception of that, that's the only thing, if at all, that it potentially really validates. Nothing pertaining to miracle claims, nothing about who he was or any of these other things. It's kind of, in some ways, a moot point having this argument going back and forth when it doesn't really validate the kind of things which were initially being implied by the first statement prior to the reference of Josephus.
Well, I wanted to say this 8 pages ago.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, somebody brought up Josephus.
But at the same point, even the part of Josephus which Shamos promotes as being, there and valid and what have you, doesn't actually lead to the conclusions necessarily that this person was the Christ, that this person was God, or any of the other Christian doctrines, which is implied by claiming that Josephus somehow is another text which validates it. And that's really the end of it.
Yeah, I don't see anything here except that there were some people who believed that there was a dude named Jesus who Pilate nailed to the cross. I mean, first of all, how does he know? Was he there?
Well, I mean even before you go down that road, it kind of negates the initial argument and then this long-ass protracted extended argument. This whole thing's been kind of in vain, which was driving me a little nutsy, frankly.
Well, I think the question is, what would we expect to see if Jesus was a historical figure? If we have people who are chronologically listing ancient preachers, yeah, Josephus was partially doing that. That's why I also mentioned John the Baptist earlier. Tacitus was also doing this. That's why we have a mention of Jesus in Tacitus.
Epi, what was when was Josephus born? Wasn't he born supposedly after Christ?
I believe
correctly from yesterday, it's roughly 69 to 122.
Okay, so he comes. Well, then he was. He came well after Pontius Pilate, right? But we know Pontius Pilate was a real person. I mean, that doesn't invalidate Pontius Pilate, right?
Right.
I mean, so there is truth to some of the things. I mean, he had a pretty detailed history, up till 70 AD of a lot of events. I mean, I think that, there is some credibility there, whether the account of Christ, I mean, I don't really care if that particular account of Christ is genuine or not at this point. That's not what convinced me personally, but, do we know for sure that this is an addition, or this is in fact something that was added, from bias or something like that?
Well, I'd like to make a comparison by way of what's that, Shadow?
Say much. Who cares?
I'm sorry.
It doesn't say much to really give a theological basis to any of the claims, really, other than there once was a man named Jesus that was killed. That's it.
Well, right, but I mean that's kind of fair. If it is in fact genuine, what would we expect from a Jew regarding the life of what a Jew would consider a heretic, which would be Jesus, right? Like, why would he detail so much? What would he possibly detail about Christ, knowing that he's a Jew who doesn't accept Christ, obviously. So he's talking about this figure. I don't know. It just kind of.
No, but he's supposed to be a chronicler and a historian, right? So. Now, I don't make the mistake of thinking that these people are going to be completely unbiased, but there's a point past which that bias becomes polemics, and once it reaches that point, can you trust anything they say? And by way of helpful comparison, I wonder if there are as many scholars who dispute what Ptolemy wrote about Alexander as dispute what Josephus wrote about Jesus. I do not think so. I'd like to be proven wrong.
What did Ptolemy write about Alexander? I mean,
just about everything. Ptolemy was one of Alexander the Great's greatest biographers.
All right, and And you say how would what Josephus writes about Jesus be analogous to that, or
No, what I'm saying is, do modern scholars have anywhere near as much of a dispute over what Ptolemy, a general who served in Alexander's army and would know for a fact, therefore, because he was a direct contemporary and a subordinate in his army, would know that A, Alexander existed, and B, most of the stuff that he did, barring embellishment, he actually did. You know, would the scholars be as disputatious over him? Are there scholars that are as disputatious over Ptolemy as they are over Josephus? And if they're not, then why? Since it seems to be in the nature, it hasn't been suggested here, but it has been suggested in other places that, well, you know, scholars are just going to debate what historical figures did no matter what, and particularly chroniclers of historical figures. So that's so you know, it's the I guess my point is, if somebody came along and said this was Ptolemy's chronicle of, you know, what Alexander did at the Battle of Gaugamela, then I'm pretty sure that if I took it to, you know, a shit ton of scholars roughly in the field and who studied Ptolemy directly, I wouldn't get half as much dispute over what Ptolemy said about Alexander at the Battle of Gaugamela than I would about what, you know, what Josephus said about Jesus.
All right.
And I think
Well,
I think there's a big reason for that, and I don't think that reason happens to be rooted in the fact that we're all secular and hate God. Rah rah rah.
All right. So with regards to Josephus, yeah, I'm not going to dispute that he's not a controversial figure. Of course he is. He's a turncoat, and of course he has an agenda. But we can also dispute the fact of whether or not his agenda would get in the way of telling us anything about Jesus Christ. So if he's just claiming that he existed and that he was a preacher, then really that's just a passing mention. It doesn't really affect his overall modus operandi. He's just mentioning it.
That was Christian when modify the text is really the issue, even more so than that.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, we could get around those interpolations. We know what's being interpolated.
If all Josephus said was that there was somebody named Jesus, Pilate didn't like him and stuck him up on a cross.
And James was his brother.
What's that?
And James was his brother.
Yeah, but that's pretty much it, and that's pretty much all it says.
Well, it does confer what Paul says. Paul also said there was an existing Jesus, and James was the brother of the Lord.
Usually the uninterpolated
but look at how that was different there, though. James was the brother of the Lord, not James was the brother of Jesus. Right? So automatically,
the Lord is Jesus. But of course Paul is referencing Jesus as the Lord.
I know, but was Josephus referring to James as the brother of the Lord?
He was referring to him as the brother of Jesus.
I understand that. So right there, now you've got two slightly different, and when I say slightly different, I mean slightly different in syntax only, because it's a really big thing. You know, if you were my brother Maximus, there'd be a big difference between Maximus, the brother of Gus, and Maximus, the brother of Gus the all fucking mighty, right?
Right. Yeah, but
there'd be a big difference there.
So the distinction between but that just goes to a distinction of what Josephus and Paul would have thought of Jesus. Josephus wouldn't have agreed with Paul that Jesus is the Lord. That's the only difference. That's the only distinction, but that's a distinction in character. It's not a distinction in the referent. The referent is
okay. Yeah, no. In the basic two sentences, no, it really is only one word. If all you're talking about is syntax, yeah, it's only one word. But in that word lies an enormous difference.
Well, really, all the ends.
It only matters though if you're insisting that Josephus somehow validates Christianity. And
no,
I'm not saying that.
What Josephus validates when you take into mention the uninterpolated core and just that brief mention, it helps. Usually, it's only used against Christ's mysticism. So it's used in defense of the historicity of Christ. It's not used for to impose any theological implications. It's most often just used in historicity cases, which is pretty compelling.
Yeah, and I would agree with Seamus on that one.
I don't think that's really all that compelling, but that's neither here nor there. The point is that in terms of the theological positions of Christianity, this does not actually support the theological positions posed by Christianity, and that's what the original implication that led to this long-ass stupid argument was.
Yeah, but this just goes into whether or not we're making a historical point or a theological point. And I think that this has just been a historical discussion.
But the problem is the problem is that Derez held Josephus as an exterior confirmation of all that the Bible was, not just the history of the Bible.
Oh, right. That's how we got on this discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, so with regards to the... Yeah, but we were at that point earlier just discussing the methods of interpretation. And the only thing I was saying was, from the Bible, what we have are tools of interpretation, understanding of literary uses, tools that are incumbent on the genre, and also the linguistic meaning. That's usually something that is scholarly discussed. It's something that archaeology and linguistic analysis gives us more information about as time goes on, and we could use it to apply and interpret that information to the Bible. So the data that we're getting becomes clearer a little bit over time if we're trusting the methodology of linguistics and ancient literature, or ancient literary analysis. So that's all I was mentioning. And it's a practice that gets a little more refined as time goes on, but it gets refined nonetheless. And
but nonetheless, in terms of that initial claim that somehow all Christendom is somehow validated by Josephus, you all agree it doesn't. So
it doesn't.
We're kind of done, and you guys, I think everyone.
I'm not sure if that was the exact argument he was making. I'd have to go back and listen to it.
That's kind of how it came across to myself, and I believe that's how it came across to Gus as well. When you bucked that, I think that's in part what Gus was responding to.
Okay. Yeah, but the original argument, I think, was just illustrating about how Christians interpret the Scripture, and whether or not we have a method that is capable of deriving more information, interpreting the structure and the form of the text.
I don't even know anymore. I'm tired now.
I think
I've been screaming at Seamus all afternoon, and I'm just tired.
It
tuckered
happens.
me out, you little squiggly writing prick. Yeah, you tuckered me out.
Oh, by the way, Seamus, did you get the article I sent you, the blog post?
No, was that in private message? I'll have to.
It was in private message. I was just trying to clear up what I meant by defend the original dating of the Gospels. I should have been clearer. I defend the writing of the Gospels. Defend the dating of the Gospels in the Paulinian sense. I mean, put it at least contemporaneous to Paul, where he could have gone the scriptural interpretation. Glenn Peebles actually has a nice defense where he cites that Paul would have to cite the Gospel of John in 1 Timothy, if Paul is the author of 1 Timothy. And even if he isn't the author of 1 Timothy, it still can be defended. It can still be defended as still an earlier Pauline in the sense of tradition.
First Timothy, I believe, is one of the ones that's highly contested, or was that 2 Timothy? I thought it was both of them, wasn't it?
2 Timothy is highly contested. 1 Timothy is less contested, but still contestable.
Thank you.
So what's the argument?
In 1 Timothy, there's a citation of the Gospel of Luke, which would entail that the Gospel of Luke would have had to have been written at the same time or beforehand. And to the point where the author of Timothy could have gotten to it.
Well, Timothy is one of the later epistles. So, like, for example, which one is that? Philippians is before Timothy, and Philippians is dated like what, late 50s, early 60s or something. So how late is Timothy dated? I don't know. I haven't really checked into that.
Well, let's see. When is Timothy dated?
Because it's not very far. It's not very far away, even without. Like, it's not. It doesn't seem to be all that far removed, anyways.
Let's see. The first epistle of Timothy. The first, okay,
like 65 or something. Is that what you're saying?
62 to 67 CE.
Yeah, so like 65 was right around. Yeah, so they would just say that it predates Mark, and then if it references Luke, that does make some interesting implications, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I kind of meant by the dating of Gospels. Which one interesting thing
It has an implication that maybe the Gospels should be dated earlier, but I mean, I think that like the main point that I was driving home was not that like let's take the Gospels and let's try to like establish that they could even be dated earlier. I mean, I was saying that it's not like to say that look, just because the Christian New Testament contains the earliest writings about Jesus doesn't mean that they're legit or anything like that. But it's like it's the very beginning of an argument to say that there are no apocryphal writings that predate any of the New Testament. And so that's to say that Christianity, and if you look at the canonization process and how they disputed a lot of sources, they even tried to dispute Revelation for a while. They vetted these books, so there's
actually Revelation is regarded as not necessarily being part of the text for another number of subsections. Damn it. I get blank in the word. Groups of Christians. Fuck it.
Also, by way of Apocrypha, there were books before, like Enoch, for example.
I think Shamos means New Testament Apocrypha, not Old Testament Apocrypha.
Yeah, I specifically said New Testament Apocrypha. So
Well,
the earliest Apocrypha from the New Testament is pretty heavily like there's a pretty good majority opinion that it's the Gospel of Thomas, and most people would date that about like 125. Although I have like heard crazy people date it in the 90s, which I don't think is like absolutely crazy. I just don't think it's that early. I think it's definitely after the Gospel of John.
Well, the Third Council of Carthage is quite adamant with regards to what is in the New Testament, and it does include Revelations. It says one book of the Apocalypse of John. So, and this was the earliest church established canon by way of council.
Wait. Yes, it was actually put in, but just by a fucking hair. You know the story of that, right?
Oh yeah, I know it was.
That's what I was. My point was that Revelation was heavily contested, so the early church actually vetted certain books, and you can tell that they vetted certain books because look at the Gospels and look at the New Testament as a whole. They're the earliest writings on Christianity that we have. It's not. It would be.
It was so. Would you mind, Seamus, if I quoted the council rather quickly?
Sure. Go ahead.
Why no, Maximus? Quote the council.
It was also determined that besides the canonical scriptures, nothing can be read in the church under the title of divine scriptures. The canonical scriptures are these: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, the sons of Nun, Judges, Ruth, 4 books of Kings, 2 books of Paralimnia, Job, the Psalter, 5 books of Solomon, the book of 12 prophets, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Daniel, Tobit, Judith, Esther, 2 books of Esdras, 2 books of Maccabees of the New Testament, 4 books of the Gospels, 1 of Acts of the Apostles, 13 epistles of the Apostle Paul, 1 epistle of the same, writer to the Hebrews, 2 epistles to the Apostle Peter, 3 John, and 1 of James, 1 of Jude, 1 of the Apocalypse of John. This be made known to all our brothers and fellow priests, Boniface.
Somebody likes hearing himself talk.
I really do.
Alone. Why are we not talking about Ezekiel 23:20? I mean, that we've been talking about all these other scriptures and kind of skipping over that one.
I don't even remember that being brought up in this one.
Well, I love listening to Maximus read lists of things. I could listen to him read the phone book if there were phone books anywhere.
Abigail Astor, Abigail.
Go ahead, read Ezekiel 23:20 aloud. No, read it out loud.
Donkeys.
Read it.
And whose issue is like the issue of horses. The issue of horses. Oh, my heavens. Dirty, 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 dirty.
Well, in terms of Ezekiel, I think the best one is the King James Version, which reads a lot better.
And has more F's in it.
For she doth upon her paramours, whose flesh is as flesh of asses, and whose issue is like the issue of horses. Thus thou
Fucking
castest to
porno in
remembrance
here.
the lewdness of thy youth, and bruising thy
Oh.
teats by the Egyptians for the paps of thy youth.
Wow.
Okay, so we were having a discussion about this. This to kind of break the tension a little bit. Okay, Peripheral and I were talking in the chat whether this is just metaphor or is this just explicit detail from a hooker.
Larry Flint is what
It's
this
metaphor.
shit is.
It's metaphor.
Okay.
Is it?
How do we know this is metaphor?
This is Bob Guccione is what this is.
I think more specifically, it's called poetic language.
Oh, poor Maximus. He got himself a boinger. He had to go.
That was metaphor flapping. That's what that was for.
That's right. Oh, flesh of ass.
I can
I'm
imagine.
tired of doing that in the truck.
Poor Maximus.
Yeah, are you in the truck right now, or are you in your hotel or wherever?
No, I'm in the truck.
Right on. Don't get too big a boner. You won't be able to shift.
That's right.
It gets caught in his, it gets caught in the steering wheel. Makes it hard to turn.
Just what the hell? Just friggin' trail it out the side like an outrigger. Let it turn left for you.
Funny story. I was having a discussion with my mother. This is like a few years ago.
About sex and now you're talking about mother.
This is not right. We're talking about penises, and it brings up a discussion with your mother.
I told her to read this passage.
Uh-oh.
Oh. She said she had never heard this passage ever in her life, and I was like, "You've been a Christian over 20 years, and you just never run across. Have you ever read anything in Ezekiel?" And evidently, she hadn't made it that far. So I said, "Okay, you probably need to read that thing a little bit better." I told her to read the entire chapter.
Sir, sir, you're extremely lucky because it's a well-known fact that African American mothers still practice corporal punishment on their children.
Sorry, did you guys catch my explanation about its recurrence throughout the minor prophets as metaphor?
No, that's what we were trying to understand in the chat.
Right. Throughout the minor prophet.
Poor Maximus.
For committing idolatry is reoccurring. So yeah.
I would just like to take it. I would just like to take a time out here and let you guys know I'm on a cell phone. And for all you fuckers having a conversation in the chat, piss off.
Yeah. Me too.
I'm sorry. I typed in the chat to you, but then I realized you're probably driving.
And they committed whoredoms, entire whoredoms. Not just a whore, but a whoredom.
Okay, now we've established he's on his phone. Let's all talk about this chat.
That's right. Bob is.
Everybody muted. Talk to him on the chat.
Dude.
And they committed whoredoms in Egypt. They committed whoredoms in their youth. There were their breasts pressed, and there they bruised the teats of their virginity. It's some interesting language.
Where can I get me a glass of them fresh breast pressings? Fuck.
And they complain about porn? Really?
Yeah, really, eh?
Well, the Song of Solomon is pretty.
Yeah.
Pornographic.
You best go please the other half there, Peripheral, my son.
Bible porn doesn't count.
But just to be clear, I am a Christian and I read my Bible. And
fapping to the prophets.
It happens, In the Bible is about life.
Oh, Daniel. Oh, Daniel.
Peripheral, that's pretty sexy when he gets on camera.
Leviticus lube. When you just can't figure out what to do with someone who's wearing two different types of fabrics, except no substitute.
Oh.
This polyester feels so good against my skin.
That's right.
I never thought so, and I grew up in the 70s, man. I took a lot of polyester.
Well, you had that imitation silk and satin stuff too, man.
I didn't like it.
Plus you had lame.
I prefer cotton.
There we go.
I've always been a fat bastard. I still have nightmares about fucking corduroy.
Me.
Fabrics.
I have them too.
All day.
That stuff will chafe the hell out of your thighs.
Boop, 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 boop.
And they make that funny noise. so everyone knows you're walking.
It makes it made it hard as hell to sneak up on them Christians in the alley. I'm telling you.
That's right.
I wasn't a Christian back then, so.
Back in my younger days, we used to take a bunch of boys to the woods and we play
out there behind the corduroy factory.
Yeah. We play who's got their virginity still, and everyone lost by the end of the night.
In the Game of Thrones, you either win or you go home walking funny.
They thought I said Thrones, I said Game of Throats.
Yeah, that's right.
You misunderstanding.
Oh, sorry about that. It must have been them northern rules.
Hell, it's been a whole 2 weeks since I tricked a woman into having sex with me.
Bob,
forgot about that one.
When you trick them by putting money in their hands, that's not really a trick.
You call it a trick.
They do call it a trick. Yeah, in that case, Bob, the trick is on you, my friend. Sorry about that. It's all right. It's all right. We'll get him educated yet, hopefully before he gets too far south.
Yeah, they call them lot lizards at the truck stops.
Lot lizards. Oh.
Yeah, I've known that for a while.
Lot lizards.
I used to see that a lot when I was in California. I had to drive pretty far to get off base, and then there was a big truck stop over there. And so there just so happened to be a McDonald's sitting next to one of the truck stops, and then you used to see these kind of young girls hopping these big rigs all the time, and you're like, oh, man.
Packs.
Yeah, like, they're pretty solitary. They're pretty solitary.
In Central Illinois, they walk around in packs through the truck parking lot, and they even have security that supposedly is to keep them out and the truckers safe. They get in, but guys who are trying to visit their cousin who are driving through don't. Because I might go in there and club some driver.
Right, with your club.
Yeah, whatever. It's not that big.
Beat them down with that Bible.
That's right.
I wasn't a Christian either.
He had an enormous member, officer. He just beat me senseless with that thing.
Sir, why is your jaw bruised? Oh, you put me down on the ground and never mind.
I couldn't see it. I just looked over. It was like darkness at noon, and suddenly he was just beating me and beating me. It was terrible.
Sir, we got a case of the Eclipse truck beater again.
Darkness at noon. That's what I call it. Darkness at noon.
Yeah, somewhere Nate's fainting.
That's right.
Oh, sorry, it's never going to get old.
Well, Nate's sitting there saying, "Boy, I'm glad I kicked him out of my hangout."
Nate's either.
I mess with a lot of other Christians, but Nate's he's too easy. He's a good sport about it, though.
He is that too, but even as a Christian, he doesn't seem to invite me to his hangouts.
Is he a Christian? I don't know what the hell he is.
Which Nate? I should say which Nate.
Nate Cunningham, Roy's friend.
Oh yeah, he's supposedly a Christian.
Roy's friend? Yes or no?
I don't know if Roy has.
I drove him right around the fucking bend the other day. I got into one of his hangouts, and every single thing he said, every time he came up for a breath of air, I was like, yes or no? Poor J.D. Kane couldn't stop laughing, and fucking Roy Montero just went beaters after a while. He was just like, would you stop it? Nope. No, I don't believe that I shall.
Should I or should I not stop?
That's right, yes or no?
Now you see how annoying that shit is.
That's right.
They never seem to get it until it's done to them, and that's a fact.
Yeah. Oh man. This is my entertainment. I stopped watching TV. I just look for hangouts.
A lot more fun, especially when you're just allowed to do your thing,
Imagine if they had like a TV channel where it was like kind of a chat roulette of stations and shit, and then you had a little camera or something or a little microphone. You could just chat with people and just talk about random shit, and then other people could go on the next channel and view it.
Yeah, I'd love to just invite people for like I wish you could adjust the size of the number of people that were allowed in a hangout. You know, like I wish you could say I'd like it to be able to fill up freely, but I only want it to fill up to like let's say 4 people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, after it gets about 5 people, it gets a little unruly, and then you got folks that just won't say anything because they just
peanuts.
don't know.
Yeah, packing peanuts. Yeah, no, but I mean, there's days I get up in the morning and I go, you know what? I want to fight. I want to fight. I don't care who with. I want to scrap. So I get on the Hangouts, and of course I can't do that as easily now that Nadia's got me blocked. But then again, I suppose that makes her life easier. So whatever, fair is fair. But you know, I'll get on there, and my favorite is when there's like 5 people screaming at each other. I'm like, oh, give me some of that. You know, but I can imagine most people don't want that. You know, most people are like, hey, my head. So, you know, you're right. I mean, once you start getting, like, even if everybody's behaving politely, it's hard to hear, you know, 7 or 8 people just talking, you know, politely. And then there's poor Bob, who's always on the road. So, you know, anytime somebody says something, it automatically talks over top of his phone, and he can't hear anything, or we can't hear him. So it's too bad, really.
Yeah, I know.
Poor Bob.
I think about it every time I see a trucker with a headset.
Flips it to his visor.
Well, I live next to a highway.
Yeah. I used to keep it on the visor, but it's too hot, and the phone heats up too much. Now I got to sit in front of my vent right now.
Well,
The
wrap
phone
it
gets
in
hot,
like
it closes the app.
wrap it in like an oven mitt or something.
Yeah.
That'll help.
Listen, you gotta bodge, man. You gotta bodge. If you want stuff to work, you gotta bodge.
They do make those clips that clip right on the air conditioning vent. Cool.
Yeah, but then you can't see the road. So I'm going to get me a window mount and then move it down closer to the vent.
You meant to say penis.
Tom is here?
I'm going to bake some cookies.
Put your clear on.
Well, after I find some pants, I'm going to show you guys how to bake cookies.
The last time I talked about cookies, Ermine dropped off my Hangout, went to the corner store to get cookies, and didn't come back on until she came back, and then she blamed me. She blamed me for talking about cookies.
I think it was probably because they were dropping out of your ass. And who wants to eat those?
Okay then.
Yeah,
I wouldn't call those cookies, but you know, I
call them all kinds of things. I don't call them cookies.
I'm not particularly disputatious as to what you call them right this second.
I want cookies.
Because I'm leaving. Bye.
Yes, that's where the fudge is made. That's where the fudge is made, around the corner of the lemonade.
I don't know about lemonade, but there's definitely a cream factory.
That's great. 20 minutes ago we were talking about Jesus, and now we're talking about pee-pee. Aren't you glad you picked now to come in here, Heather?
Well, honestly, it's much more interesting that way.
Yeah, I'm trying to get caught up here, so I'm not sure what we're talking about.
Hey, Bob, you got a cough or something? You need some throat lozenges, dude.
Yeah, I keep muting it every once in a while, but sometimes I can't get to it quick enough.
Oh, I know. All right, now Dragnot is going to show us how to make cookies. Show us, sir.
All right, first you need a pan, all right?
Good.
Make sure it's a nice sturdy pan, okay?
Fantastic.
All right, next you're gonna go to the fucking store, and then you're gonna get you some of these Nestle Toll House cookies. Then you're gonna put them in the fucking pan, and then you're gonna put them in the range there.
And what's the point at which you smear them on your moves? That's the point you're waiting for.
Yeah, see, I told you I gained a lot of weight. Like I'm not even joking.
Oh, you great big fatso! Look at you, you lard ass! Oh my God!
Oh, you didn't see me like 6 months ago. Like I could bench press this entire apartment complex.
Well, you know, it's entire crap. We're gonna move the house now. No, we're gonna move the house. We're not gonna move house. We're gonna move the house. Get out of here. First, I gotta have me some cookies.
There were some nice, juicy looking nipples
Like chocolate drops. I'm not shy about this shit at all. Actually, I was going to show you guys. I was going to show you guys the fish my wife caught last night.
Jesus Christ! Now I know why I came in here. It's because of all the brotherly love.
Is the fish named Wanda? I gotta know.
You actually going to eat that? That looks, I don't know, man. That looks sketchy.
Is that catfish? What
Yep,
is
it's
it?
catfish.
Yeah.
It's about 3-pound catfish.
Oh, yeah.
In French Canadian French, the word for a catfish is the barbot.
No, I thought in French, they just ate the cat, not the fish.
No, that's continental French. French Canadian French, it's the barbot.
Barbot. I think, isn't that a reference to their whiskers? The barbels?
Yes,
Aha.
exactly. See, I like a man with some education, even if he is bare-chested.
Well, I am Creole, so I do a little bit of it.
So that's them barbots then, that's that.
There you go. That kind. I'm from those people.
Hello, Fabio. You look like you're in pain.
Why?
Well, because your face looks like someone swinging off your nuts and it wasn't your idea.
Only on Tuesdays, mate.
Wow.
It was good, actually.
Is it morning time where you're at, Fabio?
No, it's us plus one.
Oh, 1:30. Okay.
Yeah.
So is that a light, like a artificial light on you then?
No, it's just a good camera because it's pitch black up there.
Ah.
Don't let him lie to you. He just naturally has a halo. That's more of your thing.
He's got that just had sex glow.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I feel 3 pounds lighter. Huh.
Bloody hell.
How often do I get to say that? Yeah, anyway. I feel lighter through that, I think.
This is my friend Jim. He helps me go to sleep at night.
He's only a bean.
Yeah. You help me go to sleep at night too, dear.
And I just hope that her name is not Jim. So, I mean,
No.
it's okay anyway. I mean, I'm not judging, but just saying.
Her name is Caitlin.
There you go.
Well, naming girls with guy names is all the rage right now.
Yeah. I mean, not me. My name is pretty mundane. Well, my real name. I was actually considering changing my real name to Dragnot just because it sounded so cool.
Hey, Fabio, what part of Italy are you in, man?
Tuscany.
Tuscany. Nice. Nice.
Got some silverware like that. Yeah.
Yeah, not too shabby, I must say.
Isn't Helen over there in Tuscany now?
Is it what? Sorry?
Helena Handbasket, isn't she over there in Tuscany now? I thought she was.
No fucking idea. I haven't seen it in the papers, so
I like how he looks around to see if he's missed her.
Yeah, come on.
She's not
It's
here.
like he expects him to be standing right behind him, going, "Hi."
I'm just checking. I just want to please you guys. I was just checking.
What time of day is it over there? Is it night? I guess it's nighttime, eh?
It is night. Yeah, it's
because that light on you is like a Klieg lamp. So I thought maybe behind you is just a shadow.
Yeah, it's pitch black outside. Yeah.
Oh,
At first, before you started talking, when I just saw the little teeny picture of you on my computer, I thought it was like maybe morning sunrise or something. But now I can tell it's night.
Yeah.
Drag. I don't care how fat you get, man. Those arms of yours are never going to be less formidable.
Actually, this is the they actually get really small. Like this is the smallest they'll be, and then when I'm actually working out, they'll actually get to about that big.
You got inflatable biceps? Now that's an evolutionary jump.
Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, I understand, how muscles work and they'll actually, grow as you build muscle. But within 2 days of me working out, they will grow almost twice the size.
Yeah, they technically called inflammation. It's more so it's a matter of whether somebody's an ectomorph, mesomorph, or a
You're supposed to. You're supposed to work. You, break down.
Turn your camera on so everyone can see it.
Like now, just keep in mind this is just me being jealous. But have you checked with the doctor? Are you sure it's not a condition?
Yeah,
I'm just jealous, man. I gotta pick on you, Jesus Christ.
No, hey, pick on me as much as you want, man. I dish it out. I can take it. It does not matter. But
listen.
yeah.
He may have big arms. He may have big arms, Fabio, but your country has Ferraris and Lamborghinis, so I think that's a fair trade.
Yeah, I really am jealous because they have some really, really, really big catfish in Italy. Really big catfish. just, oh man.
How do you guys like to cook your catfish?
Oh.
Hang on a sec. He needs to get over his foodgasm there. He'll get back to you.
Okay. First, actually, there was the second to last. I was actually preparing the catfish on the second to last Talking Shit Tuesday, and the one I just took out, what I'll usually do is soak him in some warm water to get all that mucus and shit off of him, and then I'll make a incision around the back of the gills, and then after I've made the incision all the way around, I'll just peel the skin off of him. From the incision all the way to the tail, and then I'll fillet him on both sides and take some of the underbelly, and then just throw his ass away. After that, I'll take the fillets and soak them in either, usually I'll just soak them in just regular 2% milk for about 30 minutes, and I'll freeze it if I'm not going to use it during that day. But if I'm just going to go ahead and fry them up later, I'll go ahead and take some, let me show you, actually. Where are you? There it is. I'll take some of this Louisiana fish fry. And I'll mix some of this with.
What is Louisiana fish fry? What is that?
It's right here.
Well, I saw the package, but perhaps you could tell me what it is. Oh, it's breading. It's breading.
It's breading.
Oh, okay.
It's breading with seasonings in it, right? It's got seasoning.
So it's like shake and bake for fish.
Yeah, so basically, but then I also add some Tony Sacheries here. So
that's good stuff, man. That's good stuff.
You broil it or bake it?
Oh, I fry it. I fry that motherfucker.
Catfish fry.
And I actually have a grease for it.
Nice. See, I prefer mine blackened and broiled. That's my favorite.
I'm sure it's delicious, but it's just the first part. The first thing you said, which really, buzzed me. I got to take the fish and take out the mucus. And again, I'm positive. It's the best thing ever. But a food that the first thing you have to do is get out the mucus. Jesus.
The mucus? What do you get? Your fish smoke over there, or what?
I don't know. I mean, he said that.
Catfish, they're bottom feeders. That's what it is. That's what they do.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Actually, this one my wife caught in the Chesapeake Bay last night. So we had to actually go and fish for him for about an hour, and I think it might have been the same one that ate my fucking circle hook, but. She fought him, and she caught him on just regular night crawlers, Canadian night crawlers.
Well,
and
you know what? If it did eat your hook, you'll get that shit back before you know it.
Oh no, I beat him in the head before I put him in the freezer. I decided not to let him, freeze to death this time. I'm trying to be more humane.
Making sure that you don't eat the hook.
Oh no, I don't eat the heads. No.
So do you live in Virginia, Drag?
No, I live in Maryland. I'm right at the border of Maryland and Delaware.
Oh, okay.
Delaware. Very short trip.
Oh yeah, very interesting. A lot of pollution around here. That's why I'm moving to. Well, one of the reasons we're moving to Texas, even though.
I remember when you were.
Whoa!
You're in Delaware.
Right. What part?
We're thinking about moving to Austin. We were thinking about doing San Antonio, but I hear Austin's a much better area, more progressive-minded people.
It really is.
Hey, I need an excuse to visit Austin.
Hey, I plan on buying a 3-bedroom house over there eventually.
I need an excuse to visit Austin.
Hey, we'll be there eventually. My wife is dying to get out. She's dying to get out of this place.
I don't blame her. Austin's a great city.
Oh yeah, I'm looking for a waterfront property, and I am investing. That is going to be my life right there. Just going out in my backyard and fishing. That's it. I'm done.
Do they have that in Austin? I haven't been there yet. Okay.
Gotta pull out these cookies.
You've had a great plan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've,
property so much fucking cheaper in Texas.
Oh, I was looking at some of the prices because when I was in the Army, a buddy of mine actually owned a house in Texas because that's where he's from. And he's had a 2-bedroom house that he said he bought for less than $80,000. And I was like, wait, what?
Actually, Greg, I've got a 3-bedroom house that I got for less than $50,000.
$30,000 and the cost of 4 223 bullets.
And I live damn near up the street from a mall and every other fucking thing I need.
See, that's why I'm saving money. That's ridiculous. That is fucking ridiculous. The only thing I'm worried about is my son's education. I speak to Aaron Raw every so often, and his wife Lalandra, and of course, yeah. And when I do speak to him, I will bring this up to you because I know you have school-age children. Is that it seems like the Texas Board of Education is trying their damnedest to make kids stupid, and so especially that really bothers me because I had to deal with that when I was growing up. I don't want my son now.
Basically, what you need to do is you need to spend a lot of time talking about your kids. What you learned today, engage them a lot with this because eventually they will get the stupid propaganda bullshit movie that they bring into the class to have them watch. Sex ed is fucking non-existent. This is part of why we do go to Unitarian Universalist Church. It's a great place for the kids to learn comprehensive sex ed. They have a great program.
Really?
Yeah.
Look it up online. It's called OWL. Our Whole Lives.
Our Whole Lives? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a great program, actually, slideshows and everything.
In fact, when I went to the parent meeting before the oldest started it, they gave us a brief overview of it, and I was the first parent to speak. And I asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Are you sure this is appropriate for 8th graders? And their response was, if they don't learn it here, they're going to learn it from their friends. And I said, good point. My next question is, where's the class for the adults? They're learning stuff I don't know.
Which is only a slight exaggeration. But in any case, the thing is, then my daughter went back to school while going to the OWL thing and was helping to educate her classmates based on what she was learning in there.
Good. That's the kind of stuff I like to hear. It's just what I've heard about the
Unitarian Church in Austin.
Now, mind you, they don't try to indoctrinate with dogma or any of this other crap. It's just they go there, they learn their shtick.
And this is a conversation I've had with other folks of the secular nature, is that I don't want to shield my son from religion. I really don't. I don't have a really big. I wouldn't say I despise religion. I'm not an anti-theist in that respect, but I don't want him being indoctrinated. But I do want him exposed to Christian theology, so
I think
he understands.
To agree, just because there are certain things, and especially in some places in Texas and what have you, where if your kid is found out to not have this Christian understanding or what have you, or rudimentary understanding of Christianity, they'll get treated like shit.
But the Unitarian Church is a good place to get that education too.
When somebody starts talking, because they will learn. They'll learn the Ark. About the Ark and the basics of that, and they're not taught that this is something that really happened or is true. It's like, people believe this shit.
You're getting the education without the indoctrination.
Yeah.
That's good, and that's what I want to hear. I just had to step off camera and explain it to my wife because I sent her the link. She was like, "What the hell did you just send me?" Yeah, I really want to raise my son in a really progressive area, and I don't want to have him go through a lot of the nonsense I had to go through growing up. I mean, I don't think all parents want that, but Texas is kind of where I want to be as far as geography. I like being in more human areas. I like being near water, and I'm also able to, spend time around, people who are able to think critically for the most part.
I do. Let me see now.
Okay.
Let's see if I can remember how to do this.
I can't remember the name. There's a certain catfish that lives in Italy, and it's really bothering me right now.
Does he send you like emails with his dick pics and stuff?
There is a catfish. It's called pesce gatto, which, by the way, is the literal translation of catfish. I don't know if it has any other name besides, catfish around here.
Do they get around 100, 120 pounds?
Okay, I know what you meant. No, the normal ones, yeah, I mean, they get that big. And then there is another species which I think technically is a catfish, but it's called pesce siluro, and siluro means torpedo, and that's way bigger. But it's more a small shark than a catfish. I think technically it's still a catfish. Yeah, but they get pretty big.
Oh man, that's 'cause the biggest ones around here. We got flatheads. A little bit north of us in Pennsylvania, and they get around, you can catch one around 33 pounds, but I'm a big fan of river monsters, and I saw some of the ones that were coming out of Italy, and I was like, man, this is really, my mother visited Italy when she was going to school in the 70s, so I said, I think it's about time for me to go visit Italy.
No, exactly. The one you saw is the one, I mean, I don't know if it's an indigenous species, but it's they're found on the river Po, which is the longest river in Italy, and those are the big ones, the one I talked to you about. But those are not historically the ones which are eaten. The ones which are eaten are way smaller, and they eat it all along the Pianura Padana, which is the big plain in the middle of Italy, northern Italy. Yeah, but the longest ones are, I don't think they're really good too.
No, like even the ones that I got out of here, that were around 8 pounds. I couldn't get the taste out of I couldn't get the taste of the bay out of the meat. Like I soaked it in salt water and I soaked it in milk, and that taste was just so pungent it wouldn't leave.
Yeah, they taste like mud and shit, basically.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the Bow. It's in the Bow River.
Yeah, Po. P-O. P-O.
Oh, yep. Yeah, B-O. I think somebody misspelled it on here.
P like in pole.
Like, okay, yeah. I think somebody misspelled it on here. I'm looking it up. And it's 232-pound catfish caught Italy.
Yeah.
Wait, did you just say the catfish caught Italy?
Yeah. Probably. I mean, it's that big. I don't know what they eat, I just hope they eat politicians, but they don't. So
oh, once they get that damn big, they have to eat, either small children or just whatever they can fit in their mouth. Because
or fat politicians.
Anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just, I mean, I know they're omnivores, but once they get that big, I know they like to, play the ambush role, and they'll just wait for huge fish to come by and just consume them.
Swallow Rhode Island, stuff like that.
Actually, if you want to go after some pretty nasty freshwater fish, go fishing for pike. I don't know if there's any of them left down there in the States, but up in the lakes in Ontario, you can still find pike. And pike, you don't just throw them in the boat and that's the end of it. They're still fighting in the boat. If you catch a pike or a muskie and you throw it in the boat, he's like, well, what the fuck, man? What's going on? You have to bash the pike in the head, or he's not going to stay still. He's going to take and pikes have some big teeth, so do muskies. They'll take a piece right out of you.
That's what a buddy of mine that I work with around the corner. He said that's a big thing to do over. We have a dam near me called Conowingo, and evidently a little bit further down.
I'm sorry, did you say Conolingo?
Conowingo.
Oh, Conowingo. Okay.
I'm disappointed.
I wish it was Conowingo, but supposedly the muskies and the pikes there are as long as my wingspan, and they say if you don't have steel leaders on, you're gonna lose everything. You might as well just forget it, because as soon as they bite it, they're snapping it. And I wanted to eventually get to them.
My dad used to fish with hand lines wound around hand lines that were wound around and anchored essentially to a wide piece of doweling, and that was the and he used to pull it in by hand, And he for fishing line, he actually used to use dark green colored, really heavy. Probably the best way would be really strong, almost bootlace material. And
Wow.
he'd put the. So when he caught a pike, that pike wasn't cutting nothing. He'd drag that pike up. Of course, we're sitting in the middle of the rowboat and it's a rented rowboat, right? We're sitting in the middle of the and it's a rented wooden rowboat. There's a reason for that. I'm sitting in the middle of the rowboat and the pike is thrashing around like crazy. The dog's going nuts because the dog wants a piece of the pike, right? So my dad leans in with the fish bonker, eh? He tries to pop the fish in the head with the fish bonker. He misses the friggin' fish and he puts it right through one of the planks in the bottom of the hull, eh? So now we got, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes to get back to the dock before the fucking boat sinks, and Dad can't swim, and neither can we, right? So Dad's paddling, he's rowing as fast as he can. Meanwhile, he hands me the fish bonker, and I'm supposed to friggin' assassinate the pike. Let me tell you something. By the time we got to that dock, my dad had to talk fast to get out of having to pay for a rowboat. That's all I'm saying. And mind you, though, we did eat that pike. It was the best freaking fish I ever ate. It really is true, when you catch your own fish and you can eat them, they're good.
Was it all mangled? Did you beat the hell out of it, like, were you just swinging at it?
Well, I popped it one time, but then I accidentally hit my brother in the knee, and he punched me in the nose because he thought I was going after him. And it was from a third-party perspective, it must have looked like there was a boat coming up with a melee going on in the boat.
It's like some Three Stooges thing.
It was like a Pirates of the Caribbean thing. We just get out of the boat before it completely lost the ability to float. And the guy my dad rented the boat from, he gave this guy a friggin' song and dance about how one of the planks had popped free or some fucking thing, and he said, your goddamn boat almost drowned my kids. And of course we were smart enough to know not to say anything, right? Because Daddy doesn't lie a lot, but when Daddy lies, it's for a good reason, and shut up also. But yeah, so it was quite the adventure. But we did it's ironic because when my dad caught a muskie, it was a bigger fish than the pike was, but it put up less fight. It was very strange. You'd think the thing, of course, to us kids, it looked like he was landing a whale, for Christ's sake. But that fish was good eating too. That was good.
The more they struggle before they die, the better they taste.
The more. But Dad wasn't screwing around with that muskie. He leaned over with that fish bonker and he put that fish to sleep.
Hey, Dragnuts. I shared your contact information with the wife. Hope you don't mind.
Oh no, yeah. Go ahead. Eventually, we're gonna make our way to Texas, and we're gonna need some friends anyway.
Oh,
other than the Dilla Hunties, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm over with DFW, so.
Hey, Shadow, how do we know you have a wife and you're not just a really good ventriloquist?
Because she's been seen on camera.
All right. See? You see? He's such a good ventriloquist, he can throw his voice with his smoke in his mouth.
Yeah.
With
okay. Magical arm in the background, too.
Yeah.
This is my fish bonker, by the way. I'm going to have to actually, my multi-tool. So I'm going to have to actually get one.
My dad has basically it looks like a little billy club, and but it's not. It's like it looks more like a fresh belaying pin, but it's kind of curved a little. I don't know why it's kind of curved. All I know is it's big. It's hardwood. Most of the weight's on the end of it. And when he puts, it's like a friggin' Algonquin war club, man. When he puts that thing on a fish's head, the fish is like, what little friggin' brain power it had comes leaking out its gills.
Yeah, a guy told me a trick last night for eels, because eels they're really bad around here. I have one in the freezer right now as big as a snake, and so I use them for bait. But I really hate catching them because they're really mean. They fight almost as much as a fucking pike. But the thing is, they will tangle up the line in just a fury, a mad fury. And so you don't want to touch it because it has little teeth, but I know they really don't, bite or anything like that. Not
at least you don't get the electric ones up here, eh?
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. No. I put his ass back in the water.
Give that to the dog to play with. There you go.
Our dog.
You use them 8? You
Yeah,
don't eat
I
them?
have
You don't eat them?
not many. Well, some people do. Some of the older gentlemen know how to actually cook it and eat it. They didn't pass that knowledge down because none of us want to eat it.
This is
So
North America, Fabio. We actually have real animals to eat up here. We didn't hunt them all
No,
into extinction.
we actually eat. We actually eat eels around here. They're really tough to get out that mud taste, but we basically, yeah, we basically cut them and fry. That's pretty much it.
I might have to try that one day. Just if I can find somebody that can teach me how to properly prepare eel, and I'll get one of the smaller ones, and I may try it because I do like eel on sushi. I will eat that.
Yeah, actually, there is a really good thing to to eat are the small eels, the really small ones. You know, when they're almost transparent. With pasta, they're delicious, but they're really regulated. Fishing, that one is really strongly regulated around here, but they're really good and really expensive.
Oh shit, man! We catch eels around here all the time. I could definitely give you some eels. But ours are green. I'm not sure what kind of eels they are, but they're pain in the ass. I tell you that.
I know what kind they are. Green.
I go up fishing. I go up fishing by Port Huron, Michigan, for smelt. Smelt's a little fish. It ain't but 6 inches long and probably the size of a cigar. And for them, all you do is you cut off the heads and you clean out the guts and you fry them up. You eat them with the scales and bones and everything.
I'm not a big fan of fish. Too fishy.
Well, that's why you soak it in milk. Milk will get rid of that. A lot of that fish taste.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
That was the issue that I had with the other ones I found. Well, other ones I got donated from the other guys who took my good fishing spot that night. But that taste. And the Chesapeake Bay is a really stinky body of water. So then I have that on my breath, so it looks like I've been fucking giving conolingus to mermaids in the Chesapeake Bay.
Bloody hell! Okay, that's
mermaids don't have no pussies, man. Didn't the Bible teach you that?
Somebody caught on.
Nice.
Come on, we were talking about her cat.
First of all, I'd like to welcome Colonel Gaddafi. It's good to see you're looking well.
Yeah.
Good to see you're looking well, Colonel.
How do we know that's Colonel Gaddafi?
That's Colonel Gaddafi here on the end.
How do we know that's Colonel Gaddafi?
Because I'm in the house, bitch.
Because he's in the house, that's right.
And how do we know that?
That's right, how do you know that?
Because I told you so, I'm Colonel Gaddafi.
But how do you know you're Colonel Gaddafi? How do you know you're not a Gaddafi in a vat?
Yeah.
Gaddafis don't go in vats.
Actually, if the U.S. government gets their hands on them, they certainly do.
Actually, what was left of Colonel Gaddafi did fit nicely into a small vat.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, no, that was just my body double. Ha 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 ha.
Right.
Yeah.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you. It's always nice to see the representative from the obtuse party in the house.
Yeah, I figured I'd come spread some love to you folks today.
That require you having love.
No, I believe he's got love. The judge told him about his love.
Ooh. I think there's plenty of love in this room before he came in.
I think Arcane Logos loves us. Now what are you eating? It's no wonder you're getting overweight. What are you eating now?
Chocolate chip cookies and milk.
Oh, okay. As long as you're not eating something else.
Balanced diet. Oh no, that's later.
Okay, there we go. I'm
No
just messing
calories
with you
there.
anyways. No calories.
Cockroaches. Don't think so.
There we go. A friend of mine has cockroaches, and she's like, "What do I do?" I'm like, "Well, first of all, you got three choices. You could go chemical or you could go biological." She's like, "What does biological mean?" I said, "Get ants." She says, what? I said, get ants. Ants are the original gangsters. They don't allow anybody on their turf. It would be like these guys were trying to walk up Crenshaw Boulevard, man. They do not allow anybody on their turf. Well, what about, the ant biting me? I said, well, you get the right species of ant, first of all.
Well, there's another biological option too, which is move the fuck out.
Well, here's the problem, though. Like that, it sounds like that's something you could do. But if you've had cockroaches for long enough, they'll nest in your electronics, eh? Like they'll leave eggs in your computers, and if you've got a TV, they'll leave eggs in the heat vents of your TV, and you'll end up just taking them with you. The other option is to get small lizards. Small lizards will eat cockroaches happily. Small insane dogs, so usually of the terrier variety, will also eat cockroaches happily. But then
slightly larger. Actually.
But the nice thing is, though, there's actually a chemical stuff. It looks a little bit like slightly congealed peanut butter, and what you do is you put this stuff in various little corners where they can get at it, and they eat this stuff, and it renders them sterile, and then they take it back to the nest, and they give it to the queen, and all their little roachly wazoos fall off, and then they can't reproduce. You see, and then that way there.
Roachly wazoos. Okay.
Yeah, their little roach tickle tackle falls off, and then they can't make no more baby roaches.
There's a chemical process that's really similar to that on dirty jobs that they do with not eels, lampreys.
No, those are nasty motherfuckers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, don't they latch on the fish and just kill them?
Yeah, pretty much, and those teeth are like fucking grinders. These things are nasty.
I've seen some lamprey eel injuries on humans, and they're very odd looking.
Yeah.
Well, the lamprey is still not the most frightening thing in the water, if you ask me.
Oh,
the
I'm sorry. We didn't bother to stop because he came in to argue with them. What a shame. He left.
The Amazon the Amazon River pee-pee fish is what scares the hell out of me.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the one that swims up the urethra, yeah.
Yeah, and the more you piss, the worse it gets. I tell you, and they say nature's not perverse.
Well, I think Monty Python put it best. All things dull and ugly, all creatures short and squat, all things foul and gangrenous, the Lord God made the lot. Actually, it's foul and cancerous, I think. Anyway.
Oh, the River Monsters guy. He has a lamprey stuck on his neck. Oh, it's right. Oh yeah, it's right on his carotid too.
Oh, lovely. That could be.
Oh.
Launched that one pretty quick after they got the thing off of him.
Okay. Okay.
In Michigan, we go canoeing every year in the Asaba River. Last year, my niece come out and she had 3 leeches stuck on her leg.
So I'm not too bad, about leeches. Leeches I can deal with because I got them around here.
But there are some places you really don't want one of those little bastards.
Yeah, I saw a guy who had a leech stuck to his gazoo one time.
So why were we looking at his dick?
Well, it had something.
He didn't say his dick. He said his kazoo.
It had something to do with the fact that he said, "Hey, is there some? I feel like there's something on my balls. Would you look?" And of course, instinct took over before sense did.
Well, at least it wasn't, hey, doc, I need you to look at this. And then, of course, me being the good medic I was, what's wrong? And then I got 3 guys showing me their dicks.
So,
do you really waddle around? Do you really waddle around when you get happy like that? It's like, hey, I'm happy. Ah, penis.
Well, not that. It's kind of more of a quick jerking motion. Like, oh, it's a dick.
It's 3 dicks. It's the 3 Dicksketeers.
Yeah, I'd always fall for it too, just out of instinct.
The 3 Dicksketeers: asshole, pisshole, and hairy ass.
Okay, I didn't know that you knew them by name. That's disturbing.
I made them up, Shadow. I hope I know them by name. Although,
ask me. Okay, you should have specified.
Ask me in 10 minutes, and I'll forget.
I figured this might have been a thing, but I figured it'd be a French thing.
No, if it was a French thing, I probably would have said it in French, but...
well,
I appreciate your desire to play the game, sir, and I greet it in the spirit in which you brought it.
Well, the 3 Musketeers originally were from France, so why not?
Well, there we go. You know, you're gonna ruin your supper all eating all them cookies, eh?
Nah. I'll just
All right,
force
well,
it down.
There we go. That's right. And your stomach will thank you very much for shoving fish on top of cookies.
I'm not going to cut it till tomorrow.
It depends on the kind of cookie.
There we go.
Hell, it's 8 o'clock at night. You should eat dinner already.
We usually eat till like 10. Speaking of which, what are we going to do for dinner? Hey! What are we going to do for dinner?
Gotcha, apparently.
Okay. I was just asking. Somebody mentioned dinner. I was like, oh, never mind. I know. That's why, yeah, somebody mentioned the time. That's why I asked you. Never mind. Okay.
It might have had something to do with the fact that you went, "Ay!"
Yeah.
What?
No, I never do that. I always say D instead. Need to be contrary.
I'm trying to say hey.
Arcade Logos is back, and we so happy to see him.
Yeah, he came back for all the dicks.
Well, he's a man who knows what he wants.
Oh, pump the brakes there, Sparky.
I'm sorry, what are we supposed to pump while you're looking?
I don't know. I think he's imagining us in pumps. That's what I heard.
Not me,
We were
son.
literally talking about dicks for like the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
And you missed it all, Arcane. I bet you feel sorry.
Not really.
What's the matter, Arcane? Are you bored? There's no atheists to beat up on?
Oh, I'm chilling, man. I'm driving home from work, just listening to a bunch of dicks, apparently.
Yeah. 10-minute long dicks.
By the title of this hangout, I just wanted to know what the hell that was about.
Oh, we resolved that hours ago.
So
It's true.
Yeah.
Clearly false, right?
No, it's clearly true.
Really?
Well,
Yeah.
Please, just give me the short and skinny. I don't need the whole thing. Just give me the short and skinny.
You can't always choose the dick you get, you know.
Yeah. No, it's not a matter of being able to be attributed directly to the character in the book. It's a matter of it being attributed to the followers and the beliefs thereof, due to the fact that a great deal of anti-Semitism was actually promoted within early Christianity due to the notion that Jesus was killed by the Jews, therefore the Jews are somehow culpable for this, and there's a lot of persecution of them. This can still be seen in modern days, like France and what have you. And on that end, to a degree, there is some blame that could be assigned there. However, it's a little bit spurious.
A little bit? Come on.
No, not. Honestly, it's not that spurious, quite frankly. If you look at it in terms of the belief and as it was promoted, as well as the anti-Semitism at the time, which was mostly propagated by the church of the day, in terms of this notion of this Jesus character having been killed by the Jews and them being responsible for it, and thus filthy. That coupled with the quote-unquote dirty Jew notions and what have you that were promoted through things like the Articles of Zion, etc., you can actually link Christianity to the persecution of Jews and eventually even technically speaking to the Holocaust. Now this isn't a direct as direct a connection as could be, but in the case of scapegoating, what's going to happen is if you have a group that's already being scapegoated and persecuted based upon something along those lines, it's much easier to deify that group in terms of some kind of geopolitical movement to try and put them to the position that they are the scapegoat for an entire country. So there is a cause and effect relation in that.
I think you're reaching.
No,
you're talking about the Holocaust in the 30s, right?
History is pretty clear. I mean, if you want to name the number of treaties, for example, the Vatican has made, you've got Germany during World War II. That's damn near it, other than if you want to go back into far back, rather, into antiquity.
Had a look in the chat.
Although I think, honestly, I think the primary reason for the Vatican to make treaties with Hitler was because they were afraid the Nazis would start blowing churches to smithereens, or worse yet, come and knock the Vatican over and take the sweet gooey nougat in the Vatican treasure house.
No, actually, Germany itself is a predominantly Catholic nation. Now, you want to try and contest the actual religiosity of Hitler himself, even though he was raised Catholic. One could contest that if they truly wished to. But in reality, the majority of the people from that region were of varied branches thereof. And this, of course, is where some of that anti-Semitism.
Catholicism's not.
What was that again? Say that again. Oh, poor Dragnot's having audio problems.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah, he's on a cell phone.
Anyway, anyway, prior to being interrupted. So, I mean, there certainly is a connection there anyway around it. I mean, historically speaking, this is pretty well undeniable that there is certainly a connection there. I mean, for example, you can oppose a number of things pertaining to the population of Germany, but ultimately it was things like the Industrial Revolution and what have you that had these people stressed, and the people were primed looking for a scapegoat, and courtesy in part of that the anti-Semitism, which had been promoted through Christianity through the ages, this helps provide them with an easy scapegoat for the Nazi Party to latch onto.
Oh.
Now, if it wasn't that
anti-Semitism,
which originated with this notion of this Jesus character being killed by Jews, it can be certainly inferred that that may or may not exist, and quite possibly wouldn't, at least not to the degree it did, if it hadn't been for that particular doctrine being promoted. A doctrine which was later, of course, abandoned after World War II and the Holocaust.
Conveniently.
The Jews were forgiven at some point after that.
You could ask. Actually, you can make you can make the same connection too with fuck. I should know this.
Economics played a strong role in it too, as did the industrialization.
Curse of Cain and the idea that black skin as being a sign of natural deviancy.
Oh, you mean the Curse of Ham?
Yeah, Curse of Ham.
Yeah, that's highly possible too, but I don't know why hairy people weren't persecuted for that as well. Because he was a hairy motherfucker.
Yeah, a little bit harder to persecute hairy people. They could just shave.
Yeah, but, you know, Robin Williams, I don't know, he'd be shaving a hell of a lot. That was one hairy motherfucker.
You ever see this comedy with him and Richard Pryor? I never knew it even existed, and I saw some a few weeks ago, and it was like, I would love to see them both high, just talking about anything.
No, the last one I saw was, I think, either live in, what was it, Hollywood or Las Vegas? This one when he does the pussy-eating gag with his hairy-ass arm in front of his face. He does this whole thing, yeah. That was a great gag.
That's hilarious.
Oh,
by the way, what did I just miss?
Not much, really.
Talking about a comedy bit in which Robin Williams was doing a pussy-eating commentary going, whoa, 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 whoa. You know?
No, I was talking about the Hitler stuff. Cause,
no. Arcane came in and asked about the topic, and then sat there and, well, I don't think so. I don't think so, because apparently I don't think so is a counter-argument.
Okay.
Yeah, he wasn't actually. I can kind of tell when he's not listening. He's just waiting for keywords to pick up on. Yeah. That's why I started doing it to him. I was like, what did I just say? You know what you just said.
Invalid presupposition. I don't think he ever actually listens.
Yeah, that's him and G-Man are really good for that. And so that's why I like to call him out and ask him, could you summarize what I just said? It pisses him off, but it's like, well, why continue this conversation when you didn't even fucking listen to what I said?
Of course. Yeah.
But, from what I understand, G-Man is quitting the Google Tubes for a year because he's getting evicted. That's the word on the street, but not sure how
it is
true that is.
interesting because last I knew he was actually living at his pastor's house. Huh. Granted, that was back when I sent him and KJ.
Well, you know, for me, it's like I am, I think, maybe 2 hours away from him, and if push came to shove, I could offer him a space where my son's room is, but some of his comments that he's made recently, especially toward the idea that, well, you know what, slavery's not wrong in and of itself. I'm the type of person that if you're going to take such a position, then you're going to need to be able to demonstrate that.
Vinny would have been breaking a bass guitar over his fucking head for that one.
And also technically, he wouldn't be able to sleep actually, because he would be afraid of you going there while he's sleeping and knife him into death. So.
Yeah, I know he wouldn't take me up on an offer, but it's like. still, if he really wants to stick by that, then he should offer himself as a slave to a good Christian home who will take care of him and keep him room and board. If he really thinks that.
Wonderfully, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're Christian, so, that's...
Well, yeah, I mean, if you pay him, because this is his, idea of slave. If you pay him, he will be a slave. That's...
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm sure the Westboro Baptists would be fine with it.
Sorry?
I'm sure they wouldn't mind having him as a slave. They're cold, good Christians.
You said the Southern Baptists?
No, the Westboro Baptists.
Oh, yeah. Be
You're
ideal.
going to defame the worst.
I don't see why he just doesn't stay with Ken Jones, his buddy. Unless I think Ken lives with his mom. I'm not going to put that past him, given the area that he lives in and the amount of time he spends online and the fact that he doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. I think he is the type of guy that lives with his mom. And so he might not have the ability to give G-Man a place, but hey.
I wonder if Kim Jong-il has a place for him to stay.
Might have a few places.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. There must be plenty of, safes around here.
Well, I'm sure G-Man would find them.
It's not stealing at all.
This is exactly why I wouldn't offer him a place to stay. I do own a safe.
Oh, come on. That Color Arcane can put him up.
We'll go Johnny Sushi.
I might have a room, only if he's able to crack the safe where the key is. So that would be...
He can live in the safe.
Yeah. It's a big safe.
That way you don't have to listen to him at least. Keep him off the internet too. Food bugs.
Okay, what is the cord that you need to have two monitors? Because I have two laptops, and I would like to extend my desktop instead of just having two separate laptops.
I'm sorry, you have two laptops?
I have two laptops.
No, you have yes.
No, you don't. You can't.
You need well, if you have a laptop, you might find some external video card.
Yeah, in most laptops actually have video coming out of the back, which is for an auxiliary monitor.
Yeah, my lap.
And most of them will let you toggle.
Yeah, my laptop. Yeah, I got my laptop hooked up to my TV. I got a 52-inch through my HDMI cable.
Yeah.
Now,
if it's a really old laptop, you might have a VGA exit, or if it's a newer one, you might have an HDMI, which is roughly shaped like an USB port, but it's it's different. You see that?
Yeah,
I'm looking at it.
Square, kind of rectangular, squared off, and has angles going out and rounded edges.
Yeah, it has a. I'm looking at it right now. It has an HDMI, and it looks like it has something with a bunch of fucking holes. Looks kind of oblong, like a oblong rectangle.
Depending on the length of it, is more than likely VGA. Now, what you need is a monitor. What you need is a monitor, and you just plug the monitor in there, and most of them let you tab between monitor, the regular display, and usually it'll have an option for both if you tap it enough times. And all you need to do is plug an external monitor up to it.
Yeah, either a monitor or a television. If you got a new television, chances are it's got an HDMI exit. You need a cable, of course, but.
However, depending on the video on board, plugging it into the TV may increase the heat that's generated on board in the laptop significantly.
Yeah, I have a cooling pad up underneath it that it plugs into the USB port.
Yeah, I don't have any heat problem on my. I got a Lenovo laptop.
That's why I said it depends on what kind of heat you're running.
Yeah, mine's definitely going to increase the heat. Well, I have a MSI GT70 gaming laptop. It puts out some heat.
Yeah.
This thing costs me like $1,200.
So if you start actually routing it through a TV using that, depending on the video card, it may or may not generate more heat. It's just something to be aware of and keep an eye out for.
Okay. Yeah, I'll probably end up getting, damn it. I just thought about something. I could have got one for free. Shit.
No, Arcane left. He's too slippery to stay in the hangout.
He left a split second before you joined.
Oh, okay.
Actually, a split second after you joined. So.
He'll probably be back in here in a second as soon as we start
Coffee
talking
is
about
left
dicks
in the
again.
wing.
It's no fun being outnumbered 5-1. It's a little more interesting when there's 2 or 3 that.
Hang on, were you paying attention to the conversation before coming in here?
No, I haven't seen anything.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we are not talking about religion.
Okay.
We're not interested in it at the moment, apparently.
We're talking about one of your favorite subjects, though.
What is that?
Dicks.
What? Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, we were talking.
Well, I mean, I have one, so I'm glad I have it.
About dicks. We had a conversation about fish. Sometimes these things go together, sometimes not.
Yeah.
Like fish sticks?
Yeah, something like that. No, actually, I was thinking haddock platter.
Gefilte fish.
I gefilte fish.
There was an interesting discussion before, about sirens' vaginas. and again, I'm still not. I mean, it depends what side is the fish. I mean, if it's fish,
but that's the thing is, normally the top's woman and the bottom is fish. Therefore, they have fish flips. We'll just say.
I mean, yeah, but even if it's the fish bottom, he has to have a vagina, some sort. I mean,
yeah, but not anything that's accessible to sailors.
Well, what about a cochlea?
Well, yeah, I mean, if the sailor is, if he has some skills, I don't know. I mean.
Well, you still have a scale issue, and most fish lay eggs, so their delivery method is a little bit different. You have to wait for the fish to lay eggs, then kind of come on them.
We're not talking about the quality here. We're just talking about the technicality,
Well, if you're going to do that, you can just sit there, take a knife to it, cut a hole in it, and stick your prick in. I mean, that's
that wouldn't be technically a vagina, But anyway, if you have the top part of a fish and the bottom half of a woman.
I think I'd be even less comfortable with that.
Well, but it will have a vagina for sure.
It would have a vagina, but still, look at what you're dealing with at the top of it. I mean, gaze deep into her fishy eyes.
No. Hold on a second. Nobody has
lips and weird teeth and I think I dated her actually.
I don't know. I probably missed that conversation, but I don't think we were talking about actually marrying a mermaid.
Well, no, you're not. But even for the sake of a fling, the idea of put a flag over her face and fuck her for the glory, or put a bag over her head, double bag her even. You need a lot more than a little bag, man. You need like a fucking hefty trash sack, man.
You need 30 days in the ocean.
Everything down to the waist.
But once you take her out of the water, all she gotta do is flop around, and it takes up all the work. You don't have to do nothing.
And also, after 30 days in the ocean, you know what? Pure fuck it. And I mean literally, fuck it.
I was gonna propose.
Fabio, you're scaring the dogs.
I was gonna propose.
They better be.
Okay. You know how in a regular human being anatomy, your behind your tongue splits off into the esophagus and the trachea, all right, for oxygen and for air. What if there's a third region just for sperm?
What?
What?
So fellatio is copulation. So when she's aroused, there's a flap that covers the trachea and the esophagus, and then there's the flap for the sperm depository opens up, and that's how you fertilize a mermaid.
I mean, hold on a second. This is one of the few ways where you can actually have sex with a woman without the risk of getting pregnant. And now you want to put a uterus in her fucking trachea?
No,
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, dude, this
Really?
does not. Wait, this does not imply any kind of genetic compatibility. What it does mean is by the time she goes through the list of semen that have been out for sea too long, she's going to be full up on way too much semen.
Well, okay, first of all, she's got to be a good sport. And she has to swallow. So, because that's not a given.
That's being a good sport in Italy?
Well, it's being a good sport. I mean, you actually participate in all the,
I thought in
phases
Italy
of
they
the
gargled with it or something.
You'll be astonished. But there is actually an area in Italy with, for no particular reason at all. It is said that the women are really good at performing fellatio.
Is this like Falacia or something like this? The actual city, or?
No. The city is Bologna, actually, believe it or not.
Oh, then I think the
And,
whole baloney then.
no. And there are some, mottos going around, and bear with me. I've worked in Bologna for 4 years.
Do you not know that American expression? Baloney? Calling something baloney?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, it's like calling bullshit. Okay, I just want to make sure that the
No,
joke is bad and not wrong.
No, that's not bull. I mean, the saying is there. I'm not saying is substantiated, but the saying is there. So
There's just this breed of women that exist.
I'm starting to wonder why we're still online here, because Art, as far as I know, is in another call somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think. Wait, Bob, Tommy wanted to get your attention. I don't think he knows you're driving.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm on a cell phone, Tommy.
Okay, well, maybe it's not a good time to ask you, but yeah, we can talk about it later. But I was just really wanting to get into this thing that I heard you talk about the other day, or it might have been yesterday. I don't remember. I listened to, I think it was Nadia's Hangout. Maybe you were on, and you made the comment that. And I was just sitting there with my mouth open, like, wow. You were saying something. I think, and I was outside, so maybe I didn't hear it correctly. But you said something along the lines of maybe it was your sister who died or somebody close to you, and that you just don't feel anything when anyone dies. I guess was basically your statement, correct?
Yeah.
And so I was just trying to wrap my brain around that. I guess that
he's not the only one.
Yeah.
Good dad, get over it.
So anybody, so you guys, if you have a mother or brother, sister, father, someone really close to you who you love.
I did have an emotional reaction to my mother dying. I believe the statement was "Ding dong, the witch is dead. The evil bitch, the stupid bitch. Ding dong, the evil bitch is dead." Something like that. But other
Okay,
than
well,
that,
you must not have loved her then. Well,
give you that indication.
See, Tommy, when people die,
yeah.
when people die, I don't miss them. I don't feel loss. I don't feel sorrow.
Right.
I don't feel joy. People die, they're dead. That's it. It doesn't bother me one bit. It's like if you lost a sock, big deal. You lost a sock.
What about? Yeah, that's what he said.
But now, on the other hand, I do care how people live and how people are treated. I've never bullied anybody in my life. I've fought bullies in my life. I've kicked the shit out of bullies in my life. I care how people. That's why I helped out Nadia. I care how people are treated. That's why I'm on here talking about dumbasses who have problems with the LBGT. Because I care how people are treated. I don't care if you live or you die, but I care how you're treated. And that's, I don't know why my brain's screwed up that way, but it is.
Well, let me ask you, do you have kids?
Yes.
And so what if
2 daughters.
What if they died?
I thought about that every time my daughter goes down to Haiti, because she goes down to Haiti every year for this is her 4th year. She does missionary work down there, and I won't hear from her for a whole week, and I don't know if she's dead or alive, and it doesn't bother me.
Wow. So if either one of your daughters died, you wouldn't mind? That wouldn't even affect you?
No. Saying you wouldn't mind and saying that it wouldn't upset you are two different
You wouldn't cry. You wouldn't get upset.
I don't know. They haven't died yet, but when my father and my sister, my uncles, had brother-in-laws, when they all died, it never bothered me. Even my father,
Okay. So here's the question.
My oldest sister didn't bother me a bit.
Okay, I wanted to ask you something, and don't take this wrong. And there is a reason I'm asking for this. I'm not just trying to be smart aleck. But are you on any sort of medication, like a depression med or anything like that?
Come on, Tommy.
Hang on, I'm not. There is a reason I'm asking. Hang on for a second.
No, I don't take any drugs.
The reason I'm asking is because, like, my wife's best friend
You got your answer, Jared.
is on depression meds, and she said before she was on her depression meds that she was kind of a regular crier, and she was really an emotional person, and for several years since she's been on these depression meds, she said she's never cried. She never gets upset. I was just curious if maybe if that's a common.
The answer was no.
So,
The answer was no.
Sorry, can I just interject before Bob replies? I know he's driving, so it might be a little bit difficult. Do you mind, Bob?
Oh, go ahead. No, I'm good. I got a headset. Everything. I'm fine.
I am one of the most. I cry for every little shit. Okay, I can guarantee you, I can cry
And
with
he
a
gets
movie.
a lot.
When my mother died 2 years ago, and 2 days later, my grandmother passed, I didn't shed a single tear. And I can tell you, compared, to all the other people in my family, compared to them, I was really cold. So I can totally relate to what Bobby was saying. And I'm not on medication, not on
If
drugs.
you're not close to somebody, I understand not crying. But like your
But
kids,
it's
your
my,
mom.
it was no. It was my mother.
Yeah. Well, you're close to her.
And are you kidding me? Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, I was there when she died. Actually.
Of course he's close. He's Italian.
And my grandmother lived 10 meters from my mother's house, and she passed away 2 days later. So yeah, I was really close to them.
Well, I'm the same way. Even since I was a little kid, my guardian, which I take after him by name. I am actually a junior. He's a senior, and he's on my birth certificate. And this older gentleman ended up dying. I knew he was dying. He told me he was dying, even when I couldn't understand it as a young child. And when he passed, my mother told me, and I had very little reaction to it because for me, I knew he was suffering every day. Eating a piece of bread and some syrup, really isn't the diet of a healthy person. So when I heard that he died, I was relieved. When my grandfather died, a really big inspiration on my life, the very reason that I started working out to get this big is because I could not lift him out of the tub when he couldn't get out, and that had a profound effect on me. When he died, I was relieved. I was happy because I knew he was suffering. So it's not a thing of me being sad.
And when I was 16, a good friend of mine passed out in a car accident. So that there wasn't any disease involved, or things that one might be relieved, as Dragnout said. But still, and was a good friend of mine. We were spending the days together. But still, I remember I wasn't, I didn't have, any a big sorrow reaction. What I'm trying to say is that, I'm not saying that is normal at all, because normally people, is really invested when those things happens, but it's not that uncommon.
I mean, I just can't help but think that, the atheist position, hang on a second. Let me finish. You don't even know what I'm going to say. What am I going to say?
Are you implying in any way, shape, or form that my reaction has some way tied on me being an atheist? Are you going there?
Okay, so here's the thing. Looking at it from my,
are you going there or no? I'm going to play the Roy Montero card here.
The atheist position is that there is no real value in life.
Okay, you're talking.
So
you're talking.
You guys are kind of confirming that.
No. You're talking totally bullshit.
I'm going to interrupt right now. I want to point out I have control panel.
When I was 16 years old and my friend died, I was everything but an atheist. So your position is bullshit, Tommy. I'm sorry.
When both my guardian and my grandfather died, I was well into being a Christian for, I don't know, my entire life up to that point. So that has nothing to do with my theological position whatsoever. Like, what atheist position have we espoused that said that life doesn't matter? I think actually Bob even said that.
What is the value of life?
Bob even said that. He literally said it 5 minutes ago. He said he cares about how people live. That's the exact
diametrically opposed to what you just said.
No. Basically, what has been said in here is death has no value, not life. Death has no value.
But when you die, that means you have no more life.
I mean, I'm really flabbergasted by that. I mean, you have people in this room, okay? They're willing to share with you something really deep that touched them,
I know
and
it
you
concerns
take that
and
to make your point with atheism and belief. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Look, he's
seriously.
not.
I mean, what?
Hey, calm down a second.
Now,
He said he would. He said he
of
would
all
not
the
be
dishonest
sad if
points
his
you
own
might
daughters
say,
died.
this is
You're
really
not-
low. I mean, I
I'm-
never see you
Hey,
going
I'm
that
not the
low.
one saying
Tommy.
it. He said he would not be sad if
just
his own
said
daughters
that.
died.
You just
He
said
said- he-
that.
he
You
said-
said that. You said that this reaction might have something to do with being an atheist or not. This is really low, Tommy. Honestly, it's
Very honest is what it is.
yeah, it's really. I mean, if you don't get it,
No, Tommy.
there is no point in me trying to explain that.
It's utter fucking horseshit, is what it is.
How?
The filthy, most retarded fucking strong.
Okay, I'm fucking done with that. I mean, I got higher standards than trying to, to explain
I
to
don't
you
know why you're so
such
upset.
simple.
I'm just thinking out
upset
loud.
because
All right,
it's
Tommy.
bullshit. Because it
Tommy,
touches.
Tommy,
Okay, calm
and
down.
you're trying
let
to
me
imply that my
agree.
reaction
Yes,
has something
all
to
right.
do with what I believe.
you
This
just
is
shut
fucking
up. Let me-
bullshit.
Yeah,
Airlock
it
or not
is.
airlock?
It is bullshit thinking that. But Tommy, I told you before you even brought this up that I care how people live. I fought bullies because they treated people badly. I helped Nadia out. I spent like a lot of money helping Nadia out.
I
Okay,
know you did.
I care. Listen, I care how people live. Okay, so if life had no meaning to me, why would I care how people live? Explain
But
that
when you're
part.
dead, it's game over. There's no more continuation of them.
Here's the
You're
thing.
not.
I'm
This
just
is not
concerned-
devaluing life. This is saying once they're dead, they're dead. It's accepting the reality of the situation. At that point, you're not caring about their life. You're saying, well, they're dead.
But they're gone, and there's a loss, or I would think there would be. Like if his kids died, there should be some sort of loss that you would mourn. The normal person, I think.
Well, I don't know. They're not dead yet, but I've explained to you.
Now
Like I
it's
said,
the-
my daughter's gone to Haiti. I don't think I would feel anything because I thought about it, but I haven't heard from her a couple of
That
days. Well,
doesn't
she could be dead right
strike
now.
Okay, well, that doesn't strike anybody as odd that your own daughter.
No,
What about you,
because-
Drag?
no.
What about you, Drag? I know you have a son. What if he died? Would you be sad?
Listen,
If actually, Bob, you go ahead, and I'll.
I would be devastated
Tommy,
if my kid
Tommy, did you just hear what I said? I care,
Yes.
Tommy.
Yes.
Did you hear what I said? I care about how people live. So explain to me, if I care about how people live, how does that make anything about how people die? I mean, they're total opposites.
Because they're not around anymore, and you would miss them. You would love them, I would think, and you would miss them being around you.
No, the one that's making the argument is Tommy.
But what does that have to do? What does that have to do with atheism?
No, not saying Tommy. No, this is the other Tommy. This is the bad Tommy. St. Tommy's. Yeah.
I couldn't really get my thought out before I was interrupted. I was just thinking out loud.
I'm sorry, I was talking to my wife.
Okay, again.
But you're trying. You were trying to associate not caring about people dying with atheism and not caring about life.
I didn't say
But I
not
explained
caring.
to you. I care about.
I didn't say not
I
caring.
explained to you how I care about. Listen, I explained to you how I care about how people live and if they're happy or not, and I care about making people happy while they're alive.
That was
So,
not my position.
Tell me what. So why even bring
Okay,
up? I told you something screwed up in my head. There's people who have Asperger's. Some people with Asperger's have that feeling too. Okay. That it's just the way. And just like you said, your friend, she's taking the drugs. It's affecting her brain now, and she doesn't cry anymore.
Right.
So there's probably some chemical imbalance in my brain. It doesn't have to do with me personally and the way I think. It's a chemical imbalance that it's affecting the way I think.
You know what? It was just more of a concern for you. I wasn't being, coming down on you. I was just trying
And
to
like I
understand your
said,
position.
my father passed away. My father passed away. It didn't bother me then. And that's even when I did believe in Jesus and God. So the atheism's got nothing to do with it.
Well, I'll weigh in on this. If my son died, I would definitely miss him, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to sit and burst into tears the second that he meets an untimely death. Normally, I would pass before him in the normal course of things. So of course, as a parent, you'd hope something like that wouldn't happen. But based on precedent information, I probably wouldn't be as sad as people think I should be. And then again, that might be some type of chemical imbalance just for me. I don't feel sympathy the same way other people do. If someone is really close to me, there's a more likelihood that I will, but it's not guaranteed. And for me, how my son lives now is more important than his untimely death. And that goes for anybody. It's not just this exclusive standard that I uphold because now that, I lack a belief in a deity, something has changed. No, that's been consistent since I've been little, since I recognize that I am not crying and mourning like everyone else around me. So I'm not sure where this atheist worldview thing that you're coming up with is even grounded in any type of reality.
It was just a side thought, honestly.
No. Here's the situation: is that life has meaning to atheists, death does not. Christians, on the other hand, life it really doesn't have much meaning. It's the death that has the meaning, because that's when you go to your wonderful afterlife and yada yada yada. I mean, you can be sitting there jumping down and up and down and rejoicing whenever somebody dies, not being upset.
Jesus beat death, so that's
yeah. There you go. So you should not be upset if one of your children was dead or murdered or what have you. You should be rejoicing because they're sweet, gentle Jesus.
I don't know who all here is married, but people have their better half, their wife, who spent their life with them. What I'm saying is that you would think that if someone close to you who you love dies, would that not evoke some sort of emotion?
In my case, it would, but everyone responds to these things differently. And now the thing is, we have what's referred to as the stages of grief. And depending on which one you go by, there's 5, there's 7, etc. It varies up to 9, I believe. Now, people go through these stages of grief in their own way. Now, some of them skip stages. Some of them skip multiple stages. And some people don't even necessarily go through any of the grieving process. It's a matter of how the individual is wired. This varies from individual to individual. This isn't attributable to this faith, that faith, this lack of faith, or that lack of faith. Your entire argument is built upon this bullshit straw man.
I don't even have an argument.
Tommy, suck my dick.
Well, what's this? You heard I had control, so you decided to come in to play with Tommy?
Yep. I want to play blackjack or poker. I want to see if I've got a good hand. What about you, Tommy? What have you got? Have you got a flush?
I think Tommy might want to know if you have a good hand or not, too. So.
Yeah, Tommy just saw it. He heard me say that, and he goes, "Oh hell, I got the perfect thing. Christians don't care about people living or dying."
Oh,
atheists. Atheists. That's what his point was, and if he could have wrangled it around there, he'd be spreading that around the tubes. Atheists don't care if you live or die.
One person as an example of all atheism and make the claim that they don't care about life. Yeah, great.
Well, all you guys agree, pretty much.
Whoa! Did I agree?
Hold on a minute. I've only just joined the fucking room.
Okay, fair.
Let me fix my audio. Hang on, sorry.
Most of you agree.
How many's most? I've only just joined.
What are we agreeing on?
I've got no idea.
We
Whatever Tommy feels is convenient.
It's a shitty argument. I think we all agree on that.
I don't even have an argument. So you're
we agree that the
okay, I agree on that.
We agree that the claim that atheists obviously have no value on life is a bullshit straw man claim.
Well, yeah. What is the value of life?
Yeah, but
it's just bags of chemicals.
Yeah, but I'm not an atheist though, so you have to ask me a different question.
Okay, well I'm asking the atheist. If we're just bags of chemicals, what's the value of life?
Well, the value of life would be existence, wouldn't it? You ass clown.
What's valuable about existence?
Hang on a second. We have a word for that, Tommy. It's called
existing.
Yeah, not only that, but okay. So let's say we were bags of chemicals plus some sort of ethereal goo that makes up your mind, whatever you want to call it.
That sounds like porno.
I know. Tell me about it. Anyways, yeah. So what? So who cares? So you're an ectoplasm plus a bag of chemicals. So what? How does that make you more special?
Yeah,
how does that add more value to you?
Yeah.
No, well, the point is you don't believe that you're.
No. The point is answer the fucking question, Tommy. Remember?
Oh my gosh.
How does adding
I can't have a conversation.
dualism? How does adding substance dualism to the equation?
Don't be shy, Tommy. Oh, we left.
I owned him pretty quick, eh? One sentence. Yes.
The only demand I had was answer the fucking question those asked. That was it.
Yeah, but you know that's why he ran away. You can't ask him that because it's too fucking logical. His brain can't cope with logical questions like answer the fucking question.
Yeah. Let's tie. And the interesting thing is, according to the conversation we had with him yesterday, you mentioned the card analogy. How many, what does your hand look like? According to Tommy, whether you have 1 card or 5 cards, it's all the same value.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, actually, that's why I went at blackjack because there's only 2 colors in the suit.
Well, there we go.
Yeah.
That's actually a good reference to blackjack.
I find myself losing patience with Tommy because he's like a lighter version of Brett Keane. There's not really a point to what he's saying. There's just something he's trying to get at. He's not really trying to have a conversation.
Hang on.
He just talk words, and I say, no, I didn't have an argument. What the fuck you were talking about then?
Oh, hang on a second. This was referenced by Dex a moment ago. Redline held a hangout yesterday, which he said was only going to be up for 24 hours, then being pulled. I didn't bother to save it, and he decided he's going to end up removing it from his channel because it was a piece of shit. And most of that's because Tommy was in there. And we put up with him for far too long, so tonight, no, not putting up with fucking one step out of line with the bullshit, straw man horse shit.
I mean, seriously, have you ever, I'm probably naive here, and I don't get into this hangout too much, especially with some people, but have you ever seen him, going that low?
Yes, this is normal for him. This is honestly how.
Oh, he's
gotten worse.
She said worse. Yeah, we were actually in a hangout, and an audience hangout, and they were talking about rape, and Jackie was in there, and she was raped, and Nadia was in there, and Nadia's been raped.
No, you're right. I was there too.
And Tommy said in the side chat, what was she wearing?
Yeah.
No, you're right. You're right. I think I was there too. I remember that. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Oh, I went off on his ass. I couldn't believe it. I mean, that was just.
Of all the things you could say to somebody, like what does that have to do with any? If you were walking around ass naked, that doesn't, entice someone to come and penetrate you forcibly. I really don't.
It actually.
Porno videos.
I mean,
it upset Jackie. It upset Jackie so much she went and got the clothes and showed the clothes she was wearing.
And she was raped.
And that just pissed me off even further.
When the friend I said before, I talked before, died, I was such an atheist that me and him, we were actually working in the church as dealing with small children and teaching them the gospel. That's how much of an atheist I was when that happened.
Yeah. As a footnote to people that decide to handle themselves like Tommy does, just take a look at Dragnaut's icon. Get to work.
Yeah.
My harmonica and make really annoying noises with it every time everyone started arguing all at the same time.
Fuck.
Don't worry, I would have kicked him before that. My trigger finger was already itchy at that point. I'd moused over it like 5 fucking times. But he was gracious enough to get his dumb ass out of here.
Because he cannot have a conversation. That was his claim. He can't have a conversation. You come in the room, you make the most fucked up argument, which is not an argument, and I mean, people is actually telling to you shit from their life, how they felt when their mother died, how they felt, when close people died, this is all just to make up your stupid point.
Yeah,
I mean,
because this gives him a chance to take a shit on it.
How fucked up do you have to be?
Well, he kind of has a Roy Montero thing going on, whereas it doesn't matter what he's saying because he believes it's coming from a place of divine knowledge, and so it allows him to say whatever the hell comes out, whether it's verbal diarrhea or something really profound. Usually it's the former. So there's zero remorse as to what's being said. And then he'll claim this kind of smug innocence that I think Ozzy actually referred to. He had a cute phrase for it, I forgot what it was, but they feel as though the hostility that ensues afterwards isn't deserved, even though they know that what they're saying is inflammatory.
No, you're right.
They know what they're saying. They know what they're insinuating is inflammatory.
No, you're right, and this is why I reacted the way I reacted. You know, at a certain point, say, you know what, I got higher standards. If you don't understand it, fuck you. You know, there is no other point. You cannot have a conversation with those people. I mean, if
In
you're
Red
in,
Line thing yesterday, we essentially beat the crap out of this bag of chemicals kind of notion. Well, technically, it wasn't the topic at hand. We essentially beat the shit out of it nonetheless. And he's still going to sit there and all these words bounce off him. He's a fucking dipshit. He is a waste. He was a waste of semen when he was born, and he's a waste of semen now.
you know what, my only problem is that I've got another person to ask. You see that tree on my back? Every morning I wake up and I go to that tree and I tell him that I'm really sorry because there's some people which are a total waste of oxygen, and that tree is that tree is making oxygen all night long, and it's wasted on some people. So every morning I go there and I apologize to him because some work that he made is totally wasted. And now I've got another person to apologize to. I got to start waking up at 6 a.m. in order to list all the people I know that got to apologize to my fucking shit.
I'm convinced Tommy had to be a C-section because there's no way that fucker's smart enough to make it down to the birth canal.
Don't worry, we'll hear about him. We'll hear about this later in his persecution complex.
You can blow me. Oh wait, no, he might enjoy that. Never mind.
Yeah, that guy is so closeted. It's really, really, really obvious. It's not even kind of obvious.
And sorry, and just to be fair, because of the sound bites of the hangout, when I'm saying it's a waste of oxygen, I'm not saying that I wish him dead. I'm just saying that it's a waste of oxygen. Yeah, I mean, the oxygen.
He wastes food.
Okay,
The oxygen.
I wish he's dead. I don't
No,
care.
no.
Wait, hang on. Let's get the Christian perspective from the wife.
I would say that the world would be a better place if he ceased to exist.
There you go.
Okay.
World by liberal.
Dead. Fucked hard.
How about that?
Oy vey.
I also think he's a sociopath.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are.
I think he's a fucking idiot and you give him too much fucking credit.
Oh, speaking of...
Oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna put my game on fucking loud now.
Oh, wise choice.
Playing Star Wars: The Old Republic.
Oh, how is it? I haven't tried that one.
Well,
It's actually pretty good.
I was playing that before.
Well, they're adding some new stuff, so me and my cousin are trying to prepare for the expansions come out in a few months.
Yeah, same as me. I've been grinding my ass off as a fucking bounty hunter.
Sty, hang on. Were you playing it single player, multiplayer, or what?
It's a multiplayer game. It's a MMO. It's free, dude.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering if you were playing with yourself or not.
Is it a total grind?
I was like, honestly, I thought about it. You almost got me. Got me.
It's so funny. It's so funny. I nearly had a stroke.
Oh.
Yeah, you like that joke, motherfucker? Yeah, don't get fucking heavy with me, bitch.
No. Actually, I think some levels think the stroke was a result of brain damage from talking to people like Ollie. I mean, Ollie, what the fuck? Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sai.
Keep going to.
I'm sorry,
Ollie's
Sai.
the drag name.
Holly.
I'm sorry, Sai. You said you almost said one stroke. That's all you need? One stroke?
Yeah, he's quick.
Wow.
I'm not that quick.
Oh.
Apparently it takes Fabio twice to fucking say what he wants to say.
Let's roll back the audio, Sty.
Anywho.
Oh dear.
What server are you playing on there, Drag?
This is Prophecy of the Five.
Shit. I haven't got no characters on that one. I'm on a.
You're doing you got 90 fucking what you call them? Cartel coins.
I'm not a sub.
You're not a sub.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sub. Yeah, 90 cartel coins you can transfer.
No, I could just make a new tune on your server. You can play on US and EU servers, so that's always cool. I've got good.
Oh yeah,
internet, so.
yeah. I'll just give you shit because if you wear light or heavy armor, I'm just gonna make it for you.
Well, if that's the case, I'll just make a tune on your server. Just tell me what server it is. Are you PvE or PvP or whatever?
PvP.
Oh god.
You see how you see this guy?
That's gonna hurt so much.
I fuck people up.
I know, but that's gonna hurt, dude. I hate grinding when there's people who just want to kill me for fun. It's like
Oh, they can try. Well, yeah, but here on this server, I always have at least a few max level characters, and I'm decking this guy out in PvP armor. So if they do try to fuck with you, they're gonna get a taste of the sniper rifle right here.
So you're trying to get Side to play on that server just because you want to kill him, right?
He'll probably kill me for fucking lols.
Yeah. Well, I'm on Empire, so I don't have any Republic tunes on here, so. Yeah.
I would just love to hear him on the other end going, "Fuck you, you stupid fucking cunt." I think it'd be hilarious.
I wouldn't. I just start laughing. Because that's just the way games are, dude. I never get angry at games. The only game that ever made me angry was Counter-Strike.
No, they're not worth it.
And that wore off eventually. That's because I played it since it was a fucking, like, a mod for Half-Life 2.
Those were the good old days.
Yeah, 1.3 and all that shit.
Yeah.
I used to play that before even fucking Steam VAC was out. So,
yeah.
There was no VAC in them days. You could literally cheat like any way you wanted to. It was good stuff. Anyway, sorry to nerd you up, guys. But yeah, I played that game that he's playing. I'm actually grinding a bounty hunter on fucking some of the crazy US server.
Probably best. Was it PvP or PvE?
It's a PvE server, I think. I just hate getting fucking, killed.
Such
Just trying to do
a
missions.
Care Bear, man. Such a Care Bear.
They don't do it too
Listen,
much here.
motherfucker, I'll show you Care Bear. I'm a fucking EVE Online player.
Oh!
Yeah, you're a Care Bear in Eve
Let me
too.
sit in
What are you
high
talking
sec. Let me sit in high sec and just snipe you or run away when the fucking security comes.
Oh no, I used to my playground was LSJEP actually.
I know enough about Eve to fuck around. My cousin who's on Magwin, he was big into Eve. So big, in fact, that when he went to the Navy, he gave me a list of skills to train while he was away.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
That's how serious it was.
No, you know how you roll when you can fly up to 0-0 in your pod and say, "Let me through," and they just do.
Oh, please.
No, that's how I roll, dude. In Eve, I've got like more fucking ISK than I can count. I used to own
Do you
fucking
guys-
corporations.
Do you guys use a keyboard for controls, or do you have a handheld controller?
No, we're sucking each other's dick.
I got a keyboard.
No, we use our crystal balls.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Mine are made out of crystal, but I don't know if yours are.
You're just fucking uptown, right, Heathen? Yeah, I've got diamond balls.
I got dragon balls.
I actually had a great hangout earlier. Then I came here.
Oh.
Stop being a bitch. What the fuck? You know what? Have another stroke, motherfucker. Cheer up.
Well, this was a great hangout until Tommy showed up.
Yeah. I don't know why. Tommy is just a fucking enigma.
That's what he
You know
does.
what? I don't even believe in evolution anymore because of fucking Tommy Hall.
That's actually a good point.
Yeah, he is kind of a point against evolution, his existence, you're right.
This is actually a very good point.
Yeah, because only God can make something that fucking stupid.
It cannot be by accident.
That's gonna be on purpose.
Yeah.
That's it. It's
Like the platypus, something just too fucking ridiculous to exist. What?
yeah. Like
Exactly.
Tommy Hall is the reason why God exists because he's just so special.
Special little snowflake.
Sorry, I just went the highlights of this entire hangout. Thank you.
Aye.
Tommy's proof that God's in it for the lulz.
Yeah.
Proof of Loki, at least. I may or may not mean the alcohol the same name.
I don't know. They taste just as good.
Motherfucker! Get the fuck off me!
And you know what? I blame Dragnout for all of this. Yeah, because he was actually the one which read the stuff on the side chat and say, "Oh, I think Tommy has got a question for you, Bob."
Yeah. I'll take the blame.
Thanks, Drag. Thanks, Drag.
I'll
No,
take
you
the blame.
encouraged them.
You know, you can get some of this orbital strike. You see this shit? Oh, fuck you up. See this guy? He's on one knee already. They didn't even have to do that much. Yeah.
Ah, you like it when they're on one knee, don't you? Huh?
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, look at that! Look at Tommy Hall sucking dick. Way! You go, Tommy, bitch. You go, Master Grunt.
I didn't know it was that kind of game. I think I'm joining.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's the Tommy Hall kind of game.
I mean, Dreadnought keeps rolling that game, shouting, "I'm not a fucking mermaid. Knee down. I'm not a mermaid."
Okay, you have to be here for the mermaid conversation to get the joke.
Yeah.
But you know what? I'm actually literally going to make a fucking character called Tommy Hall. Seriously.
He can only walk around on his knees. He goes 2 speed, slow and nut.
Yeah. You look like Dr. Manhattan with a bad fucking hair day.
He's a chiss.
He's a fucking
Badass. You see that purple do-rag? They didn't make purple do-rags. I had to make that.
Dreadnought, do you mind if I ask you a question?
What's up?
You're not reading the side chat while you're playing, isn't it?
No, I can't see it.
Okay, cool.
I can see it now.
Yeah,
I can see it now.
Okay.
I'm willing to bet they don't have a mic anyway.
Just pretend you don't see that.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
shit. Okay, yeah. I'm
That
all tapping
argument
back.
was like what 4 fucking hours ago? We don't.
Yeah.
It's been resolved. Yes, there is a connection. Get over it.
Canal, is that your actual name? Jesus was not responsible for the Holocaust. How the fuck do you work that out?
Because he has a virus in his canal, apparently.
Uh,
Or is that canal virus? Man, anyway.
I don't know. Canal. I don't know. I can't trust American spellings these days. I mean, the whole color thing threw me off from day one.
Okay, there's no U in color.
Yeah, that's color. Color.
Color.
Yeah, I don't even know how to pronounce that shit.
It's like a Kohler, you know. You go to get a drink, you get a Kohler.
Yeah, but that's got an A in it, right?
Nope.
It has now.
I was the first time I heard like
why? What? You want to fry? Yeah. Sorry, are you Chinese? No.
I think it was I don't know 2000. No, yeah, it was like the year 2000. The first time I heard the word soda instead of soda.
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 Soda. I love Americans. I really do. I love Americans. I just do.
Who call it? Yeah, we call it pop. We don't call it we don't call it pop up here or soda in Michigan. That's sodas or colas from down south.
Yeah, pop is what you call your dad.
Pops? What?
That's what my son calls. Yeah, no, my son calls his grandfather Pops.
Right.
Because you're a fucker, eh?
That's because my father-in-law wants him to call him Pops.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So because you fucker.
No, he calls me by my nickname. I think my wife is still actually watching the Hangout. You still watching, dude?
Dude. Ooh, temperamental.
Oh shit, yeah. What is?
She's gonna whoop your ass now. She'll be like, dude, wait until I put my strap on and you'll be saying, dude, bitch. Motherfucker.
Hang on a second, just a quick note. Our new arrival has both stated that George Ringo Starr might maybe trying to learn English, so orangutan postage stamp.
Does he know that Ringo Starr is actually English?
No, he's not. Yeah.
I just had to work that out. That makes no sense.
No. He's actually. I mean, Shadow is actually cigarette. I can totally bicycle him. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, is that the Canal fella? He's probably French.
Well, he's saying, he's trying to learn our language, and we talk a lot of shit, so, why not?
An umbrella. Don't forget the umbrella, because
Well,
Hey, dude, don't be dissing my umbrella now.
No, you're right.
He said
Go get it.
KKKKK. Is he trying to give us some like secret message? That's like a conspiracy theory. KKKKKKKK.
Come on, bring it back. Good boy.
Well, the KKKK thing, I don't know. He might be giving some kind of political affiliation.
Yeah. Eu estou always Spanish. Here we go. Fucking hell.
Well, technically, doesn't Brazil have its own language? Wouldn't that be Brazilian? I don't know.
No, it's Portuguese.
It's Portuguese.
Which is technically kind of Spanish.
No, don't. No.
Let me have that one, please. Fuck off. It's fair. It is fair. It's wrong, but it's still fair.
Are you talking about my people?
Sorry.
You're black. You haven't got any people.
What are you talking about? Look at yourself.
Yeah, I am superior. I'm white.
Bullshit.
Only on Sundays, but it still counts when I go to
You are
church.
brown as my turds. Get out of here. We'll dye your hair.
You're only white on Sundays? What, are you afraid of getting shot?
No, it's just I get free ping pong and shit in Sunday school.
Yeah,
like,
but
are you a Christian?
The problem is he's dark enough that it didn't. Sorry, Sai is not dark enough for it to actually cause controversy when he made a house reference pertaining to certain people making a bad argument.
Oh yes.
It took Carson making that same counterpoint to them and calling them that for it to become a problem.
How did that even happen? Hold on a minute, right? When I said exactly right, I was the first person to ever say that. No one even. In fact, I actually got kicked out the room, and no one wanted to speak to me. And then Alex Carlson with his big fucking elephant dick comes along and goes the same shit. And now Alex Carlson is God's gift to fucking black people.
It's because Carson, when making the comment, was swinging his dick around.
Probably, yeah.
Well, you have to. Okay, to understand that reference, you have to have seen the pictures. Just saying.
Terrible.
For those watching and don't understand.
I'm
pretty sure he beats me.
That was actually true, though, Drag. As much as we're laughing, that's actually true. I made that
I've seen
comment
it.
before anybody else.
No, he sent me a picture. I've seen the other ones.
Okay, wasn't talking about that. But yeah, I made the comment about the house reference. Don't want to get anybody banned, especially like fucking Art or whoever.
Yeah,
but I made that reference before anybody else.
Did you miss the conversation about mermaid vaginas that went on for like 10-15 minutes?
Yeah.
No.
Too late. That boat sailed, man.
Alright, okay. Well, it sank.
Yeah, probably.
Freak thing. Well, in fact, it crashed on the rocks, so to speak.
We need a name for the third hole for the semen.
Tommy.
We're gonna call it the Tommy.
Mm-hmm. We'll call it the fish farm.
Okay, we'll call it the fish farm. It's a semen reservoir.
Call it the Tommy hole, man. He's in the middle. Call him the Tommy
hole.
The Tommy hole.
The Tommy
The Tommy hole.
Yeah.
We'll call it a Tommy hole. Yeah.
Tommy hole.
We can call him the virus canal.
Oh, now you're just gonna piss off Canal. He's gonna.
Well, you know, what's the name?
Spanish.
He's already pissed. He said that he got into this piece of shit, hangout because shit. So I think he's already pissed.
Good old Google Translate, eh?
I think his
no.
key. I think his key button's broken though, because
he
presses it once and it just keeps going.
What is he saying? I'm not tabbing.
I couldn't figure out. Yeah, merda is like similar to Spanish.
Just use a translator.
He basically said this shit was open, so I decided to get in.
Into you. You just get into any old hole, eh? Just shitty hole, any hole. Yeah. Let's put it in.
Just throw it. Is Portuguese really that similar to Italian?
Well, a little bit.
What?
Well, they're just as lazy. So.
It's not
probably.
It was fighting words.
No. Sitting there and saying that Italians are lazy isn't really a big thing, especially if you live someplace like Tuscany. Because what happens is you get up in the fucking morning and the goddamn birds bring you your tray out and breakfast.
Yes.
Oh, we are here.
Yes, that happens. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why they got That's why they got the ass kicked in World War fucking II. All the birds went away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, our fighter hawks are on vacation right now, migrating.
I know.
Yeah, that's also why Mussolini couldn't get away, because they couldn't pick up his fat ass.
Yeah. And all the mobsters went away. You fucking locked them all up. Stupid bastard. You should have employed them instead of locking them up.
You know, Stein, I got to disappoint you because, as much shit as you can make up, I've heard 2 days ago. I've heard someone which beat you, hands down.
What do you mean make up? I didn't make up Mussolini.
No.
That guy's real.
No, it's okay. No, I'm telling you. 2 days ago.
Don't be butthurt, Mussolini. Don't be butthurt.
2 days ago, there was that guy that I don't know what he said about the Italians and stuff like that, and said, because the Italian, I don't know what they did during the French Revolution.
You know what you sound like now? You sound like a French person.
And
Suck it up.
That's like too far, Sty.
No, but the main problem is that Italy did not exist during the French Revolution, so
I never said he did.
Jesus, can you follow a fucking conversation for
No,
more than
because
5
I'm
minutes?
watching Ragnar. I'm watching Ragnar play fucking that bastard game.
Fuck's sake! I mean,
I'm sorry. I'm watching him play fucking Star Wars. I apologize, okay? I apologize. I'm watching him play fucking Star Wars and he's killing
You have got the attention span of Doris from
Yeah, but
Final
he's killing shit. That's interesting. Look, he's killing shit.
Don't make Fabio have to apologize to more trees, damn it.
I'm sorry. He's killing shit. It looks interesting. Okay, go on, Fabio. Anyway, so this dick said whatever he said. Go on.
No, I'll send you an email so you can read it.
It might take some time, but I'm sure he will.
No way you can take your time.
I'm not interested, so that's going to be very hard.
I'll make
Spend it like
pictures.
sign language or some shit. It's easy.
There'll be a lot of pictures. Don't worry.
As
Just
long
talk
as
to him in
you send
Italian,
them with nice tits, that'll be fine. I blame Dragnorth. Stop playing that fucking game.
Yeah.
Okay, no, don't blame me. I'm playing this game. I'm talking to a buddy of mine who went off on me last night, who was
Is he
clinically
Italian
depressed.
by any chance?
No, he's not. He's an African Creole person guy.
Oh.
Fucking no, he's a guy, and I'm talking to him because he's upset. He's mad. He's mad that he told me to fuck off last night, but I know he's depressed, so I let it go. And I'm playing this. I'm listening to Stizor say shit to a guy in Italy, and listening to him getting frustrated. I'm trying to tell my wife, let's do Olive Garden now since we're talking about Italy, and I'm getting hungry. So I got homework up here that I'm still trying to fucking figure out. You better get off my goddamn game.
I will say Italian food is pretty fucking nice. So yeah, I'm not surprised you got hungry.
Yeah, but he didn't say anything about Italian food. He said Olive Garden.
No, he just said Italian.
Well, okay. Gnocchi is from Italy originally, so that's why.
It's gnocchi, you twat.
Gnocchi. It's gnocchi, isn't it? Gnocchi. Yeah, gnocchi.
Gnocchi.
Gnocchi?
Yeah.
Don't even bother trying. You're going to hurt yourself.
Gnocchi.
Not gnocchi.
Yeah. There's a yeah in there.
Gnocchi.
No, gnocchi.
Gnocchi.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
That's not gnocchi.
Yeah, that's it.
The little balls of potatoes and cinnamon and shit.
That's it. That's the shit.
Fucking delicious is what it fucking
Potatoes
is.
and that sounds disgusting.
Have you
redneck.
never had gnocchi?
It's like somebody was trying to make a Timbit and all they had was a potato.
Listen, only because you've ever had,
Hang on.
eat tins of beans.
Hang on. I want to respond to something on the side. As American has become so rotten, 10 words, 9 is name calling. Sty is not American.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What? Where the fuck does this idiot come from?
From Brazil.
As someone who was in this hangout about 3 hours ago, and suddenly come back and find Sty here, I just for the purpose of
your asshole.
For the purpose of chat transparency, I'll say that we weren't talking to Sty without him here for about good 5 minutes, I believe. It was quite funny. Essentially, we all came to agreement that if we hear a random Scottish accent screaming out and cursing, well, we all know who that is.
Yeah, because I'm not from Scotland, you fucking ass clown.
No, we still got a good impersonation out of the deal, so it was okay.
Jesus Christ, the fucking American fucking education has me nailed.
You kind of look like the Matt character, like the younger version of him. Did you guys think that style looks a little bit like Matt Bell?
Do you think I look better looking than you? Yes. Don't be jealous, bitch. Just because
I see you're developing that head vagina right there.
No, just because you're so ugly and you can't get on camera, don't blame me, dude. Seriously.
Sty, you say you're from Liverpool, I believe, in the last chat I was in?
If you look at the guy's forehead, you'll simply know there are two lines going down, so it can't actually be a forehead vagina. It can't be a vagina.
Yeah.
Two lines. That would be a double vagina, and those just don't exist.
Yeah. Unless I've got two lesbians living on my fucking eyebrows in a weird position.
And you should be that fucking lucky.
Calm down for a second. Sty, what city are we from again? Sorry, come on. Sty, what city are we from? I believe it was Liverpool.
You don't need to believe it. Everybody knows where I'm from, unless you're fucking dumb, I guess. Or you need geography lessons.
I just wanted to make sure because I'm not in these things very often. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I apologize.
I'm from America.
I'm from Scotland, actually.
Yeah, no, but that was a joke of the thing before. Someone mentioned it and was like, oh, yeah, that's fine. We don't really care. We're all American at that point.
Well, technically, he is from North America, which
yeah.
There's America and there's not America.
There you go.
Wow, it's like Redline just walked in the room.
8 assholes on an old man. Who the fuck's the old man? That's definitely not me. Who's the old man? I don't know who the fucking old man is.
I could be. I am.
Come on, tell us who the old man is. Canal.
Are you older than me, Shadow?
That's fighting talk, that is.
I'm 44, I don't know.
I'm fucking older than you, man.
Okay.
See, that's lies. See, Shadow's not even older than fucking old man is.
Yeah. I mean, it is from Brazil. What the fuck does he? I know. I'm just pissing him out, for no reason at all.
I'm only 22.
I'll be 50 tomorrow actually.
Wow! Happy belated birthday and shit.
Well, no. Yeah, today is the 25th. I'll be 50 the 26th. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I forgot you live in Italy. That's pretty close in the time zone. So happy birthday. But
thank you.
Because I don't know if
you're ahead of me.
No, happy birthday, honestly, really, Fabio. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
And I hope you have a nice bottle of wine and enjoy a nice meal with your.
I hope I'll have more than one bottle of wine actually.
Well, fucking
excellent plan. That is the plan. White wine or red wine? What do you? Do you guys even drink white wine in Italy?
He lives in Italy. What a stupid fucking question that is.
They don't have grapes. That's what I was wondering. Like I asked white wine, and then I'm like, wait a minute.
That's okay because what happens is in terms of for wine, for example, what happens is the birds individually pluck each grape and put them in a large bag and individually mash them carefully with their beaks.
Yep. His wife's in some fucking fairy dress, swinging around in the garden and some utopian shit, and he's like, oh.
No,
I'm sorry, I'm just having fun.
Take all of our collective asses if she wanted to.
I'm just trying to think of a good birthday in a utopia that doesn't exist. So
that's hookers and cokes. That's like Italian woman that will step on your trachea look.
Yeah.
You know the ones. Oh, so sweet, wonderful, and nice, and you say the wrong thing, and there you go, you're dead.
Yeah, aren't they called Goombas in Italy, if I'm not mistaken? It's like a mobster version. Well, it's kind of like a stereotype, but I think it's called a Goomba in Italy. Like the grandmas are the badasses. I think they're called Goombas in mobster games. I don't know if you play mobster games, but they call them Goombas. I think
you're thinking of the mushroom in Mario Brothers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Might have them mixed
I don't know. Like in Russia, the equivalent would be what, babushka?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
Baby, isn't it?
Yeah. Though that they're actually they are pretty badass. You never want to fuck with a babushka. They all look old and decrepit and shit, but they're like ninjas under all those.
Ninja grandma.
Ninja I remember.
You don't want
I
to
was-
fuck with Italian grandmas because they pack shotguns, not Tommy guns. They packing shotguns.
There's just something about European, old women. I remember my grandma. She was like, she was about 60 when I was young, and one time I stood up to her. I got sick and tired of her telling me what to do, and I grabbed a broom and I attacked my own grandma. Okay.
Wow.
Now I was 8.
That's wrong. That's just not.
Hang on.
I would have looked.
Hang on. How many seconds did it take her to kick your ass?
Yeah.
She disarmed me without me even noticing that the broom is suddenly missing from my arms.
I would have locked your ass in the cupboard for the rest of your no life.
Pretty much. It did not end well for me. Let's
Yeah,
just put it that way.
just no. You cannot attract Granny. Not at 8 years
I was
old.
just surprised how freaking fast she moved.
That's
I
that's
was
like
just
some shit. That's like stabbing Jesus while he's on the cross and shit. You can't do that.
No. Jesus can't move. Her grandma actually can kick his ass. So.
Hang on. Wait. I gotta point something out. You said you can't stab Jesus when he's on the cross. What about the Roman soldier? It's already been done, man.
Yeah,
Nothing
but that's
can
the
work.
little bastard that's him with the broom trying to stab Jesus on the cross, and his man just bitch slapped him. I'm
Dude,
Jesus,
already did that.
motherfucker.
It's been done, man. You can't say that's like this. No, the Roman soldiers did that, man.
But isn't that the Longinus or something?
Okay, look, let's just admit it. That didn't happen anyway. So I'm just being fair.
Yeah.
It was obviously a Jew that stabbed Jesus on the cross, wasn't it, Roman?
No.
Actually,
recovering from a hangover that night. Somebody else.
You know what? I'm gonna get hate mail so much right now for saying that.
Actually, it was a Roman soldier named Longinus. That's true. That's the history. I mean, the tale.
Yeah, you better have corrected yourself, Mister.
They actually have a name for him. What does his name translate to?
No, I don't know which story it is, but there is in one story the actual Roman soldier was called Longinus.
Just imagine in the
it's spelled like that. It's spelled Longi. I'll write it down. Hold on a second.
Is that how you pronounce it, Longinus?
No, because I'm thinking of Monty Python now, where the whole biggest dickest.
Biggest dickest, yeah.
Yeah.
I always thought it was the
Hang on,
Lancelot.
stop. I think that might be a joke. If you actually look at the letters in there and break it into English words, it's clearly long in us.
Yeah. Dirty bugger.
You know, it's like
dirty.
I was raised
Google
Catholic.
it.
Above the crossing,
Oh, yeah.
they put INRI, which clearly stands for I'm nailed right in. So I mean,
This kind of reminds me of the time me and my lieutenant that I used to work with in the Army, we made some WoW characters called Biggest, Dickest, Blackest, and then it was.
I think you killed me, you fucker. I'm sure you killed me in World of Warcraft. I'm sure of it.
No. He said they named them Biggest, Dickest, Blackest. You know what
Yeah, I'm fucking pretty sure
the
they
Biggest,
killed
Blackest,
me.
Dickest was already taken.
I'm sure I've been killed by some bastard fucking horde member.
Yeah, it was probably me.
Yeah.
What the fuck did this turn into a shuffle?
You were on the Alliance side? Don't tell me you played a gnome.
Nope. I'm okay. Confession. I did just lie, just because it was funny. But I can actually remember dueling somebody outside of Orgrimmar with that name. I'm not even joking with you. Someone literally fucking had that name outside of Orgrimmar, and I lost. And I was just like, I just
beat. And then of course
I said I want to rename to like Vagina or something, you know.
How shitty do you have to feel to be beat by someone named Biggest, Dickest, Blackest?
Yeah, exactly. I just quit for like a month. I couldn't cope.
I got beat by Biggest, Dickest, Blackest.
I've never been an Alliance member. I just don't like Alliance in World of Warcraft.
No, Alliance sucks. Horrid way to go.
I
was in a guild called Pirates of Virginity, and our guild got banned.
You got orc rape. That's
If
what
you're going to be called Pirates of Virginity, you got to know you're going to get reamed at least once.
No, always.
But I started calling my penis the Carlson, right? And,
wow.
My girlfriend doesn't get it, right? But
just show her a picture; she'll soon fucking get it. You didn't get that joke, did you? There's actually a guy on this called Carlson who's got a big, huge fucking dick.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Alexander.
Yeah, I feel weak. Yeah, he said house nigger, I said house nigger. Everybody loves him because he's got a big giant dick, and I'm just scouse. Fuck you
But he
all.
made an appearance. What was it, last night on yours there, Shadow? He showed up again, so he's backing around.
Yeah.
I missed it.
We had him in the house, yeah.
He's a cool stoner.
Now, I mean, the thing is, the thing that really allows Carson to get real offense to people is the mushroom stamp associated with the comment, because whenever he makes one of these comments, as I said, he kind of swings it around, goes up enough velocity, and just flings it across the country.
Well, he's so blacker than fucking iron. That helps.
Well, that's the thing. He can swing it over his shoulder and still grab the rest of it and like whip it around like a whip and hit somebody in the head across the country.
I feel so inept right now. Can we just start talking about the size?
It's kind of like Indiana Carson, but with a longer whip.
Well, Sty, you're from Scotland, right?
Yep.
There's my point. There's my point.
Can you tell us about the masteries of rubber boots and Velcro gloves, please?
I've got no idea what that is, but I've got a kilt. If you want to suck my dick.
Are you full regimental or what?
Yeah, you just can't see my dick because it's so micro small.
Is it an Attila kilt or not?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you look at... You should know by the color of my skin, I'm a genetically modified grey from the front.
I just want to know if it's a utility kilt, man.
Huh?
I just want to know if it's a utility kilt.
I don't know what the fuck it is.
A utility kilt?
I thought you were speaking Scottish. I couldn't fucking understand what planet you were from.
You know, the ones with all the pockets and shit? Those are kind of neat.
Yeah, like we keep screwdrivers and shit in them for when we want to like rob cars and stuff.
Yeah.
My girlfriend plays in a pipes and drums band, and I always give her shit for not going full regimental because she always talks about her punani getting all sweaty, and I'm like, don't wear anything underneath there. You'll feel better.
Oh, that just turns me on. Girls with sweaty fannies. Mm.
Well, the thing is,
it just turns me on, girls with sweaty fannies.
Oh, so yummy. Oh, so wet.
I don't know about that. Well, it's an open mucous membrane, and it gets sweaty, so it smells not only like fish, but now like salt water.
You don't even get that.
Stop talking about mucus, for fuck's sake.
Oh, I love this kind of.
Yeah, but the thing is, it tastes like fish, or tastes like fish, smells like fish, tastes like chicken, right? But I thought there's this like story going around. I don't know, but apparently black guys don't like going down on girls. Is that absolutely true or not?
Well, that's a stereotype.
Well, hold on a
really
minute. Hold on.
Ranges.
Let's look at it properly.
Shut up.
Let's look at it properly. Black guys can't swim. Okay, they got heavy bones. So
yeah, that's. I think that's a stereotype, you know. And Greg now can answer to you while you know having two piece of fried chicken in his hand, but. You know.
I got to step in for one moment though, with all the fish references there, in terms of the looks like fish, smells like fish, and this and that, and just remind people: if the bottom half of the mermaid is human, you can still fuck him. So if you get that conversation, don't go back and
Well, the thing that doesn't make sense to me when it comes to stereotypes is there's two things, right? You got the bear with me because I know these sound horrible, the watermelon and the chicken, but on the other hand, you hear that black guys don't like going down on women, so it doesn't make sense to me. There's two stereotypes not working together, right? So,
well, the thing is with the black guys not wanting to go down on women. If you had a dick that damn big, you don't need to go down on a woman.
Yeah.
Actually, that's
what's in the face, should they? When she's standing up, apparently.
Okay, guys. Good night. Take care. It's been a
good
pleasure.
night, Fabio.
Bye.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Fabio.
Get drunk.
But I like getting drowned by vagina. It doesn't matter.
So what is with this whole fish and chicken? What? Are you sure you're going down on a human being here?
Fish and chicken? What the fuck?
No, let's not judge
What?
let's not judge him based on his fetishes. Come on.
But chicken, where the fuck did that come from?
No,
What?
no, no. You take the chicken, you hollow it out for all the audience.
That's
You
an
shove the
acquired-
fish in there. That way it's tighter.
No, that's an acquired taste. Fish and chicken. Something's gotta be going on here. You don't get fish and chicken burgers from fucking McFucking chicken fish burger Donald's.
Taste. So is that one of the questions you ask? Maybe what do you taste like? Beef, chickens, fish.
I think you mean stuffed like a fishy chicken.
I'm just talking about stereotypes here.
The thing
I'm
is,
talking about stereotypes.
If it smells like fish and tastes like fish, we need to take a lesson from Carson and make sure to rinse all the mucus out of his verse. But you know.
No, guys. The key to making fish taste good is you have a shot of vodka and you put some lemon juice on it. It's delicious. The girl might think it's a little weird, but you know.
Well, here's the thing: is the thing is, if it smells that much like fish, you might not be fucking a woman. You might be sticking your dick in the mouth of the fish that
Oh wow,
Dragon's planning on cooking.
this is getting too technical for me now, because I'm trying to work out what the fuck. And my brain's just like, huh?
We're branching back to conversations from like 3 fucking hours ago at this point.
Well, I went here 3 hours ago, but that whole chicken fish thing's freaking me the fuck out, because I'm thinking of like sandwiches at the moment.
It is a little bit like a sandwich, ain't it?
Yeah.
Well, I figured.
No meat inside until you put it there.
Sky, I thought you liked shearing sheep.
Why would I?
Hey, Dex, I'm gonna let you in on a little clue here. If you're gonna use that lemon, make sure she's not freshly shaved.
Oh,
The stereotype, incidentally, is not that they shear sheep; it's that they do something else with them.
Oh,
actually,
are we talking about the Welsh? Are we talking about the Welsh?
I'm just so I can educate your fucking geography lesson. I know you're still in school and you failed it probably. You could probably go to F in geography. It's not the same fucking country, you stupid cunt.
What's not the same country?
Sheep. The joke sheep. I don't live in the same country as the
It's a
sheep
Welsh
joke.
joke.
You fucking
Is it a Welsh joke? I thought it was a Scottish joke.
Wow.
Wow.
And you wonder why the rest of the world are worried that you've got nuclear weapons. Fucking hell.
Oh, we don't have nuclear weapons. We have nuclear proliferation here. But I am a part of the Commonwealth, yes.
You are?
But you're Canadian?
Yes.
Well, that's up to us to decide if you're a part of the Commonwealth, don't you think? I've just disowned you, no, fuck off.
Oh, jeez. You're such a horrible, disowning man. Are you giving me the no true Scotsman fallacy here?
No. Listen, guys, every country's got their sheep fuckers, okay? That's...
Yeah, I mean, Canada's got America. They shag sheep. Sorry. I just thought Canada owned America. Oh wait.
Okay, G-Man.
We're the head of America. We're up top here, and we give them facials and stuff like that. Yeah, that's great. They're just enemies down below.
I just thought you give them intelligence and they just ignored it. You know, like the whole entire
we're
healthcare
the
system.
Head. That's right. We're the brain. We're
That's
America's
terrible.
brain.
Canada gives the most awesome facials and the best happy endings ever.
Canada's our bondage mask.
Mm-hmm.
I still love Americans though. I still love Americans. I will admit they're the most fucked up country on the planet, even more than Venezuela. But I still love you guys.
Hey! Well, you're going way too low there.
Well, I'm not. It's actually statistically proven that you kill more
America
people
was
than
fine when you
Venezuela.
started talking to us. It's your fault.
Oh.
Well, it's my fault that you speak English, but I'm not going to complain about that. I mean, you can speak French if you want. Ask the fucking Canadians. They got a big giant place called Quebec. Go and live there.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Sai, I had to convince my girlfriend that you were actually smart. She was like, he keeps swearing every second word. And I was like, Well, I think he's really good with numbers, so I don't think you're justified on like.
Hang on, I've got to cut in here. If you listen to the sentence structure, it's the first word of every sentence, actually.
Well, the thing is, when we swear, we actually know how many dictionaries and thesauruses it's in. Where like Americans try and think that swearing is like posh, or it's not good to swear. Where the most versatile word in the English dictionary is actually the word fuck. But most of you haven't read one, so I'm not surprised.
You know what? Actually, I was actually hoping for a more wittier response, like "fuck you" or something like that. Because the thing is, I wasn't asking you to justify yourself, because I actually justified you to my girlfriend anyway. So I was like,
Okay, wait, no, sorry.
I'll just send her a dick pic. That's
Hey, Stizer, you're really good. You're really good with numbers, so you need to tell us to fuck off in a mathematical equation.
F equals MA. There you go. Hold on, I just done it. I just did it.
Doesn't take a dick pic.
The problem with
equals
Mohica's
MA?
The problem with Mohica's argument is that it's presupposition.
Hold on, wait, stop. Yeah. Don't know what F equals MA is?
Yeah, just F is force equals what? MA? What's MA?
Okay,
I don't know what it is.
I give up at this present. Go back to school, dude. Come on.
Acceleration.
Thank you.
I'm gonna throw one out.
High five, Shadow Heathens. Shadow's just even shaking his head. He's like, what the fuck? You don't
Negative
know
b plus or minus square root of b squared minus 4.
No. It makes sense now.
Oh, come
Dude,
on.
I've been out of school so long now. When Shadow Heathen says it all makes sense.
No, that's like saying you forgot 1 + 1 = 2 is. Come on.
Okay, dude, I don't sit there every day
You
doing
don't need to. That's like
b squared equals this, right? You know, like I do it.
Dude, that's just.
We all know 1 + 1 = 10.
Shadow. Tell them why that equation everybody should know it.
Because my wife is a liberal arts major and she knows it.
Okay then. Wifey, get over it and tell them why they should know it. Come on, wifey.
I majored in world religions, and I knew that one.
Yeah, and what does it mean though? Explain to them what it means.
Pretty much what it says.
I know, but they don't know what it says.
I totally understand what you're saying now when you
mass times the acceleration.
Alright. Can you jump up and down?
Times the amount of acceleration I can manage to bring it up to is the force in which my fist will hit your face.
There we go.
And you know what that's called? Gravity, motherfucker.
I understand what. I just needed a refresher on what MA meant. Okay, so the thing
mass
is,
times acceleration. Man.
Yeah, I get it now, right? It's I actually think it's funny. So
yeah, it was supposed to be funny. It wasn't supposed to be a fucking lecture in science or whatever.
Oh, that wasn't the point. The
I
point
know.
was I was trying to get MA.
Sty is busting your balls. He does that. He's taking the piss.
I know he's trying to take the piss out of me, but he's like, it's like self-defeating piss.
It doesn't matter. It's Stizor.
The thing is, when you take the piss out of someone, you're not supposed to take it from the faucet.
Yeah, you're supposed to take it from the ass.
What's wrong with golden showers?
Or at least a sweaty vagina, anyway. One of the two.
No.
No, there's a difference between golden showers and guzzling.
What the fuck are these?
I don't know. I come a lot, dude. I'm just kind of confused on which one I'm supposed to agree with at that point now. It's like I jizz a lot, so you know. Well, it's not golden because that would be weird. It's more like Christmas time.
Can somebody give me a mathematical equation for stupidity?
Yeah.
Tommy equals half of.
No, I really want one because I need one for work because I'm really tired of fucking dealing with absolute idiots.
Okay. Well, you know what you can do is you can actually go to someone, what the fuck's F equals MA? And if they don't answer, they're fucking stupid. There you go.
Thanks, man. Thanks for making me feel so special.
It's okay, dude. We're all special. We're all unique. What do you
I actually don't think Tommy Hall is that uninformed.
I think Tommy Hall is a fucking troll.
Hey, Sty, do you live near the White Cliffs of Dover?
No.
No, Chaswell lives near there.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say, Sty, grab your rubber boots and your sheep and go there with your Velcro gloves and like start humping the sheep on the edge of the cliff, and they'll push back into you.
There's no sheep in Dover. That's Wales. It's another country. You do understand that the United Kingdom has 4 countries, right? Not one.
Yeah, he doesn't live near any of that. He just
like
a bunch of bad soccer teams.
Yeah,
You know
like
what?
like the
I can
United
pretend
States.
that I'm
is like-
American and ignore all of your premises.
You probably could, but then I could tell you that you're a fucking colony, so I could ignore 72 countries.
Well, the difference between Canada and the United States is that you guys used all your resources on the United States, and you guys just said "fuck it" with us.
No, the only difference between Canada and the United States is Canada can spell color correctly, and the United States can't.
Oh my goodness, there's no you.
I was talking about that at work today. I was talking about having to use American language when I type on the internet. When I'm at work, I have to use,
Yeah, you
British
spelled
language.
this word incorrectly. No, I haven't. You're fucking incorrect. You're the fucking programmed Jew.
Guess which country makes the software?
Americans. Yeah.
Yeah, like color, and there's like all these words with "you" in it, and trying to explain it to an American is just like crazy, right?
Yeah,
you mean color.
Americans don't get silent letters, basically. Anything that's a silent letter, Americans don't put that in words because they don't like to spell anything that actually involves fucking brains.
Actually, we're just fine with silent letters. Y'all are the ones who mispronounce herb.
Yeah.
No, it's herb with a H.
Yeah, it's herb.
With a H?
It's not herb, it's herb. Ask Bob Marley, he's fucking Jamaican. Even Jamaicans know how to fucking say the word herb. Ask Bob Marley.
No, herb is the
He's dead.
Herbie.
No, herb. As in, like, something that you put in your food. Like ganja is a herb.
Oh, so ganja. Speaking about ganja, so
I'm
I got a letter.
Jamaican.
I got a letter back from Department of Veteran Affairs say that I'm diagnosed with post-traumatic stress, and my girlfriend is all pissed off because I'm like, I'm going down to the hemp shop and I'm gonna get fucking a bag of weed, right? And I've been like totally trolling her on this, and she's like, just fucking giving me the heartache over it. I'm not allowed to smoke pot because I'm still serving, but it's a very good thing here.
Hold on. How can you save and have PTSD at the same time? I thought
Well, it depends on your severity, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So the thing is, I can still take meds and still serve, but I can still function, right?
They're not med boarding you?
No, I've already been through it, and they decided to keep me in. So.
Oh wow, that sucks. You can challenge that.
No, because the thing is, I'm automatically get a medical release when I decide to quit, right? So.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, that is true.
So
I recently got
is,
out a few months ago.
Yeah, I'm very aware of what you've said live. So, I wanted to talk to you about a few different things. Actually, did you do an I4 or an S4 tour at all?
You said do a what now?
Did you go to Bosnia?
No. I went to the NTC and I got stuck there. That unit does not deploy at all. Like you know what the NTC does, but yeah, I could not go anywhere because I became I was in between temp and perm profile, and so I couldn't do anything. So I just said fuck it and just got out.
Or were you reserved? Or sorry, I don't know what NTC is because I'm Canadian, right?
Oh, okay, yeah. Do any of y'all do come to America for training at all? Any of your units?
Yeah, there is people that do that. Yeah.
Okay, the place that they go to for the training, that's the base that I went to, the one in California.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've done my matters of my deployments and stuff like that, and I'm still deployable actually. And
That's crazy.
So the thing, well, it depends what I do as a job. So the thing is, all they do is they screen me more heavier depending on what my employment limitations
No,
are.
I mean,
right?
I
So-
mean, it's heavy that like you. I mean, I'm not okay. It's going to be a bit serious question now. I know we've all been joking and laughing, but I think this is serious because I take this seriously. Have you killed people and shit?
Well,
It's a pretty dumb question, I guess. But
well, I'm armored by trade, so I actually don't know. Have I done?
I'm laughing because I was with mounted infantry, so I understand what you're saying.
I'm just trying to say, like, because you said you got PTSD, post-traumatic stress syndrome. I'm trying
Well,
to
there's other reasons for that actually. Here, let me put it this way. Some of my triggers are being that I went to a wedding that had a pig roast, right? With this pig rotating on a spit with its fats boiling off of its body. How about that for PTSD, right?
Well, I could rip a chicken's head off and cook it very easily. Yeah.
No, that's not the same thing. It's about similarities, right?
Did you any? I'm guessing you've seen what happens in a soft armored Humvees when they get hit by IEDs.
I've seen what happens when hard tanks get hit by explosives, right?
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You're in a hot box.
No, you didn't fuck.
So what I'm trying to say is, it has nothing to do with the pig, right? It really doesn't.
So that's a euphemism then. That's what you're saying.
No. What it is when I go to these things, it reminds me of those things, and I get really grossed out, right? So the thing is that.
So why would you want to go back then?
Oh no, because I have the sense of duty and stuff like that. It's dumb. I know it's dumb, but
Well,
I
I'm
still
only asking you that. You know, I appreciate the fact that what you do is what you do, and I will never. You got more balls than me, because I would never do that shit, to be honest, unless it was like fucking someone was invading my country or whatever. But
Well, one person I think that has balls more than me, because the thing is, I'm in decisive engagements, but when I listen to like Dragnot talk and stuff, and he looks at the aftermath, right? And he has to calculate it in his head and help these people and all this other type of stuff. That's even more complicated, right? So I have no problems looking at an engagement target or something like that, but it's different when it's let's say I did a UN or a NATO tour in like Bosnia, right? Where your imagination runs wild. These people live generational in homes. Like they'll have their kids grow up in their house, just like we do. But they'll get married. Their wife comes into the house, and they live generational in a house. You know, it's not like you leave your family and you decide to go buy your own house or something like that, right? So you'll have people that have lived next to each other forever and ever, right? And then one day the war decides to break out, and somebody goes, "Mummy, what are we?" And I'm, "Well, son, you're actually a Muslim or a Croat or Orthodox Serb." "Oh, okay."
Or
Our
an
neighbors
atheist.
are Muslims, or an atheist. Well, no, it doesn't really actually count there, right? It doesn't. And
Well, apparently, most of Yugoslavia was atheistic when the war broke out.
yes,
most
but until they
Europeans
found
are
out their
atheists.
background.
No, most Europeans are atheistic, actually.
Yeah, but I want you to know this, because there's actually 3 ethnic divides in Bosnia. So you're a Serbo-Croat, right? And there's a division even within that. You have your Croatians, your Serbians, and your Bosnians, right? And your Bosnians are Muslims, right?
And there are Serbian Muslims as well.
Yeah, and there are, but the thing is, what they're going to do is hang towards the 3 words Bosnian, Croat, and Serbian.
Well, that's what made that war so fucked up in that regards, is because everyone was on everybody else's other side, kind of thing. Like, I know
Yeah.
because I'm European, and when Muslims say, well, oh, it's Christians invading, fucking Muslim nations. No, we actually saved a shitload of fucking Muslims in Croatia, actually.
This place
from
has been
genocide.
fucked up since the Crusades. Let's put it that way, right?
Yeah, that's so fucking
Well,
true.
that's sort of hard to accept because there are official statistics on the religious beliefs of soldiers in the Yugoslav war. So the army, the Yugoslav army, actually kept official statistics, and apparently it's like 80% atheist because you had to declare your religious views when you joined the army.
Oh, no. I totally understand what you're saying. But the thing is, they divide into these 3 different ethnic groups, right?
Right, so it doesn't make sense to say that it's mostly a religious conflict when most of the army was...
No, but it was actually a religious conflict. It was actually the
So do you know who's...
Dude, the guy got put on fucking trial because he was killing fucking...
Do you know who's Slobodan Milosevic?
Yeah, it was...
Let's stop the truck
No,
here
it
right
was-
now.
Dude,
I work
hold on,
with
just-
the...
It was a religious conflict, dude. It's a fact. I mean,
Was that genocide by religion or genocide by ethnicity?
It was, it was
you,
ethnicity / religion. It's okay. I don't want to oversimplify it, right? Because every war is more complex than generalization. Everybody knows that. But religion did play its part, right? And so did ethnicity, and so did regional aspects. It's just like the Ukraine.
So the people who were put on trial here.
Yes.
No, I'm not. I wouldn't deny that by any means, right?
I'm just trying to say it's more complex than just it's this or that. But religion did play its part, dude. You can't deny that fact.
What happened? And I'm not denying what you.
Not
who's
you.
the guy
I'm talking to the other guy who was talking. No, I'm
I
not
know. Who's the other guy? Who's the other guy that was
I don't
talking?
know, but he sounds like he's pissed that we're actually just defending people.
No, who's the other guy that was talking? Not Sty. I agree with Sty, but
Yeah, I don't know. You speak up, whoever you are.
Carbon.
No, the other person I was talking was D.
Oh, hold on. Let me click his name. Oh, yeah, it's D. D sounds like he's trying to defend it because that's indefensible.
So the thing is, it's not entirely a full-out religious war. Okay,
Yeah,
let's put that. It's like a 50-50 type of thing. So what happened is that you may have a bunch of atheists there, but what happened is that the divisions started from their ethnic background, right?
Yeah.
Then what happened was.
So the ethnic background has more to do with occupation by the Ottoman Turks.
No,
actual religious.
No, that's another type of thing. It's
but that's what I'm saying. It's very complicated. It's not just this or that. It's a palaver of shit. But at the end of the day, is these people were killing these people based on certain types of circumstances. It's the exact same thing that's happening right now in the Ukraine. There's Ukrainians that speak Russian who want to be Ukrainian, but they're getting killed just as much as the fact that they speak Russian. It's the exact same thing. It happened in fucking, Yugoslavia. These people are Europeans, but because of Europe and its fucking history, it's a bit fucking hard and a bit complex to just go, well, it's just fucking religion. You can't say that, dude. European history is way more fucking complex than slapping a fucking label on it and calling it a pig.
Especially because of the fact that the leader of Yugoslavia or the Yugoslav army was Slobodan Milosevic, who was a hardcore atheist.
He wasn't.
Sorry, stop right there. He wasn't the leader of the army. He was the leader of the Serbo-Croat government, right?
He wasn't even an atheist.
Yugoslav government.
He wasn't even a fucking atheist. I don't know where you got that.
Oh, he was 100%.
No, he wasn't.
That's a fact.
No, he wasn't. Actually.
Well, he was a communist atheist.
No, he wasn't.
No, he was actually Orthodox, actually, if you didn't know that, right? Because
I mean, no, he was, dude. Before Slobodan Milosevic was ever fucking put in the position he was never fucking atheist. In fact, if you don't believe me, look him up. He was not a fucking
you know what?
atheist.
I was actually born in Yugoslavia, and yeah, I actually happened to study history there. So yeah,
Well, well, I'm sorry, but maybe you're just a bit biased. Maybe.
Okay. So could you cite evidence then?
Well, I can cite evidence. You can go and see him in fucking church if you fucking want. It's called the news. I suggest you look it fucking up.
Oh, so your evidence?
There's actually fucking newsreels where he's in fucking churches and shit. Come on, dude.
Yeah, I mean, you could find pretty much footage of anybody who's in church. It doesn't really mean his religious conviction is Orthodox or Catholic or.
either way, I really don't. The point of the discussion that I was trying to make was, regardless of what religious background you were, it all boiled down to the ethnic background, right? So the thing is, I know guys that were Serbs that were Terps for us that were told that they really actually didn't care, and they said, "Oh, yeah, well, you're Orthodox, right?" They're like, "Okay, I'm Orthodox, right?" And then all of a sudden, they fought out in the war as a part of the Serb army, and then all of a sudden, the war goes on, ethnic cleansing is happening, and it happened the same with the Muslims, because the guy that works 3 feet away from me at my desk is a Serbian Bosnian, right? And he escaped in '93 at the height of the war, and he's non-religious whatsoever. But he explains to me how certain people that may have been Muslim descent or either being Catholic, it really didn't matter for the people that didn't believe, but all of a sudden they became a little bit more became a part of that. Not only that, the Mujahideen had moved in during that time and had backed the Bosnians, right? And that's a known fact that they went in there and supported the Muslims, as well as the Americans had provided M16s and everything like that to the Muslims as well. Some of it turned from being an ethnic thing to being a religious thing. Mosques and church were being destroyed left, right, and center. And
what I want to say concerning that is that I think the churches and mosques were destroyed as sort of along ethnic divisions. Really, people really didn't have a strong commitment to their religious identity apart from some ethnic identification. They really didn't go to church or anything like that, and I don't think most of them even believed in God, to be honest. It was just like. It was a useful way to classify or sort of divide people into groups.
Well, I agree with you, but I don't quite agree with you, right? It depends who is doing what and in what village or what town, right? So some of it might have been a religious statement, some of it was just a political statement, some of it was just an ethic statement, right? It all depends which community you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
So
Okay,
it really, there's a lot of broken things in there. So I agree with you, but I also disagree with you. And if my statement makes any sense, I hope that's clear as mud.
Yeah, it does.
Hey, hang on a second. I gotta cut in for a second. Yo, Art, are you there? Damn it. Okay. I'm gonna have to bow out of here. I'm the only one with controls. I gotta pass him somebody. Sid, you mind?
No, not at all. Go ahead.
Okay. See, make sure I can find you in my list there.
I'm under me.
Yes. And I'm out of here. Y'all
Is Sid in here?
All right, see you later, Shadow.
Yes, I am.
Take it easy.
Oh, Sid, I want to ask you some stuff about Zionism sometime, but I'd like to drink over coffee at some point, because since
Hey,
you
that
live
would be
across
cool.
the city.
No, I know.
So,
We could meet at an outside because I could walk my dog. Do you have a dog? Do you have an animal?
no, I'd walk with you anyway. So
Sure.
we'll how about you send me a message through Hangouts or something? And I'll give you my cell phone number, and we can text that way or something, right?
Does someone have a lisp?
It might be me, but I've been drinking wine.
Oh, okay. I just circled it. I was just asking.
Oh, I'm like this fucked up Canadian accent that everybody always talks about, and there's other people that live around me, and they're like, well, they don't have an accent, but I have an accent, and it's just really confusing, right? So, sorry, I'd like to talk to the the Yugoslavian guy again. So what part of Yugoslavia were you from?
Wait, this is live?
Yes. Yeah, it's live. If you don't want to answer, that's fine. I
did not discuss that. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. But if you'd ever like to talk about this again, by all means, send me a message, because at some point I'd like to. My heart pumps blood, but for some reason I feel that I left a part of myself there, right? And I really care for that country.
I think it's a beautiful country.
Oh, it's absolutely beautiful, other than the people pushing refrigerators and stoves and garbage into lakes, right? But otherwise, it was very, very beautiful up until the war started, right? So.
Yeah. Well,
some
I'm sure if
countries
you went back again, it would be completely different. Even Bosnia
It's even
and-
different right now. Like right now, in comparison to what I experienced, I bet you it's reclaimed a lot of its beauty, right? So.
Yeah.
Well, some ex-Yugoslav countries are covered better than others, right?
Yeah, it's regional. It's so much. It depends on the different cantons there, right? So.
I have.
The nicest one is Slovenia. I'm not sure if you ever been there, and then Croatia comes second, and the worst one is pretty much I think that's up between Bosnia or Serbia.
I was right in the part of the anvil. Are you familiar with the anvil where the Serbs came in and smacked the shit out of the Muslims? Actually, I was in a. Do you know where Bihać is?
It's in Bosnia, but I might have been there sometime, but I don't remember it.
Okay, but you've heard of it, right?
Yeah.
I was in that area where one of the last major assaults happened, right? So.
Sorry, what happened?
I was in the area where it's nicknamed the Anvil, because the Serbs were moving down from what was it? Oh, geez,
Vilsek.
Oh, fuck. It's been so long. But anyways, they came down and they were just beating the front lines of the last stand of the Muslims, and NATO was bombing and everything like that, right? So it was right towards the end of the war, right?
Left before the war started out, so I'm not actually Serbian or Croatian or anything like that.
Oh,
actually,
okay.
I belong to I'm Hungarian.
I am too.
Yeah?
Yeah. My father was born in Budapest. My mom was born north of there. And they immigrated to Canada in '56 during the Revolution. They met each other in Western Canada and then procreated me. Yeah.
Because, I was born in, I guess, northern Serbia, because it has a large Hungarian minority. So, the southern part of Hungary was actually given to Yugoslavia after the Second World War, because Hungary was sort of supporting the Germans. It was on the side of the Axis.
Yes.
So, sorry, it was on the side of the Germans, so they sort of wanted to punish Hungary, so they took a chunk of it, like the southern part of Hungary, and they gave it to Yugoslavia.
Yes. My grandfather worked on the Hungarian border patrol during the before the Second World War, and he has a lot of animosity towards the Croatians, right? So.
Well, there isn't so much animosity between Croatians and Hungarians. Well, there
No,
really isn't. Like Hungarians, nobody cares about Hungarians.
No, exactly. But the thing was, he immigrated in '56.
Uh-huh.
So the thing is, he has old animosity that people in that region don't have, right? So he's carrying an animosity that isn't justified, in my opinion, right? So
that's interesting. I think I'll add you on Google Plus or something.
oh yeah, I'd love to talk to you more, because if you're still into it, you'd actually.
Well, I was very, very young when my family left Yugoslavia.
That's fine, but the thing is, I'd love to talk to you more.
You actually have the Bohicha or whatever, how you pronounce. I'm not sure.
Oh, it's Bohica. It means bend over here comes again. My last name, here, I'll type it in the chat, right? And then maybe you'll understand.
But that's Croatian or Serbian?
No. It's an initialism for bend over here comes again. But I just typed in the chat my actual last name. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah.
The famous, I always get reference to that famous soccer player in Hungary, right? So he's like the Wayne Gretzky of soccer, apparently, a long time ago, back in the 70s or something. But I'm very, very interested in talking about the Balkan conflict with you, if you ever want to do it. So, and breaking it down a little bit more. And I guess he's left. Sorry, guys. Or Dex left.
We're the only one with open mics.
Did we just kill the whole conversation?
Did you get my number?
Such a bummer.
Yes, thanks, Sid. I got your number through the means. I'm going to send you mine right now.
All right.
Just, I mean, for example, I would love to jump in if I had any relevant knowledge to this, but I don't really. So.
Well, do you have a question? Maybe between me and. Oh, he's gone. Okay,
yeah,
he's actually gone.
Bohica, were you ever in Rwanda?
No, I was slated for Rwanda, but then I got diverted to Bosnia, so. I was supposed to go there under General Dolares' command, but then things changed. Well, actually, what was happening is we were slated for Bosnia. Then they were like, "Nope, you guys are going to Rwanda," and we're like, "Oh shit!" Right? Then all of a sudden they were like, "No, the Western tour is going to continue on with their Bosnia stuff, and we'll send over the Central or Eastern guys." So like. Or Central, so like RCD and the RCR ended up going to Rwanda.
Right. Yeah, I've got a friend who was who went to Rwanda, and he doesn't like to talk about it.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that I don't like speaking about levels of danger and wrongness, right? Because every war has its own cruelty in it, but. Wow, what I've seen of the Rwanda conflict, it's on a whole other level. A lot of people were just... It wasn't really so much as a war of two sides, rather than just one side just brutally killing a bunch of civilians everywhere.
If you ever want to, like, fuck around with your friend, and I'm not meaning this in a good way or anything like that, but you want to see reaction, take a machete and drag it along the asphalt. Do like a... sound and see what your buddy does.
Yeah, I don't think I want to do that.
I'm just letting you know.
I like to keep my trachea.
In Rwanda, they were like hacking people apart with machetes, right?
Right. Yeah.
Pretty much. They were just going in random buildings and, I mean, you can imagine.
But
I don't need to go into detail. I'm sure you already
It's
know.
another genocide, another day, right? That's why when I hear certain people say certain things about like, or dismiss the level of certain things when it comes to like genocide or ethnic cleansing, I get very fucking pissy, right? You know, the only thing that kind of gets me up in arms is the Holocaust to a certain degree. Not because of the Holocaust, not because of that whole the way that the Germans have done it and stuff. But the thing is that some people, when they talk about the Holocaust, they dismiss other genocides that have happened post, right?
It's funny. I was in a hangout just recently, and they were talking about that. Like, why do the Jews have a monopoly on the word Holocaust?
Yeah, that is true.
Well,
I've always thought that as well. Especially since the Holocaust wasn't just the Jews. I mean, I think we all realize that to some extent or the other, but every time you mention Holocaust, it goes along with Jews. That's the first thing you mention.
Right.
At least if we go to the media response, that's how it usually goes.
Yeah, it's a particular word to a particular type of genocide, right? The one thing that makes it absolutely horrible is that the Germans are efficient in what they do, right? And I'm not trying to sound heartless or anything like that. What I'm trying to say is that the Germans were effective at recycling people.
Right.
And that's absolutely more horrible than any other genocide, right?
Yeah, there's actually, I have my mic
IBM
muted.
and ThyssenKrupp and all these companies that are still operating, and they were hugely culpable in keeping that efficiency going.
IBM.
Yeah, IBM. Yep. Gave the guy that ran IBM was a anti-Semite, and he he was happy to supply the Germans with the mainframes
I like
to
to
keep
think
account.
of it as okay. I don't know if he was an anti-Semite, and I'll take your word on it. But the thing is, I look at that as capitalism out of control, right? So, does that make any sense to you? What I said?
No, it does.
Like,
yeah,
where the dollar's worth more than lives, but we can see a lot of examples even today on that, right? So, but Drag was trying to jump in, and I'd like to hear his opinion. And I'm always, sorry, Drag, I'm an admirer of yours. So,
That's not a problem. No, there's actually kind of a mini story going around. King Leopold III, if I'm not mistaken. He took a trip to Africa and slaughtered tens of thousands of Africans, before colonizing it. And there was a comparison being drawn between, the killing of tens of thousands of Africans not being called a Holocaust, but tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of Jews being slaughtered, and that being called a Holocaust. So, no, I think it's a very good point, because you look at a genocide of other groups of people, and it just seems like Jews just completely monopolize that title. But I understand why, but it does help to kind of acknowledge that.
How many people know about King Leopold's genocide? No one.
Very few.
Mm-hmm.
Very few.
and I agree with you. The only distinction that I give with the Jewish genocide is that German efficiency is what gave that word the Holocaust, right?
Yeah, it was systemic.
Anna, what's wrong with the Armenian Holocaust? Why is that not a Holocaust? Why is the Rwandan not a Holocaust?
Oh, no. I'm with you on that there, Sid. The only thing is, when it comes to popular opinion, the only reason why people jump out on calling the World War II Jews that died as the Holocaust is simply because of the way that the Germans had actually performed their task, right?
Oh yeah, you can go and you kill lots of people.
I don't think it's any more gruesome than other Holocausts.
Well, I understand what he's saying,
Hacking
but
people to death by the thousands, like happened in Pakistan, like in Bangladesh, like in Rwanda. I mean, that type of stuff. That's not. That's got to be just as bad as
No, right, right. Just to make it clear, I don't think anyone here is disagreeing with you on that.
Yeah,
I don't disagree with you, Sid, whatsoever. I totally agree that all these deaths are the equivalent to, actually, one thing my father taught me was that there is no price on a life, right? So regardless of what genocide it is, but the problem is that the way that the Germans actually did their genocide is what people contemplated as being a Holocaust, right?
Well,
and
you know what? It's true. It's true, you know. But you know, also another thing was that in 1943, everybody in the West knew, all the Allies knew what was going on.
Yeah.
With the Holocaust and with the concentration camps, they all knew about it. Even in America, the Jewish community knew about it. But you know what? Nobody piped up. They didn't want to say anything.
Nobody fucking lifted a finger.
Not even the Jews in America. Let's make that quite clear, okay?
Oh, I think we all agree with you. We're all agreeing. There's no fight here, right? The thing is
I'm not trying to fight with anyone. I'm just trying to bring out some facts that maybe.
Oh, what makes the difference between a Holocaust and a genocide? I think is the real question, but I don't know what that answer is.
It's the difference, like the difference between morals and ethics.
Well, you can say that. Okay, well, there are these groups of people out there who will kill me. You know, that's scary. But
Muslims do that now. The Muslims scare the shit out of me.
Yeah, and then you know that's the possibility of that exists. But saying that there's a factory where it processes people literally to kill them, that's real, because that takes thought, that takes planning. Every step of the way to construct something like that takes an evil intention. You can go and kill somebody randomly, but to create an environment that's solely there to kill and process more people to kill, that takes a certain level of evil.
I understand that, but which is worse?
Not there. I mean, it's really hard to say because being killed randomly is being taken by surprise. That's you'd never see it coming, and that's scary. But then having a looming fear of a death factory, it's hard to say which one that I'd be more fearful of.
Look, there's a Holocaust going on right now in the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria right now. Just as horrible, if not more horrible, ways of putting people to death and torturing them than you've seen in any other previous Holocaust, at least on film. And likewise, like in 1943, when they all knew about the concentration camps, just like today in 2015, they all know about what's going on with ISIS and how they're beheading people and torturing them and all this. But what is being done? Nothing.
Yeah, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, my view on that is that the reason the Jewish Holocaust over there in Germany is because there was more Americans involved in it. So it was basically everybody you knew was, every family you knew had somebody in that war. So it was more personal. Where nowadays, yeah, you get, a couple hundred, how many are 1,000 troops over there, but I don't know anybody right now in that war over there. So it's not as personal to me.
Oh, yeah, I can bite with that. Yeah, I can, because the thing is, it really doesn't matter to us. It's really insignificant if somebody dies tomorrow because somebody's political ideology or their ability to take their ethnic stance and put it up against somebody else and murder them for that reason really doesn't count, right?
Well, it's not that it don't count. It's just
colloquial, right?
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I'm playing semantics, right? So.
Yeah. It doesn't hit close to home for me. So.
Yeah, it's not like it's in your backyard, right? So
Yeah. Where like in World War II, everyone was either at the factory working for the war, or they had a family member in the war, so it was more
Right.
personal and more,
Right. The Holocaust. One of the main reasons why it's so much more known than anything else is because it was under the purview of World War II. It being a world war, everyone was in one way involved with it. So.
A lot of propaganda surrounding that.
Although even with that, for example, you don't hear much about, say, what Japan did in China with Unit
Manchuria.
731 and their experiments there, which was every bit as horrific. But
Well,
that's
even during
become
World War
a
II,
problem.
when the Japanese went into Manchuria, they were ethnically cleansing people.
Right,
Right.
and it was even worse. They were conducting what they called human experiments on people in China. Unit 731 was a place where they were doing all sorts of I don't even know if it was scientific. It's like just barbaric experiments just for the hell of it almost. But you don't hear much about that in the media really.
Well, I don't mean to divert a bit, but I'd like to, if you want to talk about barbaric experiments, let's talk about Dr. Mengele, right?
Oh yeah,
Unless you guys-
he kept on going after World War II.
There's a whole ethical debate about his research and how to use it, right? After the war, right?
Right,
And I'm sure we can talk for days and days on that, right? But I think the real question is, what's the difference between a genocide and a Holocaust, right?
Right. Well, I guess that can turn into a semantic dispute.
I think it's the difference between a book and Lord of the Rings.
You know what I think it is? And I'm not trying to dismiss it by any means. The only difference between a genocide and a Holocaust is that a particular genocide at a particular time was given a title.
Yes.
Right.
That I think for now I would agree with that at least.
I would concur.
I'm not trying to be a dick. That's not what I'm trying to come across as. But what other title have you ever heard anybody say that a genocide is a Holocaust? Right? And this is just something off the top of my head. You want to challenge it and grow it, by all means. I'm all the more than yours. This is just something that just kind of popped in my head, right? So.
Yep.
Yeah, the issue with using, say, if you wanted to use the Holocaust to refer to all genocides, of course, the very simple issue with that would be that no one would understand what you're saying. You would have to explain it beforehand, because the moment you say Holocaust, everyone automatically thinks the World War II Jewish Holocaust. So it becomes an issue of communication. If you tried changing the meaning of the word so much, you just wouldn't be able to talk with anyone. You'd have to constantly be explaining your definition.
Well, if people understand it through the pronoun use instead of the noun use. A lot, like I didn't even know it was a noun until like years ago.
Hey Jimmy, how's it going?
Sorry, I need some confirmation before we move our topic. Do you guys have any dispute with what I last said?
No.
No, not really.
It's a simple
Oh, thank
explanation, but it's pretty convincing to me.
Thank you for the affirmation.
No
problem. Something to think about. I mean, I think it's necessarily controversial. It's just, I mean, a lot has to do with, propaganda, political climate, and layman understanding of things.
It would be interesting to hear the complaints that would come if you actually did try to put the tag of Holocaust on something else. You'd probably hear a lot of complaints.
Yeah.
What was the ending of the topic, if I might ask?
We were kind of talking about the difference between genocide and Holocaust. So the Holocaust of World War II and the genocides that we've seen post-World War II, or during that time.
The differences being?
that's what we were trying to discuss, trying to figure out the differences, right? So, and you heard the last part where I asked the final question, what is the difference between the two other than a particular time and place, right? So.
Oh, sorry. I think I came in later than that. But if you guys are ready to move on, I'll just listen up.
Well, Jimmy, what do you want to talk about? I think we moved on from the Holocaust and genocide discussion, which is pretty snappy and pretty happy.
Yeah.
Is the topic of this discussion still something like did Jesus cause the Holocaust or something really controversial like that?
We resolved it a while back. Basically, just the biblical anti-Semitism that it espouses contributed to the Holocaust, but not necessarily, predicated.
Yeah, I know Art never meant it to be serious. I think he just put it up so we can get a lot of people in the chat.
Yeah, basically.
Hey, sorry, and I don't mean to rehash old wounds that may have happened, but if I were to be a character and have a character sheet, in my firm belief right now, I believe that the Jews have killed Jesus, and therefore the Jews deserved what they got.
That was a basic argument for 2,000 years of Europe post Christianity, right?
Yes, but the thing, I know that because I know that through my parents, right? But did that answer get solved? Because that is actually a big part of the question too when it comes to Roman Catholics versus Jews, right?
Well, I mean, the question hasn't even been answered whether Jesus actually existed or not. I choose to believe, based on the evidence, that Jesus did not exist.
Yeah, but the question already has the premises Jesus exists, right? So,
well,
I know what you're saying, but the thing is, let's ignore what you're saying because it just makes it even more complicated and runs down other rabbit trails. Let's go into the idea that Jesus existed, the Jews executed Jesus, and I understand there's apologetics that say that the Romans did it, but I know during the World War II time that there was actually that there's people that believe that Jews are responsible for the reason why Jesus got crucified. Right? So where we go from there, right?
I don't really understand the question fully, but it seems to me that maybe it's a false dichotomy to say that it was either the Jews or the Romans who caused the murder of Jesus.
Is it a murder? No, or is it a sentence, right? You know, there's other answers in there, or questions in there too, right? But
okay, well, but if we're using the historical documents, I would say it's pretty clear it's a murder, but my point was that the Jews and the Romans can be involved just as much as one or the other.
But wait, we're not discussing the facts behind it. We're discussing more the commonly
philosophical idea of it, right? So, or the metaphorical idea. Because the thing is, me personally, I don't accept what people think the facts are. Because the thing is, the Romans would never let somebody else go in trade of Jesus, right? A Roman was worth way more than a Jew, right? So.
Oh right. I mean, where is it? I think Paul, the biblical Paul. I think he was a Roman citizen. So, at least traditionally, it's been said that he wasn't crucified because he's a citizen, so he was beheaded, something like that. So I think that's where certain Roman citizens were usually beheaded at the time, which is considered a less painful execution.
Well, I think
we can discuss the historical facts if you want, but the point I was just making is that the question asked by Bohica, I think, assumes a false dichotomy, namely that it's either the Jews or the Romans, and I think that that's simply false. No, it could be just as much both of them working together.
Yeah, which is why arguing the facts of this doesn't really help much. I think if we're going to argue anything, would probably be about the beliefs.
I'm not looking for an argument. I'm looking for clarification. I'm not taking a stance, right? But from my experiences, from talking to certain people, like certain diehard Roman Catholics that I know, they actually blamed the death of Jesus because of the Jews, right? Regardless if the Romans actually did the execution, right? So what I'm kind of looking for is, I'm not actually looking to argue either point, because really, actually, I don't care, but I have a morbid curiosity. So I'm just kind of curious if there's somebody that's follows the theological history, maybe they can shed a little bit more light on it, right? Because don't get me wrong, this has brought a lot of justification with a lot of other people to commit very horrible crimes, right? So
right. I don't know what the official justification is for each Christian sect. Like, for example, the Roman Catholic Church. I don't know if they hold an official position on this.
Well, what do you think? Or sorry, if you don't mind me asking, you don't have to disclose. If you're a theist or atheist or whatever, it would kind of help with it. But actually, sorry, no, don't disclose that. But give me your opinion on what you think about it, other than what the Roman Catholic Church thinks about it. Actually, I don't even want your theological stance, because that may actually make me kind of partial, or maybe discredit what you think.
Well, let's see. If we were to take the traditional story as fact, right? At least what's found in the Bible, the part where okay, so basically, just to get the story right, basically Jesus comes into Jerusalem on Palm Sunday, right? And initially the story goes that, okay, when he comes in, the Jews are celebrating his arrival, and then there's a quick turnaround within a week, where I'm not sure why, but suddenly they dislike him, and now they want their head, right? They want Jesus' head. So they go to the Romans and the Roman provincial leader and ask for him to be executed. And then, because there's such an outroar and a desire for him to be executed from the Jewish populace, the Roman leader decides to, take him in as a prisoner who's about to be executed. But I'm not sure if it's written in the Bible, but the Roman the leader tries his best to make sure he doesn't get executed. I think he gives him like 100 lashes or something like that, and then he puts him against another prisoner and lets the population vote to see who gets executed and who doesn't. And in each instance, the Jewish population keeps on wanting to have Jesus executed. Am I getting the story right here? I know I'm missing some details, but I think that's how it goes.
Yeah, you're skimming it quite well.
You're missing the gay sex.
right. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry I missed some important details there, but yeah, and then eventually the Romans have no choice but to execute him, because there's such an overwhelming desire for it to happen. Okay, so if we take that story, I guess it would seem to me like it's more the fault of the Jews than the Romans.
Yeah, because they tried to mitigate it a bit, but the Jews
right, because the Romans didn't really care either way.
Right.
Oh, the Romans don't give two shits about it, right?
Exactly, yeah.
The only thing is that the Romans care about is that they don't want to release a prisoner.
Right. they care about social stability more than anything.
Yeah, so that's what I would say that the fact that the Romans were more interested in avoiding some kind of catastrophe with the Jewish population makes it pretty clear that it was just as much their fault as it was the Jews. Yes, the Jews may have prompted the Romans to do what they did, but the fact that the Romans stood by and didn't care about a human innocent demonstrates that they were guilty as well.
Yeah, that's a good point of view to look at it. Yeah.
I do agree, but I also disagree. Right? You got to remember, human life isn't holds a high of thing, right? But I would also take the argument that why would I release a murder of Romans with somebody that's like somebody's basically bitch about heresy, right? So the thing is, I wouldn't release a murder of Romans just for heresy or blasphemy, right? So there's a little twist in the story there, right? But on the other hand, if the story was true that they let go a murder of Romans and held the guy with heresy and held him to death, I can agree with the point that you made, right?
Right, because you have to look at it from, say you were in the position of the Romans here, right? What other option do you have? Like, say, okay, you release Jesus, saying, okay, we believe under these circumstances that he's innocent and we're not going to do anything to him. Then what happens if the Jews revolt and all of a sudden you have this this incident where many people are being murdered because there's a revolt? Then you have much more blood on your hands because you.
I mean, that's simply not true, right?
Okay. Can you explain further on it?
Yeah, sure. So the problem is not. First of all, it wouldn't be murder to defend oneself against a revolt. If the Romans, while I have controversial ideas about government, ignoring all that, handling a revolt is by handling a revolt is by no means necessarily murder in and of itself, but that reasoning doesn't follow either, right? Because it's not, in the first place, it's not necessarily the case that the Jews would revolt. It's just that the Romans were worried that they were. But then on the second hand, even if they knew they would revolt, then what they're saying is political power and and social stability for the state is more important than the life of an innocent, which I think is usually used as the whole building ground for arguing for a state in the first place, right? We need to protect citizens, we need to protect their rights, protect human innocence.
And that's a common argument in fascist states too, right?
Yeah. That's what I'm pointing out. So it just seems to me both irrational and morally egregious what they did.
Well, the thing you're saying though, if the Romans knew he was innocent, that would make a difference. But if they thought he was guilty, would it make that much of a difference?
Okay, well, but according to the story, they were well aware that he was innocent.
And sorry to jump in, did the Romans care if he was innocent or not, right? You know, the Romans, you got to remember to a certain degree, was they were more worried about the other guy, but according to the Bible, they let him go. But the thing is, you know, it depends on which story you follow, right?
Right.
So these are awesome questions.
Yeah, so basically, in Jimmy, your point of view would be that the ultimate responsibility lies in the one that has the most power, or the group that has the most power here, which in this case would be the Romans.
No, not exactly. I don't think that it's more one side's fault than the other. My point of view would be it's everyone's equal duty under God to do what's right. and neither the Jews nor the Romans did what was right, and so both of them are at fault. And there's no, I don't think there's any quantification of, oh, these guys did a little bit worse, or these other guys did terribly worse. No, they're just both damnable for what they did.
Equal
Quantifying
responsibility,
it is
then.
rather irrelevant.
So equal responsibility between both sides.
Yeah, definitely.
The
Okay,
really
yeah.
weird thing, though, is why would you even hold an animosity against the Jews and the Romans for crucifying Christ when the whole deal was that he was going to die on the cross and forgive all our sins by doing it. So that's the really weird part of it all.
Can I add something to that?
Go right ahead.
The irony is that the Romans in the Middle Ages were were not acting according to their doctrine, and nor do I think they were acting according to the ethics of Scripture at the time, because you find immediately after the Gospels in the book of Acts where you see how the apostles responded to Jesus' life and death and resurrection, to be going to the synagogues, to the Jews, and trying to have conversations with them and not showing animosity against them, even though Jewish people were involved in Jesus' murder. So I think that I don't think that a biblical perspective on life supports any kind of racial animosity whatsoever.
Right, but then that brings up the whole issue of interpretation. Clearly, that you see it that way, but there have been plenty of Christians throughout history that don't.
That is true, but I think that, like all arguments, we live in a world where we have means by which we can conclude one way or the other, or that both sides of the argument are wrong, right? In other words, just because people disagree doesn't mean it's a hopeless matter.
Yeah, right. I always argue that there's always at least some possibility of middle ground, even between two people that are on drastically opposing points of view. Of course, when you spend a lot of time in these hangouts, sometimes you stop believing that possibility, but it should still be there somewhere or the other.
Yeah, but the other thing is too, I guess, I don't know if it has anything really to do with it. When did the Roman Empire cease to be? The Jews are still around. So you really can't hold the Roman Empire at fault anymore.
That is true as well. I'm not sure. Like, say if we were to pose a hypothetical scenario in which there were still Romans, I don't know if Christians would necessarily be blaming a Roman. I don't know if it would even be like a Roman ethnicity or government. I'm not sure, but if there were still Romans in one way or the other, would they be blaming them as much as they blame Jews?
So let's go back to my...
Sorry, go ahead. No, go.
No, William, you actually had something that was probably more pertinent than mine.
No, I was just going to say that historically speaking, the Jews would probably still get the shitty end of the stick, at least in that regard. They'd be persecuted still.
So do you guys remember my original question?
I don't know.
No. Repeat it again, just to...
So what I was really actually boiling down to, who's actually holding blame for all this, the Romans or the Jews, right? And as far as I've been taught as a child was that the Jews are actually the reason why that Jesus got crucified, right?
That was my understanding.
I guess
even though that the Romans did the execution, but the Jews are ultimately responsible, right? That's the way I was taught as a child, right? So, and that gave me animosity towards Jewish people when I was growing up.
Of course, that belief always comes about through people's own personal experiences, right? As someone else mentioned, of course, the Romans are no longer there, so you can't blame them. There's no physical Romans you can go to and blame. But there's always been Jews everywhere that you can blame.
Right? At least, like, even though the Romans don't technically exist anymore, but at least you can still blame somebody with the title, right?
Oh, right. But that's from more of an academic point of view, which most people don't look at it that way.
Yeah. So
I guess that we got to in the conversation where we forgot the original question was I brought up the point that I think it's a false dichotomy to say which people group.
And that's right. That was the first thing that you mentioned, and I'd like you to elaborate on why it's false dichotomy to clear it up in my own mind, right? So.
Sure. Well, so to bring up what I said before, both parties were equally damnable in what they did. The Jews wanted Jesus murdered because, for countless reasons, because of power struggle, because of heresy, in their view, because of his influence, various things. On the other hand, the Romans went along with this prompting because they were more interested in holding political power and keeping their social stability of the state alive than they were protecting an innocent victim. So it seems to me both parties are equally morally damnable, and therefore it's kind of a silly question, who's to blame? They're both to blame. Both of them did evil things towards Jesus that led to his death. So...
Right, I think most of us here can agree to that. That's why I thought the better question would be an analysis of why most Christians in Europe ended up blaming the Jews more than anything. I think that would probably be more interesting.
I appreciate your guys' questions because this has been something that I was taught from like childhood, right? So I very much appreciate your input on this. And the thing is, it's always been an ongoing question in my mind, and it's nice to hear people say something about it. The only thing that I would actually criticize about the whole thing is that who was it that said the first thing? Not your name, Carbon? No, not Carbon. Jimmy. Jimmy said that Jesus was murdered, right? And with me and technicalities and stuff like that, I would use the word that he was executed, even though I think that Jesus was murdered, right? And that's a technicality, okay? So I would put it that way, and that would make me a lot more complacent with what you guys are saying.
I think in terminology there, execution is a subset of murder. Execution is specifically to refer to when a power or a government is conducting murder.
Yeah, but the thing is, it actually clarifies a lot more. If I said that so-and-so was executed, but I declare that as a murder, that actually opens up a lot more doors for me to understand what you're actually saying. Right?
Execution is more descriptive than murder is.
No, well, yes,
because murder is very general. It can refer to a lot of things, not just
exactly. Right. So the thing is, myself as a soldier, if I kill somebody, is that murder or is that self-defense?
Right.
There's a lot of other things, you know.
If I could jump in and clarify what I meant. Yeah, I think that the difference between saying it's execution and murder can be a descriptive one, but more pertinently, it's a difference of a moral judgment that you're making. When you say Jesus was executed, you're not necessarily saying that the people who executed him were in the wrong. When I said that Jesus was murdered, I was specifically denoting that the people who led to his demise were evildoers and were maliciously attempting his death.
Oh, and I agree with what you're saying, but the thing is that I would prefer the situation where you go where Jesus was executed, but I therefore declare that he was murdered because of this, and this. And then it kind of sorts out things in my mind going, okay, this makes a little bit more sense to me versus saying, because when you say somebody was murdered, I use the second part of the description, and it leads me a lot more to wider arcs on my idea, right?
I think Jimmy gave what is a slightly different definition than what I normally use, because I don't attach any justification to the word murder, but the way he used it here, it does have justification. If you use murder, you're always using it in a situation in which killing was not justified, if I'm correct.
Yeah. And unfortunately, I get really tired of watching on the news that a soldier had been killed versus a soldier that had died, because even killed and died to me are specific definitions that are completely different from each other. Yes, the end state is that they're dead, right? But it's about those two words actually is about what led them to death that is totally different, right? So
Right. It's a slight issue in semantics here, but
yeah.
Yeah.
So that's when somebody usually typically says the word murder, it seems a lot more harsh than it possibly could be, right?
Right.
And people use word murder versus kill. For those of you that are American and you deal with a death sentence and stuff like that, you know how that word can actually be used to manipulate people, right? So,
yeah.
so
It's semantics.
yeah, it is semantics. It is, but I just trying to caution you guys on that word, right? So, because it can intrigue conversation that doesn't necessarily need to happen, right?
Now, the other thing with Jimmy, when Jimmy said they were to be held morally equal, you could also say they legally they could be held equal too, or no?
That depends on what you mean by legal. If you're talking about by the law set of the times, I'm not exactly sure, because I don't know what the law. I don't know how the legislation of the Romans held them accountable as opposed to the peoples that they were ruling. So I don't know. So I would.
Yeah, but by this point it was already the empire, not the republic, right? So the rule of law was already changing in a way that wasn't as justified as it was at one point. If it ever was. I mean, the Roman Empire and the Republic and either at any point in history was never as rigorous in terms of law as we are today. So it's wrong to judge it in that sense.
Hey, Jimmy, I have a question for you. If you don't mind answering, did you have an avatar with a mustache on your face, or am I totally thinking of a different person?
He
Jimmy?
did. He did have one of those avatars. Yeah, that's Jimmy. The same Jimmy, yeah.
Same Jimmy? Like mustache face Jimmy?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Jimmy, I've been so dying to talk to you. Okay, you're a Christian, right?
I think he's away from keyboard right now.
Is he? No, I've been talking to this Jimmy.
Oh, he just popped out.
If it's who I think it is.
Yeah. If I want to make a
I'm
comment.
very intrigued by him.
Hmm.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. According to the story, the Jews were given a choice whether to release Jesus or Barabbas. I'm not sure. From what I read, there is no known tradition that this was to happen. Can anyone point to a tradition that this was the case where they were to exchange prisoners?
I thought Romans they didn't use crucifixion as a means of punishment either. I just kind of heard that. I'm not sure if it's even true.
Oh, they use crucifixion. I'm concerned about the tradition about releasing a prisoner because Barabbas was a thief and a murderer.
A murder of Romans, yeah.
I think the story goes that it was they used some sort of tradition as an excuse for doing that, but I don't know what that tradition is or where it comes from.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know that. My other comment is that wouldn't Jesus really be a suicide?
Robert M. Price would actually consider this trade not to actually make sense to the way Romans actually did their affairs. They never thought of a Jew as being higher or equal to another Roman. So even the lowest Roman would never get a murderer of the lowest of Roman would never get released to the highest Jew, right?
Wait, Barabbas was a Roman?
No, I don't know what he was, but he killed a Roman.
Okay, so he would, in that sense, he would have been considered much lower. You're right. So you're saying that because he killed a Roman, there would have been no way they would have even considered releasing him.
According to what Robert M. Price has said, right?
Right.
Just reading a few different books, and he's not the only person that I've read that from, and I can't recall the others. But the thing is that they never thought of Jews at their level. The lowest of Roman would never equal the highest of Jews, right? So.
Right. So if they were to have this tradition, it probably would have been only with Roman citizens who were arrested.
Well, I'm not saying that the tradition didn't exist like you're saying, but I doubt that they would have let go a prisoner that was accused of doing a crime against Romans versus a crime against Jews. Right?
Right. So the question is probably not even relevant in this sense because it at least according to him, it doesn't seem realistic.
According to what I've read. I'm not saying it's 100%, but the thing is, I doubt it, right?
Yeah, what's his name again, the person who said this?
Robert M. Price.
Okay. I'll look that up.
He actually believes in that Jesus may have existed, but he doubts the I was like 3 weeks ago, or 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I was at his
divinity.
Jesus Divinity. He has a few other books. Dragon.
Again, what makes Jesus different from, say, a kamikaze pilot? I mean, he went in full knowing that he was going to get killed. If he was God, he could have, diverted.
I can give you a few different examples of a kamikaze pilot. You gotta remember, kamikazes didn't come until the end of the Second World War with Japan, right? And the other thing is the suicide kamikazes are that's a very, very small story when it comes to war history. The only reason why it hits the forefront is because people were willing to kill themselves, right? It's a very, very, very small point in time, right?
And one big difference is that the kamikazes were suicidal, but they were also homicidal. They did it with the intention of killing others.
A really quick side point. Richard M. Price and Richard Carrier, or Robert M. Price and Richard Carrier were on the Thinking Atheist podcast. I can't remember which one. And with there's another author too that's a myth, a Jesus mythicist. They were all on that podcast. If you could look that one up.
Yeah, they'll be on the Thinking Atheist for sure. I saw him as well in the same conference. So, sorry, just to back up. We're talking about German kamikaze pilots, right? German kamikaze, or Japanese, sorry. Thank you. A little too much wine. The thing is that the Japanese kamikaze pilots, they didn't do what they had to do until towards the point that they were actually losing, right? Where they were actually sacrificing their own life, and you see the ceremony and stuff like that. All that stuff is very rare and very towards the end of the war, right? So don't take that as an everything day that a Japanese soldier would have done. That's not normally in their culture, right?
Yeah, but going along the suicide line, I wouldn't consider Jesus a suicide, more of an assisted suicide. He actually didn't take his own life, but he went willingly to let someone else take his life.
Well, what I was trying to say is that there's actually, and I agree with you, there's a difference between being a kamikaze and being Jesus, right? One is nationalistic, the other is religious, right? And there's a little big difference between, if you're an American, you know the difference between nationalistic and religion, right? So.
Well, yeah, but I think the question was more along the line of suicide, not nationally or religion, but suicide, the suicide itself.
Okay, let me put it this way. I'm a sergeant in the Canadian Army. I take calculated risks. And when I tell my soldiers that they have to do a certain thing, I know that they're going to trust me to take my calculated risk to do a certain thing. Now, there may be a certain point where I miscalculate, and it could be a suicide or a very low risk, right? Or, sorry, a very high risk that ends up being that people die. And that calculation could be off, right? The difference that makes me actually do something heroic and everybody lives, or I do something heroic, still achieve the objective and everybody dies, is the matter of a medal. Does that make any sense to you? Drag, does that make any sense to you? Am I like way off base?
I honestly wasn't even paying attention, man. I was watching the cutscene.
Okay, so let's say World War I, we're all sitting in trenches. The reason why I teach drill to soldiers in the unit is so this way they react to a command when I tell them to do something. I blow my whistle, they jump over the top, and they charge toward the enemy. Is that it becomes an automatic response to what I told them to already do.
Yeah, it's like Pavlovian conditioning.
Yes, but on the other hand, is things have changed over time that they realize that I'm a little bit smarter than just blowing the whistle and sending them over the top, that I have a little bit more calculated educational response to that, right? And the thing is, the soldiers that follow me and they do that, they trust me. And they trust me very, because I worry about them and I worry about their welfare. I would never do anything unless I did a calculated risk, right? Does that make any sense?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
building rapport with soldiers. I understand that.
Does that explain what I was talking about earlier? Am I right off base?
Well, as far
Or
as
am I-
the Roman soldiers and their loyalty,
Okay, sure. Let's jump along that line then. Sure.
I'm just trying to make. I had a cutscene going on, so I missed the part before that. But what was the connection that you were making with your training to the overall point?
Who asked me a few questions before that?
Yeah, some people left in the interim, so I'm not sure if they're still here.
Okay. Hey, Drag. I have a question for you.
What's
You're
that?
playing. This basically looks like you're playing an expansion, or sorry, a totally new game of what was the other MMO for Star Wars?
The first one they made was Star Wars Galaxies. That was years and years ago.
I used to play Galaxies.
Yeah,
you
me
can
too.
still play it actually if you want to.
I don't want to.
Okay.
But it looks no different than what I see you playing.
Yeah, the Old Republic is essentially KOTOR 3. If you've ever played Knights of the Old Republic.
Well, from what I understand, they're actually making a sequel to this, but it's not an MMO. It's a regular, offline
No,
game.
it's FPS.
It's
No,
a-
they're
oh, okay.
Battlefront. Battlefront's coming out, and it's an
yeah, I saw
FPS
that.
shooter, right? No, I realize you like gaming, and I know you're ex-military and stuff like that, and I've been wanting to hook up with you a little bit more to talk about certain things. More secular type stuff, right? And I'm sorry, dude. Over the recent shootings, I didn't realize I found out 24 hours ago that this actually applies to you. So I'm very sorry for whatever you may have felt.
Huh?
Charleston.
Oh, the only issue that I have with that was what Pillbox and some of the other idiots were saying, like it didn't happen, like it was a hoax. That's the only emotion that I feel, because when stuff like that happens, I know it affects me, but I've learned to separate my feelings from it.
Sorry, go back a second. Who said that?
Pillbox. If you actually go to some of his stuff that he's been posting, him and I think somebody named Freeman, they're perpetuating.
William Freeman. It used to be William of the Butler clan, but now it's William Freeman. Yeah, I've got an argument with him about him posting that bullshit. And I guess he lives down there. He says he lives close to it, so it's like he knows about it because it's in his backyard. Which I'm like, all right.
Yeah, my in-laws are there right now as we speak, so he can say what he wants, but I have pictures with them with my son in Charleston right now.
I mean, conspiracy theories are one of the hardest things to argue against because they'll be so dogmatic with it. It's almost like a religion of sorts, like a really extremist religion where they'll insist that because you don't have absolute proof in favor of something, then there must be some conspiracy against it.
Yeah, I mean, and he's free to have his beliefs, but for me, that hits a little too close to home. And for him, I know he's a troll. He does not break character at all, and I'm not going to put up with that.
I mean, it's like conspiracies against September 11th. I mean, I'm from the area, so I was there and I witnessed the entire thing. Then I go online sometimes and I see people, the entire thing was a complete hoax. They were just funneling random images on TV for everyone to view, and I'm like, well, that's interesting. I wonder how they funneled that to my brain, so I can randomly imagine what I was watching live, in person.
Yeah. Oh no, it's like Lord Stephen Christ. He's a funny one. If you ever get a chance to see him, he's the one who got arrested for threatening Obama. And he tried to go on the Skeptic Finch show. I don't know if you all know who it's him, Dark Matter, fucking Live Life. He was on there, and Live Life brought me on as a guest, and he knows I have military experience, and so he thought of this great idea. How about we invite Lord Stephen Christ in and let him go on and blather on about how he has officers in upper echelons of the U.S. military that are loyal to him, that are waiting on some magical signal for when they're going to overthrow the government. And so we did this. And so we got him on, and he started talking about it, and I didn't say anything, and I just let him talk. And so he started talking about some secret underground bases that are training soldiers for his super army or some shit like that. And I said, oh, where are those bases located? And so he says, oh yeah, there's one in Texas, and there's one in Arizona, and there's. So I was like, really? There are actually two training bases for the armed forces for the entire continental U.S. And they're in Louisiana, and there's one in California. I'm in the one in California. He says, oh yeah, those two. And I was like, well, you don't have high enough clearance to know about the other ones. I said, really?
Oh,
Would that be
it's always about clearance.
Yeah, so I said, okay, what level of clearance do you need? It's like, well, you're not high enough to even know that. I said, no, I have a secret clearance. I wouldn't be able to do my job without my security clearance. What kind of clearance do you have? And so he gets so pissed off because every time he makes an assertion, I ask him to actually verify it or ask him, something really simple like, okay, so what's the MOS of these soldiers that you have? Oh, that's not important. That's not important. I said, no, it's very important because if you have officers that are in the upper echelons and they're infantry officers, I don't think they're going to do you very much good.
Here's the thing: when you talk to these assholes, they don't understand secret is actually a pretty basic guideline when you're past recruit, right? If you have a secret clearance, you're not special. You're not even close to being special. And we use the same security clearances as anybody in ABCA. Right? We all have the same crap, right? And, it's secret. Well, secret isn't all that special. It's like...
It's really not.
No, it's not. And you know what makes me even laugh even more? Is that the things that are like secret, top secret, and stuff like that are like more embarrassments to other country than your own country, right? I find it very funny when people look at what's mentioned on the media versus like security clearances. The stuff that the media scoffs at is like the stuff that is higher security clearance, right? It just blows my mind, and they just walk by that stuff. They say it on the media once, and they don't care.
I don't know, man. It's just these conspiracy theorists. I mean, they're fun to mess with, but they're really annoying, especially when you have something personal that happens, and it's like they hit that one nerve that they need to really stay away from. And for me, it was that.
Oh, Treg, you need to hear the conversation where I was liquored talking to Von Helton about his so-called our Army experience as an M60 tanker, and I just like freaking laid waste to him. And then he was also claiming that he's the Punisher. Yeah, it's absolutely yes. And I sat there and I just freaking laid into him. And I'm a part of a group called Haters, Naysayers,
or something like that.
Yeah. part of that group, and those guys like idolize me. It's awesome. So, because he's so full of shit when it comes to his military career. What had happened was he was in the military. He failed MOS training. He was fucking. Yeah, he was so stupid he failed training, right? And so what happens is he takes that just because he was in, and he uses the excuse that, well, I was in the military and they wanted me to do other things, so basically he became the Punisher, right?
Judge, jury, and executioner.
Yeah.
What does that even mean, according to him?
Well, he thinks to people like me and Drag, we'd be very disgruntled of, myself personally, I'm not going to speak for Drag, but the thing is, he's taking responsibility for certain things that he's never actually done. He's basically being, what do they call it in the States? It's, when somebody...
At work?
Sorry?
Stolen valor? Go ahead, finish what you're saying.
Stolen valor. That's it. So the thing is, for soldiers, I don't give a shit who went through like their basic military qualification and failed out of their MOS trade. Those people don't count. They really didn't do nothing. But it's somebody that actually like was qualified in their trade, which is MOS, right? And they actually went out and did something. Those are the people that matter to us, right? There's so many people that show up at the recruiting station. They end up getting in. They go through the recruiting process. They go do basic training. They do whatever other training, for the Canadian military. It takes 3 courses before they go on MOS training, right? And if they fail out of the MOS training, which is easier than the previous 2, they're dense.
They're garbage.
Right? Like, if you can't pass your basic stuff and then you get into MOS training, I can only imagine what, like, Von Helton. I'm not going to call him Von because that's a royalty trait for Germans. If Helton somehow managed to make it through all that training, and they could have failed and went through training again, and then passed, and then went through training and failed, and went through training and passed, and then went to his MOS training, right? And then he's nothing. He's a piece of crap, like he's the guy that somehow managed to grasp through his training and somebody felt sorry for him and passed him.
Yeah, I had a lot of guys like that. They needed warm bodies, so they, pencil whipped the qualifications.
I gotta
the
fail.
thing is,
See you later.
if you fail out of Seaman, if you fail out of MOS training, there's bigger problems before that. It was just that was the final straw, right? And I work in an organization called Standards, where I pull up other people's previous training files. And when I see people going to MOS training or whatever and they're doing shitty, I have no compunction to get rid of them out of the military.
Yeah, that's a danger, right? I mean, the training is there for a reason. I mean, if you have people that can't even meet the minimum qualifications, then it's nothing personal. You just can't have them there.
Yeah, and the thing is, you gotta remember at the end of the day, it's not me saying that so and so shouldn't be in the military. It's the commanding officer of that unit, right? So, but typically, because of the position I'm in, the recommendation I make, they follow, right? Because they don't really give two shits. They're like, oh, so and so did bad, this, and this, and I'm like, yeah, they suck. Okay, they suck. But he's gone, right? So I make the recommendation and they follow through, right? So
that's how it should be.
Yeah,
I mean,
well, that's what I do as an NCO, right? So
Right. For any, my opinion is that for any job that requires training, you want the people to actually pass the training, right?
Well, it's funny because I had a girl. My medic class was probably over almost 350 something people. One of them I remember distinctly because she wanted to be a medic, and to be a medic they have to desensitize you. You can't be afraid of any guts, gore, blood, anything like that. She had a strong aversion to blood. I don't know why the hell you would even sign up for a job if you know you have that issue. And so she made it through 4 weeks of class, and then we got to the point where we had to do IVs on each other literally every day, and she couldn't do it because she had an aversion to blood and needles. So I lost my shit. I'm like, are you fucking serious? You went through all this and didn't say shit and didn't think about that. And so she and I weren't the best of friends. Put it like that. She ended up getting booted. But just imagine being on the battlefield and trying to depend on somebody who has an aversion to blood, and you are hemorrhaging blood, from an internal leg wound, or excuse me, an external leg wound, like a compound fracture or something. And so she can't even touch you, and you're bleeding out and bleeding to death. That's what pissed me off, and I'm glad a lot of people got cut because it's normal that 30% of the class won't pass in any given class.
do you guys actually have requirements where they're like, just an example, they break it, these people fail no matter what? Do you have bell curve?
Oh yeah, big time. There's two, and let me navigate this area real quick. Medic training is split off into two sections. You have, or as I say, combat medic training is split into two sections. You have your first 9-week training for it's called EMT phase, where you learn how to be a civilian EMT, and you actually get the certification as a nationally registered emergency medical technician. And then you have what's called
an ambulance?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then so after that, after you've actually obtained your civilian credentials, if you don't obtain that, that's it. You get kicked out of the course. You get to take it 3 times. And I mean, it's a
3? Wow,
yeah,
that's crazy.
You get to take it. It's a computer-based class or a computer-based test, and the computer-based test is what you call it? I'm trying to think. It changes its difficulty with how many questions you get right or wrong. So you don't know whether even if you get a bunch of easy questions, you can fail it or you can pass it. It doesn't give you an indication until later. But you go through that. If you pass, you got to pass that, and you have to also pass the hands-on portion where you're in front of somebody going over all the medical steps and all the medical procedures in order, verbatim with an instructor, and you have to hit all the stations and get them all right. And so I think you can contest getting 1 or 2 wrong, but you have to pass that or you will not get you'll get a no-go. But
I am so happy the standards that have changed with medics, because I remember when I joined in '93, and back then I used to have this there was guys that I met that were like complete rubber heads. They're like, well, I was ski patrol man, and now I'm a medic, and blah blah blah. I'd like to put a band-aid on you, right? And I'm like, you stay the fuck away from me, or I'm gonna kill you, you know. And nowadays, ever since Afghanistan started, the whole medic trade changed.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah.
And
You have to be you had to maintain your certifications. You have to maintain your physical, because when the war first started, there's a lot of medics that were just kind of falling out and passing out because they were so fucking out of shape and just garbage. So
Yeah.
one of the first things they do to desensitize you is they show you a video after you get they congratulate you for making it to whiskey phase, and then they show you a video of your peers dying back to back. It's a sniper from, I think it's like a Saudi Arabian sniper, and he's what happened? Yeah, they're passing like through a mall, and then what he does is he waits like the last guy comes, and then he shoots him in the foot to maim him. So he's still alive. He's just somebody has to come and get him. So the medic runs over, kills the medic, and then another medic comes over, he kills that medic. And so after he's killed about 3 medics, then they figure out, oh, it's a fucking sniper. Let me, not run and straight headlong into danger, and let me make sure my fucking scene is safe. So that was a nice introduction to the profession, seeing our predecessors die back to back.
Yeah, it's a little harsh, but I understand.
Just a complete, if I can ask a completely almost heartless question, who's the person who films that?
It was from the perspective of the sniper. They ended up killing him and then collecting him because they were going to use it as propaganda later.
Oh, I see, yeah. Because I was just curious as how that even gets filmed.
Yeah, nowadays the enemy films everything too, right? Don't get me wrong, there's some really weird shit that the coalition pulls out too. But the coalition is a little bit different. The way that I think of it is when American ABCA promotes something, it's like monster drink, type of thing, right? So it's a totally different thing, but.
Yeah, we it's constantly being refined. It's a whole lessons learned thing going on. But I mean, I've been out of the game for a while, so I can just tell you what I know. I mean, I don't imagine much has changed because I got out less than a year ago. But I'm glad the standards have raised.
Yeah,
Give
but all that
it
preparation
6
and
more
training-
years.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Give about 6-7 more years, and then you're gonna find fluctuation. You're still subject matter expert, right?
Yeah, for the most part. I was more out. My area of expertise was more field medicine. I was working on my clinical side, but I spent most of my time in the field with guys that are, really, really gruesome injuries, like what's the air defense guys. I think they're like our 13 series, and this dude dropped one of those fake satellites on his hand, and it looked like he got in a fist fight with Ezra Scissorfingers, and this dude's like half his fucking hand just looked like
mush.
He punched a fucking garbage disposal while I was going, and so dealing with that, I got excited. Like they fuck you up that bad where you look at that and you get excited, like you get happy, and you want to do all kind of stuff to it. But yeah,
You
I
know
had to
what?
get into ER.
The thing that I learned about medics, if they're excited to treat you, it means that you're probably going to be okay. Right? I'd rather have an excited medic than a medic that just really doesn't fucking care. And I know excited means that maybe they haven't seen it, but it's still that they're very eager to learn about what they're doing, right? So
Yeah, if they're kind of detracted from you and going, that means you're in fucking trouble. Yeah.
It's good to know so I can at least know how to live my last minutes, right?
Yeah, it's like, well, if they put you in a pile and it says as there's a little sign next to it that says E, like echo, that means you're in trouble. That means you're gonna die.
That really doesn't happen. When did you ever put somebody in a pile with echo?
I mean, that's like in a mass cow scenario though. That's I haven't had that scenario.
But you haven't done it for real, right?
No.
This takes tens of thousands of people to do something like that. You know.
Yeah, it's a crisis scenario. Like
it's very extreme, right? So.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to get at, with this amount of training that's required for almost all fields of the military nowadays, that's I always hear that's the best argument against a draft. Because compared to the past where there was far less training, now there's so much training required that if you try just randomly getting people that don't even want to be there as
I have a way better argument against the draft.
Yeah, go ahead.
And geez, there's no way I would ever want to do my job knowing there's a draft. The draft is the worst thing possible. If you're using a draft, it's beyond all possibilities of like defeat is almost imminent, right? I would never want to work with a drafty or a conscription soldier.
Yeah, that's just, because you have to. Your life is going to depend on them in some way, shape, or form. And so, if they can cut and run and leave you, they're going to do it. I mean, self-preservation is going to win out. You have to train somebody, and they have to be soldierized in order to resist that urge. And it's
you're working with someone that doesn't want to be there.
Right. So the people that I work with actually make a choice on the occupation that they want to do.
Right.
Why do I want to train somebody that doesn't have any interest in what they want to do? And there's a lot of people that tell me, well, he's brainwashed. He wants to join the military. No. This is his career opportunity. He decided to do this.
Right. So what people don't understand is, there is an aspect of indoctrination, but it's willing indoctrination. You don't, the soldierization process doesn't work if you resist it.
And the more you resist it, the more it will not work. It's not like we're sitting there with a scrub brush brainwashing people. I'm like sitting there right out of when I go meet basic training troops, I'm like, if this isn't for you, get the fuck out of here. Right? Yep. And the thing is, I tell them, this is what you got to expect in our occupation. These people here, your leaders, are not here to hurt you. Well, this is our job. This is our duty. Right? We live in a democratized society. Nothing to do with the 9/11 shit or anything like that. And the thing is, when I go talk to these soldiers, I promote individualism, but also the idea that they can work as a group, right?
I got a question for both of you. With the police brutality going on, I know a lot of the new hirees for the police are veterans. Do you think the training and the PSTD has anything to do with the police brutality? Like the Army training, they're just not out of that Army training mode?
I think generally, in my perspective, and I know people that left the military to join the police, and I don't want to compare. American police is so much different than Canadian police, right? We have the RCMP versus the OPP in Ontario, and then we have city police, right? we have a lot less jumps and bounds in comparison to the Americans. But I have friends from the Canadian military that decided to join the RCMP. Our biggest problem are people that were bullied in high school and don't know how to deal with situations. I can't speak for the American side of the house.
Yeah. It's similar. Power trip.
Yeah,
But yes,
something
I
I
agree with
see.
the power trip, but the problem is I think everything, including military, police, all boils down to training, right? If you don't train your people how to react during certain things, and I seen this with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and we had some awesome guys from my former town that were ex-military. If they were taking guys and doing ex-terrorism stuff, and these guys are going through training, and they're like trembling through their boots, you know, and they're using simunitions, and they were using my compound where I worked in the military there, and these people were completely astonished by the capabilities of a potential enemy. And the biggest downfall that I found with Canadian military or Canadian police was standoff distance. Right? I think they should have an M4 in their car if required. But the thing is, I'm sure we can all agree, is how do you use your weapon and rules of engagement and all this other type of stuff. And all the training revolves around not the M4 thing. That's irrelevant. You know, what I just said. It's all the stuff, the basic stuff before that. How do you deal with belligerent? How do you deal with all these different things? We understand standoff distance, but that's when you have a declared, defined enemy or declared, defined person of interest or target, right? You know, that's a totally different situation to a certain degree.
Yes and no. I mean, even it's the rule of engagements is still going to follow, even if you're just meeting a regular civilian, because a regular civilian can become hostile at any given time. You don't know their ulterior motives, but if they don't have that training in order to be able to discern something like that and how to react just in case it does, and they don't know how to de-escalate it, then it's going to go south really, really quickly, and that's a lot of the issues I have.
Sorry, I agree with everything you're saying, and add that on top of what I'm saying. Sorry. Yes, I do agree with what you're saying. The problem is you're adding on to what I'm saying. So the thing is, but I like standoff distance. Standoff distance increases safety, right? So, no, Drake, I agree with you. I'm not disputing that, and I thank you for that add-in. So,
all right. So you're both agreeing that then the Army training would actually produce calmer and safer police than what there are out there now.
It depends on what happens when they augment with that new force, right?
Well, the training is different, isn't it? Or the training that should be there?
I mean, the training that they're supposed to get it's really supposed to revolve around dealing with a really non-hostile crowd. But worst case scenario, here's what you do. They don't get a chance to really go in depth with how they're going to handle situations and how to de-escalate and go do drills that involve target discrimination, rules of engagement, escalation of force, all those things, because they all play an integral role in how they assess danger to begin with. I see a flash, I think he has a gun, let me fucking fire my weapon. That's stupid, and that's dangerous, and that's how people die for no reason. you can actually end up, and if it's a war or a wartime scenario, you can actually commit fratricide and or injure one of your own people by doing something like that. And so by them not being able to practice proper target discrimination, they create a hostile environment that doesn't even need to be there. Even if someone's being belligerent and they're coming in your personal bubble, you can put your hand out and say, you know what, you need to stop right there. If they proceed, then that's a hostile act. They are aggressing, and then you respond with equal force. That doesn't mean you put a bullet between their eyes. That means you can use hand-to-hand combat and close quarters combat. That's something that we're trained in as far as the Army goes. It's called Army Combatives Training. But I rarely see, I say rarely see, but, I think more police officers need to be trained in that particular field, and that would help their relation with the civilian population.
And I absolutely agree with what Drag just said. And just to amplify what he is saying, my opinion is that you need continuous training, regardless if you're military or police force.
Yes.
You need to actually learn how to adapt and work with these certain situations. The problem is with police, they're working with shoestring budgets, even though they're buying certain types of equipment, but they don't realize that they actually have to do continuous training outside of their academy.
Yeah, you always have to do training.
So some of it, at least, if you were speaking about budgets, it might be that the money is being wasted on the wrong things.
Yeah. For them, here's the thing for me. I see a lot of them rolling around in modified M113A3 armored personnel carriers. I can see if there's a terrorist threat, they may need something like that. But even with that being said, I don't think they need that. They probably could do with some of them have modified medical versions of MEV.
They could roll around with like a fucking frickin' Volt. What do you call those cars that carry money and stuff like that?
The armored cars?
Yeah, an armored car. See, the thing is, the media uses the term anything that's armored is a tank to them. Right?
Yeah.
It's not a tank, right? Everything that you see that the police use is not a tank. When anybody says that the police are using tanks, they're not using tanks. Okay? If they were cruising down the street with M3 Bradleys, that's not a tank, right? Even though it's tracked. That's an infantry fighting vehicle, right? All they're cruising down, if they're cruising down the vehicle with an M113, just like Drag said, that's an APC. Do I have a problem with an APC cruising down the street? Probably, as a civilian, right? But if they're cruising with a wheeled vehicle, or let's say they were cruising with a LAV 3 or LAV 2, I'd probably have a few issues with that, right? But if they're cruising down the road with, let's say, a Cougar. Do you guys know what a Cougar is? Six-wheeled armored MRAP.
Yeah, I was just about to say MRAP. Right. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier.
So if you're cruising, you're starting to cross the lines, because MRAPs are designed to take like IED blasts and stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Humvees, I don't give two shit about, right? Because you can shoot through a Humvee unless it's top armored, right? So, let's see. So if it's an up-armored civilian vehicle for tactical purposes, okay, I can buy into that. I've never seen any of the police in the U.S. actually cruising down the streets with tanks, right? That's a misnomer, right? If they start cruising down the streets with IFVs, I'd be a little concerned, right? Infantry fighting vehicles, sorry guys. I'm using terminology that, and if you have any questions about terminology, hit me up.
Hey, Bohik, I'm about to drop out, man.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Do you
I
hate
can
me?
catch you guys later.
Do you
Yeah,
hate
okay.
me?
Sign up for Patreon.
Oh, I'll sign for your Patreon as long as you promise to talk to me. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah. Well, he'll even if you like a certain type of video, he'll even make a video for you.
Yeah.
But,
Does that make any sense what I said?
Yeah, but I've talked to people and they asked me about police brutality, and without actually looking into it, just a thought off my head, because I would think you're in the army, you're trained to react and kill before you get killed. So, and then with the post-traumatic stress disorder, coming back with that police force, that might be why some of the guys are so quick to shoot. But,
well, not everybody has PTSD, right? The thing is, what it boils down to, regardless of what you're doing, PTSD is not an excuse, regardless if I have it or not, right? The thing is, actually, I think PTSD is lack of an excuse, because the thing is that I understand if I have proper treatment and stuff like that, I have a better reason to keep my standards even higher. And if they don't keep their standards higher, that may be because they're not getting actually treated well, right? So the way that I kind of look at it is, if you take an ex-military member, which is probably trained pretty well, but the thing is, you still have to conform to what's required to their standard, right? So if you, regardless if me going, I'm military right now, and I decide to go to the police part, right? I still have to understand what their rules of engagement are and all this other type of stuff that goes along with it, because I don't have the same rules to apply. And I may be better at reacting to what those rules are, because I have friends of mine that used to be in the military, that with the Canadian Border Services. Trust me, I hear the stories from them, and they think the people they work with are idiots. But the thing is, I always remind them, look, dude, you're an NCO. Even though you might be the most seniority person, maybe you have to train these people how to do certain things, right? So there's a certain degree of balance, right? Regardless of what I do after my career, I can handle myself, and the thing is, I'm going to de-escalate myself quite a bit more. I have friends in the Royal Canadian Mounted Police that are also ex-military. They're a lot different than their peers. But the thing is, they also take their experiences and apply it to those people as well. And but there's a huge difference between Canadian day-to-day how things work versus how the United States people think things work, right?
Yeah. Hey. I just wanted to say the talk was interesting, but I have to be heading out now. So talk to you some other time.
Carbon, I'd like to talk to you again. Actually, I'd really like to add you to my circles. What kind of dude are you? Are you a theist or?
Yeah. I guess atheist. You can put it.
Oh, you're an atheist? Okay, I'll put you in my atheist circle. No, I'd really love to talk to you again. I found you very intriguing, and I love the idea that you participated in our conversation.
Yeah, I've been showing up to these hangouts randomly for the past 2 weeks or so now. Very interesting.
I'm in Canada, and if you don't, I'm not asking you to disclose, but where are you from?
New York.
Oh, you're a Yankee, and
Yeah, well, I mean, that depends on what you mean. Yankee in terms of the North-South split, or Yankee in terms of the baseball team.
okay,
I don't know which
so
one you're asking.
you look that far back. Okay.
I've actually met people that still use that term in that sense. It's very funny.
Oh, I call most Americans Yanks myself personally, but
Okay,
I
yeah,
understand.
I've heard it used that way as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, with me driving a truck, I get down south a lot, and they call me a Yankee, and it's like, look, don't make us whoop your ass. I'm like,
No, this is the first time I've seen you on here, Carbon, and I like some of the stuff you're talking about. And if you ever want to like shoot the shit offline or whatever, I'd be more than interested in talking to you. So.
Yeah, in my spare time, and I usually can't think of anything else to do, so let's just go to random Google Plus Hangout. That's my thought on it.
Oh no, dude! I think you're an absolutely gracious man. So, please remember me. Please shoot me the shit and challenge me if you want. Right? So, I want to be challenged, and please let me challenge you. Right? So.
Yeah, will do. Okay.
And don't take it personally. Like we can work it out. So.
Oh yeah, I never take anything personally. If anyone's the kind of person to take things personally, you shouldn't be on these hangouts, really.
Well, let's put it this way: if I tell you to fuck off, that's personal, right? But on the other hand, I don't agree with what you're saying. That's a little bit different, right? Like I want to have dialogue, right? So.
Right.
Okay.
Well, anyway, yeah. If you want, you can add me or whatever. I'll add
No,
you
I
back.
already added you. I added you, so please add me. I'm really interested in hearing what you have to say. So, okay.
Yeah. All right. So I guess I'll see you some other time.
Have a good night, man. It's very late for you already.
Yep. Yeah. It is.
Yeah.
Right,
Take care. Oh, let's go back to there you go. So, your name, I know who you are, and I've been following you for a little while. Too bad art wasn't there. I like art. So, your trailer sitting all by yourself?
what's that?
Is your trailer all alone?
The trailer.
Yeah, well, you had to rent it out to,
Yeah, I rented the trailer at the campsite for Nadia to stay in. Well, yeah, it's my trailer. I just rented the campsite for it.
Everything work out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got to get it, call pest control because she brought bed bugs along, so I got to get that cleaned up. But other than that, I mean,
I thought that was already taken care of, or she didn't bring it along, whatever.
Well, yeah, I asked her to make sure, she washed everything before she came along, and when she
it's still following along.
Yeah, and then when she got here, I gave her bags, put the clothes in and everything. I said, here, go make sure you go wash everything, keep them in the bags, wrap up the suitcase, tie it, keep it out of the way and everything. And
here, hang on. I don't want to ask you this. I doubt she'll see the video, but I adore Nadia. I really do, right? But the thing is, I think she's her own demise to a certain degree. I thank you for having to put her up for so long, and I don't know how you did it, but
I look at it this way: everyone's got their own life, and everyone deals with things differently. Not everyone can deal with things, like people say, just grab grab them by the bootstraps and put your big boy pants on. You know, not everybody can do that. And
No, dude,
so,
I'm totally with you, and I would have done the same thing too. But the
yeah,
thing is,
I just kind of wanted to show her that somebody cares, and you know, maybe that would help her. And if it helps, it helps. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You know, I've made suggestions to her that she needs to talk to a professional. You know, help her
yeah,
work her through her problems. And 'cause I don't know how to help her work her through them. You know, so
dude, I'd rather. You know what? I know you helped her out. If you need any money for the aftermath, let me know and I'll give you money. I'd rather give the money to her aftermath than to her directly. So if you need a bit of cash to make up for what she has done, I'd rather give you a few $100 for that, right? So
no, that's fine.
you sure?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm good.
As long as you're cool with that, right? You know, the thing is, the problem that I have with is donating to her current thing is that I don't think it's very helpful, right? Don't get me wrong. If she asked me that, hey, I can get a job in Vancouver, I would do the same thing as you. I wouldn't resist whatsoever. But in the wake of her being there, I would give you money, right? So.
Well, I appreciate it, but yeah, you know, there's other people that's offered to help out a little bit too, and I appreciate it a lot. But you know, it's just something I did.
So are you completely done with her now?
Well, I mean, not like done with her, but
No, as in financially. Sorry.
oh, well, actually, I was one of her Patreons. I didn't have my name in there. I did it anonymously, but I was one of the Patreons even before the camper, and I'm still a Patreon. So I'm still helping. And when she went out to New York, I gave her a bunch of cash to help her, you know, get stuff going out there and kind of get settled in out there. So.
The only problem that I have is with her, and I hate to say this, I feel so bad for her, and it's so. The problem is.
Yeah, I feel bad too.
See her doing anything, right?
Yeah, she's told me, you know, her life experience, some of the things she went through with her family, you know, how they treated her, and you know, and other things that she went through, you know, the ex-husband and the, you know, the rapes and all that, and you know, that's why I kept telling her, you know, you really need to talk to someone, but.
You know what really ticks me off right now with her, and I love her to. I think she's a beautiful human being, but the problem is that at some point she has to grasp reality. But the offer that Michael gave her,
Yeah.
and I watched that hangout when Michael said, I'll pay you this much. I honestly believe, to the bottom of my heart, Michael never meant that whatsoever.
Yeah, because I mean, I never really paid attention if she meant it or not. As far as I know, she kind of did, but I mean, yeah, the reason she gave me why she backed out of it were really shaky, and I've told her that, and I says, you know, they're your reasons. Well, if you want to back out of it, go ahead and back out of it. I can't tell you, you know, what you want to do. But yeah, I told her, I said, you know, Nadia would be fine working for you. I've been with Nadia; she could do it. Wouldn't be a problem.
Were you in that hangout when Michael offered it? I think you were, but I could be mistaken.
I might have been. Either that or I was in the one after. Maybe Nadia told me.
Because
And
the thing is, I watched that hangout, and I don't think everybody took it seriously at first. That somebody other than Naughty goes, that would be freaking awesome. Are you really willing to do this? Type of thing. Put her on the spot. And she was like, yes. But I can, even like right from there, I could tell a hesitancy. You know, I don't think that, I think my interpretation of it, and this is completely me watching, I don't think that she ever thought that Nadia would jump into it. And I can see where she's coming from, but the thing is that when I heard it live at that time, and I was doubting that whole proposition, right?
Yeah.
I wish I would have spoke up then. I wish there was room in there to say it, but and if I could afford it, I'd let Nadia come here. I really would, right? If I could afford it, I'd pay for Nadia's surgery. I really do. I think Nadia has a lot to contribute to society. But I also believe that Nadia also contributes to 50% of her problems. You know?
Yeah.
I cry when I think about her. Well, not literally, but I don't cry. But Nadia, when I think about her problems and those things, they definitely make me question my humanity, right? And I thank you for what you've done for her, even though my thanks has nothing to do with her. But I wish I can do the same thing you could do.
I appreciate it. I'm sure there'll be somebody, close to you, or or some you'll run into up there. You'll be able to do something for them. So.
No, absolutely. But the thing is, that's why I'd rather give you the money for the roll off of what she's left you to fix everything that since she's gone, because I think that's more worthwhile than me giving her money for where she's going. You know.
Yeah. Oh, I appreciate it too, but yeah, no, we're good. I mean, like I said, I just got to get Exterminator in there. That shouldn't be about $100 anyways, if that. So.
Do you want some money?
No. I mean, I don't need to. I could park the camper for a year and not touch it for a year, or do it myself. I could bomb it myself and vacuum it all out. But
it's not about cost. It's about share, right?
Yeah.
The thing is that I appreciate you doing this for her if you want help to do that. Not because you can't afford it, only simply because I care. I'd rather give you the $100 American versus giving her the $100 American, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's cool. I mean, well, she's staying with Erica now, and I gave her, enough money for probably 1 month's rent, a little bit extra. So
how much do you give her for rent?
Huh?
Do you want some? I'd rather give you money to participate in it. How much do you give her for a month?
Oh, altogether, I gave her $640 when she left.
Do you want some money?
No,
Seriously, I'll give you money. Like, I'd rather give you the money for like helping her move than giving her money.
No, I'm good, but like I said, she's staying with Erica now, so I mean, Erica might need it more. I don't need it. I'm good. I got enough money where, I mean, there was things I wanted to do with that money that but I'll have to wait, till next year to get that extra back to do what I wanted to do. So I'm only putting off what I want to do for a year. It ain't no big deal. But with Erica, she might. So maybe hang on till then.
I understand that.
'Cause I know you want to help. Even just offering is a great. It's a great deal. Great. I suck at
What
words.
I want to help with is the roll off, not her, right? Well, where do you, if you don't, oh, we're live. Fuck. I know you're out.
Yeah, I live by Detroit.
Oh,
Nadia was in Ann Arbor, and I was about an hour drive from where Nadia was, and where I work was actually only like 15 minutes away from where Nadia was staying in my camper.
Let me put it this way. I know you're doing your own thing and all this sort of stuff. If you ever want to come to Vancouver, Canada, contact me. I'll let you stay here for free, right? How about that?
Vancouver, that's over there on the west coast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Contact me. Remind me. I'll let you stay here. Okay?
I got to get cleared up with the Canadian consulate first.
No, but I'm saying if you ever decide to come to Vancouver, right? You decide to come out this way, contact me. All right? If you just want to like vacation or whatever, right?
Well, that'd be cool.
Keep that in mind. I'm not saying like, hey, come here. But I'm saying if you're ever looking for accommodations while you're here, don't worry. You don't have to worry about accommodations. I'll hook you up, okay?
All right, appreciate that. That'd be cool.
How's that sound? Right?
That sounds really good.
And you get extra bonuses on top of that as long as the more for leading information you give, the more I can help you out, right? So does that sound fair?
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Okay. And the thing is, I've heard you talk so many more times than you ever talk to me. And I know that you're a great humanist by all means, right? So. And
Yeah,
I think you've gone over and beyond, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, I did help out, but I mean, even Mike Land helped with the motel before Nadia moved out, and then, Rev helped with tickets, airline tickets.
Oh, I understand all the stuff that worked along the way. I really do. I do. And I listen to a lot of that stuff. The problem is that the farther and farther she goes in after this point, I think the more and more she's hosting people. People did a lot of good things for her, including yourself, Michael Ann, and I was skeptical, right? And I'm not saying Naughty is a bad person by any means, but the problem is that she needs help.
Yeah.
Right. And the problem is, how long does this go on without her being accountable to herself? Right.
Yep.
And the thing is, I admire what you have done, the sacrifices that you made from your family to take care of her. Right? You're a hard-working man that puts in a lot of miles all the time. That's what I think about. You have kids, right?
Yep. Yeah, I got 2 girls.
And you have a wife.
No, I've been divorced since '99.
But you still have a wife. Even if it's divorce. But the thing is, you had plans. And you put them off. And it was a very humanist thing for you to do. Right? What I would like to do is contribute towards repairing what you had done.
Yeah, I'm not really good with accepting help from people.
Well, it's not help. It's about repairing. You've already done it. You already sucked it up. All I want to do is help out. Right? And a person like you, I imagine it's very hard to compete with, right? So, a person like you seem like a very secular humanist, right? You're probably the most difficult person to frickin' deal with.
Yeah, I'm pretty opinionated. You're wrong, so.
Yeah. But like I'm saying, my offer is open to you. My home is open to you. So if you ever wish to come out this way for vacation or whatever, let me know, man. All right?
Yeah, I'll have to look into that getting out there. Well, my cousin wanted.
And I'm not talking about this year. I'm not talking about next year. I'm not talking about the year after. Well, actually, all of that's irrelevant. I'm not saying you have to like go tomorrow and go like tours of Vancouver.
Yeah.
Let me know sometime in the future, whenever it may be. You just go, remember the guy that took care of Nadia in the trailer? And I'll be like, yeah, man, come on out, right? How's that sound? Bring your daughters with you. Okay.
All right.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. Yeah. See, now that I think would be cool. You know, like the money one, I don't need. Because then I get to meet you personally. We get to talk and hang out a little more. And because friendship's more than is better than money. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And the thing is, I'll provide you free accommodations, right? So, and that's a huge bill for for anybody, right? So,
Yeah.
all right. Well, I'm gonna scram, and damn Thor's been probably drunk and passed out this whole time. And by the way, I like your new avatar. By the way. Hello. Kind of broken. Hello. Do you hear me?
When I first started, just to be provocative and get people to say things. That, I got bored of people saying things. But that design, that star design, was actually a tattoo that me and my older daughter, we both got matching tattoos. So.
Mm. Oh, is she older? Your daughters are like almost the age of majority.
My younger one is 21 next month.
Oh, dude. How old are you?
I'm 49.
Oh, gee. God, you sound so young. I'm like 41. And I think you sound like you're in your 30s. Oh.
That's the way I think. I don't think I'm up near 50. I think I'm more like 30, 25, 30. You know, so.
Dude, even when you talk, you sound like so younger. You sound way more progressive than I do. Yeah, for a Yank, you're very progressive. Wow. I so look forward to talking to you more. Yeah, give me a shout, send me a message, whatever. Don't forget me, okay?
Nope. I think I got you added. I'm pretty sure you're.
You're on my list. I've been following you since I've been watching you, so I've been watching you for quite a while, and I enjoy your conversations, and I enjoy when you go in there and rattle things up. You're so progressive that you try not to stir the shit up too much, but sometimes when it's called for, you're right in there balls deep. So.
All right, cool.
Okay. Well, if you ever want anything, you know how to find me. Give me a shout, right? And if you want to do the Facebook thing, I'm on the same name. Give me a shout, right? And you can always send me messages that way too, or through Hangouts, right? And most people, Hangouts is fine with me. So.
Yeah, I don't have Facebook, so it'd have to be through the G Plus. So.
Oh yeah, do it through the Google Hangouts because that actually sends you a private message. Do you know how to do that?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, in the green box.
Hang on.
Like they call it the outside chat or whatever.
Yeah. Here, I'll send you one. Here.
But I'm on my phone right now, so I couldn't,
Oh, don't worry. This doesn't matter if it shows up in your phone or not, right? Because it's a totally. Or what type of phone do you have?
Android.
Yeah, it's probably a different app completely. Should be the Hangouts app. So it's not even on Google Plus section. Actually, Hangouts. So I sent you a message saying test.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I'll send it back tomorrow. I got another hour to drive, and then I'll be going to bed for the night. So.
Dude, are you in a sleeper?
Yes. Yep. It's got everything and heat and fridge and microwave and.
A train or B train?
It's mostly flatbeds.
Oh, okay. So what are you hauling right now?
Right now they're conveyors for I think it's like for foam seats for a lot of automotive stuff. Usually it's like Ford, Chrysler, GM, and subcontractors for them. Machinery, new welding robots, or assembly line robots, and.
Holy cow, that's like weird stuff that I've never ever seen on the back of a truck. Okay, that's really cool.
Yeah, I'll have to take a picture of the truck and send it to you. So.
Yeah, no, dude, you should do that every once in a while. Take a picture of your load and throw it on G Plus. That'd be awesome because you don't. See, here's the thing. I watch you like drive your truck, and you just started doing that recently, where you're doing like dash cabin. Dude, you know what's even more impressive? What load are you hauling? Right? Yeah. That would be really cool to actually see you like throw that up. And be careful about doing the live broadcasts while you're driving with your dash cam, because that got Bible thumping wingnut and crap with his company, right? So keep that in mind. So even if you're driving online, maybe don't do the camera thing, right? Because it got him in trouble, or almost in trouble, right? So Because the thing is, they don't realize the difference. It's almost like you talking on a cell phone while you're driving, right? So.
Well, as long as nobody figures out what company I work for, then.
That's true. But the thing is, I'm just giving you a warning. You do whatever you want, but I'm just letting you know it caused 10 problems, right? So.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, dude. I have to scram.
All right,
The
man.
wife is my girlfriend. Wife is home, and I have to pay attention to her.
Yes,
So,
you do.
yeah.
All right, man. Well, good talking to you.
All right. I look forward to talking to you again. All right. See you, man.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Art, where you at?
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Alright, I'm going to try to come again. Probably sleeping.